Good morning and welcome to the Construction Times Mumbai Metropolitan Region Global Solutions Summit 2022 supported by Honorable Member of Parliament Sri Rahul Sheware and Sri Shrikant Shinde, organized by ARC Events and Media Private Limited. Now we begin this morning with the lighting of the auspicious lamp. To light the lamp, may I invite our chief guest Sri Rahul Sheware, Honorable Member of Parliament, our guest of honor Mr. Christopher J. Brown, Chief, Political and Economic Affairs, U.S. Consulate. Mr. Patankar, our Conference Chairman, Professor M. N. Srihari, Advisor to Government of Karnataka for Traffic, Transport and Infrastructure, and Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan, Editor-in-Chief, ARC Events and Media Private Limited. May I now request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to escort on stage our chief guest and guest of honor. Now we welcome our esteemed guest on stage with a lovely bouquet of flowers. Ladies and gentlemen, Construction Times Mumbai Metropolitan Region Global Solutions Summit 2022 is supported by Honorable Members of Parliament Sri Rahul Sheware and Sri Shrikant Shinde. The event is organized by ARC Events and Media Private Limited. May I now invite Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan, Publisher and Editor-in-Chief, Construction Times and Equipment Times, to give the welcome address.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Sri Rahul Sheware and Mr. Christopher J. Brown, Chief Political and Economic Affairs, U.S. Consulate. We are pleased to inform you that Construction Times is organizing this conference, Mumbai Metropolitan Region Global Solution Summit, on the core issues which we face every daily life. The conference, through its technical session, will focus and deliberate on various critical issues such as road conditions during and after monsoon, drainage issues, slum-free Mumbai, challenges in making Mumbai potholes free. This conference will also focus on adopting advanced road technologies, green construction, opportunities in real estate sector. We have a CEO roundtable which will focus on challenges in making Mumbai a world-class city. Mumbai, the financial capital of India that boosts hefty financial deals, an increasing number of high net worth individuals and headquarters to many business stalwarts, is still lacking the infrastructure bottlenecks in various fronts: waste, transport, solid waste disposal, wastewater treatment, traffic system, etc. Improvement in city infrastructure is the need of the hour, and we need to find a sustainable solution for this perennial problem with joint efforts with different bodies. It requires concentrated and continuous efforts to rectify the existing infrastructure issues, which is aligned with the vision of creating world-class infrastructure in the city. This platform will bring the policymakers, experts, design, technology equipments, investors under the same roof. The deliberation will lead to design and conclusion of practical, implementable solutions to create a best infrastructure for MMR in line with the Mumbai Development Plan at 2034. We are sure that this conference, the decision to take up this issue, and we are sure with this we will find some solution where we will enjoy the rain rather we suffer. Yesterday it was raining very heavily and people were not able to reach on time to their home. It's very unfortunate. If there is any way where an ordinary Mumbaiker can travel safely and securely to his office or to his home, and shops do not have to close only because it's raining. Okay, today we have industry stalwarts gathered here, many of them experts in their respective fields. We are sure we all put our heads together, we will find a solution for these critical issues. We once again welcome you all to Construction Times Mumbai Metropolitan Region Summit 2022. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Now we request Console to please play Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri Devendra Fadnavis's video.
Namaskar and good morning to all the esteemed guests gathered here for the Mumbai Metropolitan Region Global Solution Summit 2022. Friends, for the management of the cities, a well-known urban planner says, a city is not an accident, but a result of coherent visions and aims. So, with a coherent vision, we are planning for this maximum city. We acknowledge that Mumbai needs an upgraded urban infrastructure to cater the ever increasing population. Mumbai's challenges are unique in nature, which no other city in the world has ever faced. Mumbai has less than a square meter per capita open public space. Managing Mumbai not only means improving the conditions but ensuring that the burdens on the city are mitigated. Almost 63% of the area of Mumbai and its suburbs come in the coastal regulatory zone or green belt. As a result, the entire city's housing concerns and infrastructure must be confined to 37% of available land. This is a daunting task. The past efforts for urban infrastructure were not enough to bring out the desired mega transformation in Maharashtra and Mumbai. Since 2014, we brought back on track all the pending major infrastructure projects in Mumbai and Maharashtra as well. This got further acceleration by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's government at the center. The projects like the coastal road, the new Mumbai airport, the mammoth network of metros, the Mumbai Trans Harbour Link, Nayana have facilitated speedy debottlenecking of the project challenges. And I am glad to share that some of them are on the verge of completion by 2023. On this backdrop, it is very heartening to know that Construction Times, a monthly B2B magazine from ARK Events and Media, is organizing a one-day international conference with a view to focus on development plan of Greater Mumbai. I am happy that the Mumbai Metropolitan Region Global Solution Summit 2022 has brought together technology and service providers as well as policymakers and practitioners under one roof. I congratulate the organizers and especially Member of Parliament Rahul Shewale and Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde for this unique initiative. As I have mentioned earlier, non-availability of spaces is not a problem, but it is a result of various other issues which went unresolved and which had not been properly handled for years together. I hope that this conference will come out with the smart solutions which will help Mumbai to be developed into smart, sustainable and safe city at global level. And I hope that the day will not be very far when Mumbai will be listed as one of the cleanest, greenest and livable and lovable city of India and the entire globe. I wish the summit all the success. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
We definitely believe that we will be coming up with good solutions for smart and sustainable development of Mumbai after this summit. May I now invite Professor M.N. Srihari, our conference chairman and advisor to Government of Karnataka for traffic, transport and infrastructure to address the audience as the conference chairman.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries. We have two important guests also today. Mr. Rahul Shewale, who is a well-known member of parliament, as well as Mr. Christopher, Chief Political and Economic Advisor, US Consulates, and also Mr. Shrikant Shinde. Both of them representing the member of parliament. Is a good gathering here now. We have a planners, we have executors, and we have a bureaucrats and politicians also. This is one of the best occasions, I should say, and we must take it forward to all other states, in fact. In this direction, the topic chosen for the today is one of the best topics, and in which all the other states, cities are facing, just like waterlogging areas, waterlogging roads, and also inundation, encroachments, and also transportation network inadequate, and all these things, infrastructure, basically, we need to grow very strong so that the last mile connectivity also should be developed for all the people who travel one part to the other part. Then only the people get satisfied. And secondly, it is the engineers or technocrats will have to do a proper justice for the construction of roads and drainage. Water should be a great friend. Without water, human being, we cannot survive. Whereas our pavement should survive without water, because particularly blacktop roads, it should survive without water, because we get the change in the environment structure also because of the water. The stripping of the bitumen occurs from the aggregates, and finally the potholes or a bigger potholes like a well, it also develops. So it is the thing now, it is very important for academicians and technocrats to develop a suitable material which can have a sustainability. One is smarts, the second will be a sustainable. That is very important. So that's what it is coined now, of the smart and sustainable cities in India also. Of course, Mumbai also is one of the smart cities identified for that, and work may be progress. As the limitations are more in Mumbai, for example, like land area, as I rightly pointed out. So we cannot do much expected things or whatever the desire we want to have. This is because of restriction and constrictions. But in the given available resources, we can develop the best. Virtually, Mumbai become gateway of India for all the developments to come. Not only this hospitality, healthcare, building, roads, and also transport infrastructure and education infrastructure also should come up. So hence, all these things, if possible, experts will definitely cover. We have a very good clean of experts. Luminaries are there, drawn from IITs, bureaucrats, and also well of the experts from other institutions and organizations very well known to Mumbai. So with this, I will also thank Mr. Ramurthy for organizing this kind of very, very useful, important topic. Being an advisor to Karnataka government, I am very happy to carry it forward. All the deliberations and also good practices to be done. I am also advising various other cities also. In fact, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, also identified we have to develop. So development is only the mantra or solution for growth. So in all the fields, we have to grow and become one of the fastest developing countries in the world. And also, I want to say after a couple of years, we should be a developed city in the world. With this, thank you very much for giving an opportunity to talk to you and take it forward for this conference. Thank you very much.
May I now invite Sri Rahul Shevale, Honorable Member of Parliament, to address the audience on the objective behind initiating the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for clapping loudly.
Respected dignitaries, Mr. Christopher Brown, Chief Political and Economic Affairs, U.S. Consulate, Mr. Ramurthy Mayavan, Editor-in-Chief, Construction Times, Professor Srihari, Advisor of Government of Karnataka, Dr. Patankar. It gives me great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of the Mumbai Metropolitan Region Global Solution Summit 2022. There are numerous government and private entities that are carrying out various developmental work in Mumbai. But what we need today is a collective effort. We need everyone to come under one roof so that we can transform Mumbai as well as its surrounding MMR region into a global city and provide best-in-class public infrastructure facilities and service to the citizens of Mumbai. To achieve this vision, experts and policymakers from a variety of government departments, both state and central, as well as the people from the private sectors involved in developing quality infrastructures are present here today. The idea is to bring them all on a single platform and discuss how we can work for the betterment of this city. I hope all the experts will give their best to highlight and suggest what we need to do in terms of improving Mumbai's infrastructure and along with it, the lives of tens of thousands of peoples. Sri Eknath Shinde ji, the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, will attend the concluding session of a summit where he will be presented with a white paper highlighting experts' suggestions on improving basic facilities provided to all Mumbaikars. The Chief Minister will also present the BAM Awards 2022 honoring the city's best builders, architects and building material suppliers for their role in creating a quality infrastructure. I hope this summit turns into interesting and we all together come with a concrete solution to transfer our Mumbai. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to present a special memento to Mr. Christopher J. Brown, Chief Political and Economic Affairs, U.S. Consulate. Now I request Sri Rahul Shevale to present a memento to Professor M.N. Srihari, our conference chairman. We would also like to present a memento to Mr. Patankar. Thank you so much. May I request all the members on the stage for a group photograph. So please be on the stage. So we are beginning with the first technical session, that is solid waste management. Now we invite Shri Ajit Kumar Jain, IAS, former Additional Chief Secretary and former State Information Commissioner, Maharashtra, to give a presentation on solid waste management. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sri Ajit Kumar Jain.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Editor-in-Chief of Construction Times, Mr. Ramamurthy. The Chief guest of the program, Shri Raju Shivale, Honorable Member of Parliament. The special guest for this morning, Mr. Christopher Brown, Dr. Srihari, and all the friends, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really indeed to be happy here as part of this deliberation because, of course, I was introduced as an IAS officer, but I'm an ex-IAS officer. I'm a retired person, so to say, but I had the occasion of, or rather the privilege of working in different capacities, including the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai for nearly 4 years. And I'm also part of a team which worked on a business plan for Mumbai transformation in a project supported by the World Bank and Cities Alliance way back in 2005. And in that capacity, I happened to look into different aspects of Mumbai transformation into world-class city, including the physical infrastructure, roads, bridges, etc. And I was part of the team which kind of give some kind of a finality to different metros or different flyovers that are being constructed these days. Just to begin with, I'll very, very briefly introduce my present position. I am a founder director of post-retirement. I've set up a Section 8 company called Environment Research and Action Foundation, and I'm the founder director. And this particular organization has been working in the capacity building on solid waste management, Swachh Bharat Mission. We have conducted several capacity building workshops at national level with the support of Niti Aayog and Government of India and of course Government of Maharashtra. We have also worked on several environmental projects, including the environment compliance management of Mumbai-Nagpur Samruddhi Mahamarg, which is a very ambitious project. We are currently working on mangrove conservation project in P North Ward. It's a pilot project with the support of Mangrove Cell of Government of Maharashtra. And recently, we have been associated in an environment impact assessment study for a new ambitious project called Versova Virar Sealing. We have been working very closely with a very unique government entity called Mahapreet, which is Mahatma Phule Renewable Energy and Infrastructure Technologies, and jointly we are working on several projects. So this was a background, and why I mention in these many details is that when it comes to some environment-related projects, probably we can be part of the team for the purpose of hand-holding. I have been given the topic of solid waste management. I will like to present it in a different perspective of two very major initiatives that the Government of India has taken last 5-6 years. And these are being led by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. The one is the Swachh Bharat Mission, both urban as well as rural. And the other is the climate change agenda. And under the climate change agenda, he has given, I would say India has taken a self-imposed target of bringing net carbon zero economy by 2070 and to reduce emissions to 50% level by 2030. So whatever we discuss, I mean, if you see solid waste management, it is related to that agenda in a way. When you talk of Mumbai transformation, and if you want to make it sustainable, you have to keep that climate change or ESG agenda right in front of you. You can't ignore that. And I'm very happy that you are going to discuss the construction technologies, etc. today, and green construction technologies, which will be extremely important. And last part, before I come to the main presentation, is that now solid waste management after the Swachh Bharat Mission is being governed by solid waste management rules of 2016, and which is based on sustainable management. So with this background, I will start the presentation. I won't like to bore you with the statistics. We all know that solid waste management is a huge challenge. In the country as a whole, we generate about 50 million ton of solid waste on an annual basis. And if you look at MMR area, Mumbai Metropolitan area, it's about 10% of this quantity. So almost 5 billion ton of municipal solid waste or other solid waste is being generated every year. And of course, there are different estimates, guesstimates, whatever you may like to say, but this quantity is likely to go many times higher within a short span of time. It may go to 130%, 125 million ton or whatever it is, but it's going to be substantially higher. So whenever we talk of solid waste management solutions, you have to talk of waste reduction. Otherwise, otherwise you cannot go on deploying more trucks, you cannot go on deploying or rather acquiring more land, and that land is very scarce. I'll come to that. I will very quickly cover the historical perspective on solid waste management because this is important. And I was talking to many eminent people here that I have the advantage of being little experienced, and I know this particular sector right since the very first day the problem arose in the country. There are people from MCGM. It's an obligatory function of all the municipal councils or corporation. There was a very monumental constitution amendment in the country called 74th Constitutional Amendment, by which this function has become a constitutional duty of the municipal corporations or municipal council in every city. Now, third, if you see that this was a turning point in solid waste management. In fact, before 1994, there were a couple of committees which were set up by the then Planning Commission. There was one Bajaj committee, if you recall. I don't know how many people were there active at that time. And they looked at solid waste management. They talked in terms of better collection, better disposal, etc. But nothing really much happened on ground. In 1994 was an incident or major calamity of what you call pneumonic plague in Surat. And that really shook the entire country. And that was followed by a writ petition by a very eminent person called Almitra Patel ji. And she went to the Supreme Court all the way in a PIL, and then Supreme Court started this particular exercise. And they, on one hand, set up a committee called Burman Committee under the Kolkata Municipal Commissioner, and then came these rules. So these rules basically focused on a very, very comprehensive compliance criteria for solid waste management. Prior to that, the impression in the country was solid waste management is just about sweeping of the streets and removal of garbage which comes from the sweeping waste. But for the first time in our country, this law established a very comprehensive criteria that you have to store the waste, you have to segregate the waste, you have to collect it at source, you have to take it for processing, and then dispose of whatever is really minimum required. The main issue, which I would like to go on repeating, is that it was based on the concept of 3 Rs: reduce, reuse, and recycle. In Maharashtra in particular, they set up a solid waste management cell in Mumbai, and I happened to head that cell because after my stint in BMC, I volunteered to go kind of on a sabbatical and headed that cell. And we did the entire planning for the state of Maharashtra and went to the extent of even preparing the affidavit to the Supreme Court for the government. Now, there was considerable progress in the country because around that time, JNNURM, UID, SSMT type programs, which were funded by Government of India in a big way, they also started. So a lot of things happened. Then the Finance Commission grants started flowing down. And you see all over the country, there was a concept of Ganta Gadi or house-to-house collection system, bell ringing system, etc. So a lot of things improved in terms of collection. Many new processing units were set up in the country, including in Delhi, including in Sholapur in Maharashtra. As you would know, many landfill sites were attempted to be developed. And there were two major issues which could not be addressed at that time. And one was that there was no obligation on the waste generators. The Supreme Court kept firing. In fact, I was in the firing line in the Supreme Court when the hearing was being done, that you have to do this, you have to sensitize citizens to segregate the waste generator. But ultimately, there was no responsibility. So it was law by convenience. That was one challenge. And secondly, acquisition of landfills. Nobody allowed a landfill to be developed in one's vicinity. So as they call NIMBY syndrome, it's a very old cliche, not in my backyard. Yeah, you should develop. Solid waste should be managed scientifically, but landfill should not be in my backyard. Take it away to a village. And the villagers also are very, very sensitive. They said, no, not you. You take your waste, process it in the city itself. So landfill sites could not be acquired. And that was a huge challenge. And on one hand in Mumbai, it was coming to the, brink of saturation. We didn't have land at all. And on the other hand, for good reasons, some NGOs went to the court that, okay, close this landfill site. Gorai was closed, Malad was closed because it is creating environmental problems. But somehow nobody could give a complete solution. So MCGM was left in a situation of land getting reduced, waste going up. That was the problem. Now then came another turning point in the country, and that was Swachh Bharat Mission, started by the present Prime Minister of the country. And in that, he set up a committee of the Chief Minister. Our present Deputy Chief Minister was part of that committee as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra at that time. And they gave a very, very comprehensive solution. The present situation is that, as I mentioned, just to summarize, it's an obligatory duty of the corporation. And overarching is the Environment Protection Act, under which the solid waste management rules 2016 have been given, and they have this time gone way ahead. They are not only talking of the household waste or the restaurant waste or hotel waste. They are talking of plastic waste. They are talking of construction and demolition waste. They are talking of biomedical waste. They are talking of electronic waste. So they have covered the entire gamut of waste, so to say, in these new set of rules. And then on top of that are the SBM guidelines. And the Prime Minister, one of the very strong points which he has, he monitors things very meticulously. Now, as I mentioned, even 2000 rules, and now in particular, these are based what you call an inverted pyramid. Hierarchy is a negative hierarchy, so to say. The earlier concept of waste management was linear approach. You go on harnessing natural resources, consume it, and then dump it in some sanitary landfill or landfill. And the new mountains, rather than having natural resources, will be comprising of only waste, which is completely mixed. So now they say, since we do not have land, we do not have even resources sufficient, so segregate the waste, minimize it, reuse it, and then recycle. And recycling should be done at two levels. One, at the generator's level itself, and second, at the decentralized points within the wards, for example. They talk of a material recovery facilities in each ward. Then take it second stage to a common landfill site where, again, they will be processed either to energy or compost, whatever is feasible. That's another very sensitive area, frankly speaking, because at that time, there was a huge, I would say, with due respect, the compost lobby in the country. They thought that, and they gave a very false notion of waste is like gold, converted into compost, and it will sell out in the market as a hot cake, which was not the fact. Many units were set up in the country based on that assumption, and they closed down very, very quickly because compost consumption is limited and it goes with a seasonal variation. When there was a sowing season, naturally compost will be consumed. Otherwise, what to do with that? There's a huge carrying cost. Nobody bothered about that. So this came concept of waste to energy also, where there's an option of using biomethanation as a technology for waste management. So all those points were considered. And the last point is landfill. Now, I'm happy that I was given a topic of zero dumping ground solid waste management. So there should be no dumping ground. Dumping meaning indiscriminate dumping. But even landfill, if possible, there should be zero landfill. There's a city called Suryapet in Nalgonda district of Andhra Pradesh. I mean, even now it's in that particular district. And that really achieves, it's a small township, zero landfill. Many cities have developed that. Of course, in a setup of Mumbai, which is a highly commercialized space, that is practically not possible. But even then, you have to reduce it to the minimum requirement. So landfill is the last desirable priority in terms of the waste management hierarchy, or least preferred. Now, in Swachh Bharat Mission, again, lot of things have happened. The treatment capacity has augmented. I mean, what was 18% in way back in 2014 has gone up to 70%. Door-to-door collection has improved 97. Source segregation has been taken to 85%. They report that Mumbai has achieved 100% source segregation. Now, I will accept that with a pinch of salt because it has not really happened. Because, yeah, it may on a particular day may have happened, but again, probably it has slipped down. So there are some issues. And one of the major issues in source segregation as a citizen, all of us, that even if we try to segregate at source into 2-3 categories, our collection and transportation system has not really adapted accordingly. And on a number of occasions, the waste which is segregated is mixed up again in the trucks and taken to landfill sites. So some challenges are there. So this is the overall strategy for a dumping ground-free India. You have got to segregate the waste at source. Now, not only into broad, biodegradable and recyclable, but within the recyclable, you have to further sort glass, plastic, metal, and there's a third category of what they call domestic hazardous waste. Initially, we didn't consider the sanitary waste, for example, which is generated at home, or some kind of biomedical waste which is generated at home. I mean, as they call India is a diabetes capital, right? So many people take injections, insulins, etc. at home. Where would those needles go? Normally, that goes in the common dustbin, and that is absolutely hazardous for our poor waste collectors, whether they are in the informal sector or in the formal BMC staff. But they have no choice. So third category has been introduced by the present government and Government of India that is called domestic hazardous waste. The sanitary pads, etc. That is again, it's a natural phenomena, but we didn't provide for that. So the third category. Then the collection and transportation. Now again, collection and transportation has to be minimized in the sense that A, whatever is recyclable, clear-cut, sellable, dispose it off at home. Or at the most, take it to the ward, you sort it out, process it, so that the ultimately secondary transportation is reduced. You see, again, in terms of the climate change agenda, we have to reduce our carbon footprint of the activities of solid waste management. Now, this is one activity, and I tell you, this is the most challenging area to work in any municipality or corporation, because you achieve one full cleanliness on a particular day, next morning you come back to square one again. So anybody who works as chief engineer solid waste management, his job is extremely difficult. It's day in and day out, literally. So collection, transportation requirement should be minimized, processing both at central, decentralized and up higher level, management of C&D waste. I mean, I'll definitely highlight, because I'm dealing here with the construction industry. I must tell you that one of the principles of solid waste management rules is that polluters pay. Number one, waste generators must pay, and waste generators must manage their waste. Don't put everything on municipal corporation. So if you are generating construction and demolition debris, you have got to manage it prima facie. And then whatever is left, it goes to BMCs. Plastic waste management, as I have already mentioned. Now the last point is remediation of all legacy dump sites. Over the years, decades, waste has been dumped indiscriminately. Those sites have to be reclaimed through a process of what you call biomining, and that's a major project that Government of India is supporting. Whatever is compostable has to be taken out, filtered, if not filtered, rather sieved, and then be sold as compost, and remaining recyclables should be disposed of. Now, in terms of sustainability, this is another term that we all use, circular economy model. As they say, again, these are not really proven, but this waste management industry is about $5 billion, and I will use the term US dollar, economy in the country. This I have calculated also, roughly. $5 billion economy. Meaning thereby that if you don't take care of this is a resource. It's not a waste, it's a resource. If you don't use it, this will go down the drain, number one. And if you use it, this will also create a lot of businesses. It will create huge employment potential. Even today, as you all know, India is the best recycler in the world. Maximum recycling of plastic and other types of waste is done in India. The only problem is that it is done in a very unhygienic way. That is where we have to intervene. Can we provide better working conditions to our rag pickers or recyclers? So they are doing their job. And the other part is that they are not taking up what doesn't have economic value. That goes in the drain. In fact, that kind of plastic, this is a debatable point, Dr. Bhave and other experts are here. Some of the plastics which is completely discarded can go as a small substitute of bitumen also in the roads. This was done probably in Tamil Nadu. It was started in Mumbai. Shivare sir, it was the initiative of Mumbai Municipal Corporation, but it has been abandoned. Other cities have developed it. So we need to probably look at again. I could see one executive engineer, Thomre Saab, is here. Please look into it. It is doable. So your plastic is taken care of, and you save a little bit on bitumen, the cost, therefore. So these are all resource. And if you don't reuse this resource, what do? You again harness your original, what you call virgin natural resources. And in the process, what do? You harm the sustainability. You consume the natural resources. The very definition of sustainability, which was established way back in 1985 by a commission called Brundtland Commission, they said that harness the natural resources in such a way that you leave something for the posterity also. So we should be very careful. Our resources are limited. And most important of all, land is limited. In Mumbai, 437 or 450 square kilometers of land, 12, 13 million of population. There's a huge demand for affordable housing. There's a huge demand for infrastructure. There's a huge pressure and lobby of green lobby, which is very right, to plant more trees. So where will landfill fit? Landfill, you're not going to get land. So you have got to reduce the waste. Now, these are some good practices. Those were the days when we used to go to foreign countries, see what is the landfill like, how is the waste is processed, right? But now you have got the living model within the country. So if you want to learn anything or cross-learn, there are excellent models which, thanks to Swachh Bharat Mission, are available not very far. Source segregation, Indore is the example which is consistently fifth year, the cleanest city in the country. Panji, many of us may be going to Panji or Goa. You can see for yourself. Biodegradable waste management, Mysore is an example, but our own Vengurla, Mr. Shir Sagar is going to come, our Honorable Minister is going to come, and it is his initiative, by the way, in Bangalore. I wish he was here. Material processing, these are some, right, Bhopal, material recovery facilities. Plastic waste management, Gangtok is an example, and that was led by their own Chief Minister, Mr. Chambling. I remember he was awarded at the national level. C&D waste, North Delhi, and this is very, very important. Please visit. Even Indore is a very good example of C&D waste. If you want to look at the technologies, I am told, again, there are experts here, CBRI Roorkee is working a lot on the recycling of construction and demolition debris. So this way, all the examples are available here. If the forum, if the group of developers want to see for themselves what can be done, not only theoretically, but practically, you can visit some of these cities. I'm not going to focus too much on these. The C&D waste, largely it is created by new construction, but largely through demolition debris. This is one thing which I want to highlight, that the major generation of waste is not, of C&D waste is not in the new construction, but it is in the demolition and repair work. And that is the problem in Mumbai. Those who are working in the MCGM, they know there's a category of tenantable repairs in Mumbai. And that's a major culprit, I would say, because it is under the liberal system. There's no control on that. And many of us, including me probably as a citizen, when we renovate our flat, put beautiful tiles, discard that material without any responsibility. But much of it is retrievable, reusable. That's the point I want to highlight. And this is what I said, that what can be technologically done. Of course, the experts are here. They will guide you. We did a couple of projects. Dr. Bhave is here from VJTI, that how construction debris and stabilized waste could be used for construction of or manufacturing of the paver blocks. And that was doable, but it was only good for walkways. And this I want to highlight, that waste management rules in general, but C&D waste in particular, it casts responsibility on the waste generators. Summing up, as I said, waste minimization is the mantra, and you have to consider both as a citizen as well as the business group. Now, what is important, as I said, the city solid waste management plans also have to be adapted to that. As I mentioned, one of the problems, citizens segregate, the BMC puts it together. That should not happen. It's not happening in general, but it is happening in parts. And if we do it, it helps the circular economy, conservation of natural resources, and this will also reduce your carbon footprints. See what kind of pollution is caused. Not only pollution, but global warming caused by your moving trucks every day. Thousands of trucks move from south to north Mumbai, maybe to Kanjur Marg or wherever the landfill sites are located. If that could be reduced to a great extent, in fact, that is very much required. And I must tell you, that this is absolutely important, and this will also promote the employment economy, etc. Now, both for government entities as well as business groups. The ESG agenda is applicable to all of us. In fact, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and the SEBI has also mandated that those which are listed companies are bound by ESG targets. So a lot of things are happening in that domain, in that eco-space. So in any case, you have to do it by law, but if you do it, you will be serving the cause of environment also. The last point I would like to highlight again, that at Mahapreet, that government company, and in our foundation, if any small study is required or if any project is to be required, we can definitely handhold. Thank you very much.
Now we are open for Q&A session for next 5 minutes. So if anybody have any question.
Sir, I wanted to make myself to understand how good the e-waste, particularly for the landfill, because that is going to generate the unwanted radioactive rays, which may affect our health in a very bad way.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Earlier it was not, and everything was being put together in the same system. But now we have got the separate e-waste, electronic waste rules. So as I said, segregation is a common thread all through. The other part is that normally e-waste, it gives you good economic value also, so normally people won't dump it so easily. So there are separate set of e-waste rules under which there are different processing technologies. And this is a very specialized area, so it should not go, it cannot go to landfill. It cannot be burned in any thermal-based technology which is burning the solid waste. So it has to go its own route. Of course, it's a detailed discussion. I'll give you an example. A company working somewhere in Thane, again, I won't name, and they are recycling or working on the waste created by discarded mobile phone, for example. I mean, This is very complicated or very, very advanced. And in that, one of the challenges that they face is that they have to see that the data that is stored in the mobile phone is first eliminated. So lot many challenges are there. Similarly, anything which involves copper wire or maybe other kinds of wire also. So there are different technologies which have been mentioned. Unfortunately, we don't have time, but we can and we must discuss what are the technology options for e-waste. But certainly it cannot go to landfill. Yeah.
I'm Nikhil Desai. I'm a retired engineer. I want to draw your attention to 3 points. If Indore, a small city, can win Swachhata Abhiyan Award for 6 consecutive years as #1 clean city, and Mumbai having 40,000 crore budget per year cannot manage its waste, it is not correct. All your slides and other things are just on academic thing. Practically you must do. Number 2 is other countries in the world convert the waste into energy so easily. We are unable to put one plant in Devnar or wherever we are dumping to convert this huge mountain. It has gone to 20 floor now, that mountain of waste. Why we can't burn and convert it into energy? It is available technology in the world since last so many years. So we are not interested, in fact, we are just interested in this paperwork and other things. And third is, if the single-use plastic is the cause of causing blockage in stormwater drains and it cannot be destroyed for 400 years and all we know all this, we must stop manufacturing single-use plastic, thinnest material plastic. What stops us? The government, if they are really serious, all these 3 steps should be taken. The waste should be converted into energy. The single-use plastic should stop.
Very, very pertinent questions. First of all, if Indore can achieve, why can't Mumbai achieve? No, see, there's no justification. Mumbai must achieve. Mumbai has got the resources and the highly qualified technical manpower also. Now, of course, at the same time, there are some challenges in the sense that Mumbai's density, the kind of slum population that Mumbai has, it throws a few challenges. And that by and large comes in the way of, then we have got a huge population, millions, etc. But still, I'm not justifying that. If Indore can achieve, Mumbai can also achieve. And one way it can achieve is the whole Mumbai solid waste management is mind-boggling. Break it down into zones. Break it down into wards, administrative ward. Even I will go to the extent of saying, consider the councillor's ward or corporator's ward as a unit. I think I've run out of time probably. So if that is done, then you can visualize the complete, Vengola model in each corporator's ward. So do it bottoms up. So approach has to be changed. As far as why we cannot achieve the energy conversion, one of the reasons is that solid waste management projects are not economically viable in the sense that they will pay for themselves. People have to pay the tipping fee. People have to pay for the waste to be processed. And if they have to pay to the MCGM. So yeah, there's a provision of law that users' fees must be levied. It must be collected, but people should also be able to pay. Single-use plastic, about that, yeah, there are rules. But again, last point from me, don't put everything on MCGM or the government. We are equal partners in solid waste management as waste generators. If we think in terms of not buying plastic bags, not using it ourselves gradually, and then there is a pressure from top also, we will be achieving better results. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Mr. Jain, Professor Bhave would like to add to your thing.
Yes, sir. I would like to make a point, as someone has pointed out. Yes, we cannot put a blame to the agencies always, because the agencies like MCGM or MMRDA or the bureaucrats and the politicians, yes, they are there. They have to make the arrangement, they have to make the provision, but we are an important stakeholders everywhere. And if we are not taking part into the system, if we are not going with them, the system fails. The problems which we have studied with Mr. Jain long back, 20 years back, it was mining the waste from the Devnar dumping ground. And it was not a research project. It was not an academic project. We have tried with real bhatti of 50,000 brick. We did make it. We have experimented in the lab. We did it. We have taken out. We have worked out the economics of it. In the market, if you are getting a brick for 2 rupees, we have seen to it that it should not go beyond 2 rupees. And then when you are making it, you are not getting a strength with that. The reason being, it's the waste material. Out of that, you have to screen it and take it out. Organics you have to remove. But after doing that, the system, because the Builders Association wanted to support, that research has not gone ahead. We all have to work together. When we all work together, the system is definitely going to improve and we can bring it up. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Can
Sir?
I add the point? Not a question.
Okay, we'll keep it
BMC
quick.
is really giving a very good thrust on the reducing the waste, the biodegradable, making into compost, and that is reducing the lot of the transport and everything. And it's a good initiative, but I think you need to put a system into the quality control of this waste must be really managed or controlled, because these composts, our studies from waste to energy shows that there are a lot of toxic elements and the heavy metals, and they can't afford to go them to the Indian agriculture. So please don't, in wholesome, do the composting and push it to the agriculture as a fertilizer. Thank you.
Hi, just one point that when we are talking about waste management, right now I'm just seeing that we are using single-use plastic bottles on our table. So I think to start with, when you're having a lecture on that, I think we should be having glass bottles or just eliminate this from any government organization function that you all have. Thanks.
That is a great suggestion. Thank you so much, sir. Time is pressing, so we need to...
One second. Sir, can't we issue some bonds like we are doing in carbon credit or something? And that could be traded in exchanges.
There is a carbon potential, definitely. The carbon market has also picked up again. It can be done, but that cannot be the sole resource. See, ultimately, the financial strengths of the municipal corporations has to be improved. And if the bonds are to be floated, some kind of market bonds are to be floated, that is always, allowed based on your own credit rating per se. Carbon points is like a bonus.
No, to encourage this solid waste management, a bond on solid waste management. To the societies, to the industries. And that can be traded on the exchanges.
Yeah, it can be done.
Yeah. Thank
you. We request Shri Ajit Kumar Jain to be there on dais only. We would like to present a memento. May I request Mr. Shantanu Kulkarni, Director, Liveworks Tech Private Limited, to please hand over the memento. Now we begin with the technical session 2, Modern Technology in Road Construction, White Toppings. Now we invite Dr. Vishal R. Thombre, Executive Engineer, Department of Roads, Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, that's BMC, to give a presentation on modern technology in road construction, white toppings.
Good morning, one and all. Respected Engineer Rahul Shivale Sahab, Member of Parliament, respected US Consulate, respected all seniors, Mr. Nashikar, our Deputy Municipal Commissioner from BMC, and all dignitaries and delegates sitting in the conference hall. I will be talking on roads, which is the talk of town. Everyone talk of roads, potholes and all that. But what we are doing in BMC, I will just show you how we are tackling with these challenges in Mumbai. Well, Mumbai, we are having area of 437 square kilometers. In this, as we all know that Mumbai is a reclaimed land. There were 7 islands and thus how Mumbai is formed. In Mumbai, as far as BMC is concerned, we are having a road network of 2,055 kilometers of roads. Apart from BMC, we are having roads which are owned by MMRDA, MSRDC, PWD, Mahada, Mumbai Port Trust and even private layouts. Out of these 2,055 kilometers, we had concreted about 984 kilometers till last year. Every year we are just adding concrete roads, and to be very honest, we are the first metropolitan city in the country who has such many of concrete roads well in city. These are a few activities which are carried out under Chief Engineer Roads and Traffic Department. We improved roads which comes under development plan. Then we maintain roads and wherever there are bus routes, then widening of roads, improvement of footpaths. Then these are the various methodologies where we improve roads either by asphaltification, mastification, interlocking pier blocks. Now we have reduced that, concretization and new technology, thin and ultra thin white topping. We are having our own batch mix plant which is located in Worli. Apart from that, we are having our own traffic department who are responsible for designing signals, dividers, zebra crossing, etc. To guide our road department, way back in 2004, a standard technical advisory committee was formed under chairmanship of late Mr. Mirani. Now, Mr. S.R. Tambe, retired principal secretary, he is the chairman of STAC, which we call a STAC committee. Mr. Nasikar is also one of the members sitting among us. The main aim of this committee, they are very highly intellectual engineers in this committee. Some are from IIT Mumbai, some are from CRRI, New Delhi, retired Deputy Municipal Commissioner, Chief Engineer, MMRDA. The basic aim of this committee is to guide BMC engineers to how to go about roads, where we have to emphasize on quality control, quality assurance. This committee has given us 80 recommendations. Even this committee has come up with books of quality control, quality assurance, and whenever any material, new material comes, any new technology comes, then it is research in lab. We are doing some experimenting in lab. It is kept under observation and we put forth to our STAC committee, and STAC committee goes through it, and then whenever they gives us green signal, then we move for that particular technology. As Mr. Jain was saying, use of plastic. Yes, sir, we had already used waste plastic in pavements way back in 2008. And now it's a regular practice for using waste plastic in bitumen road. Apart from this, STAC committee also guide us wherever there is any challenges, any issues, they are always with us. So we always follow STAC guidelines. Well, this is how the load distribution is done. In case of asphalt road, it is just like a point road, whereas in case of concrete pavement or in case of rigid pavement, basically there are two types of pavement. One is flexible pavement, another is rigid pavement, and third is composite pavement, which is combination of both. In case of rigid pavement, we have a more area of load distribution. Nowadays, we are slowly converting all asphalt pavement into concrete. I will give you the reason in forthcoming slides. Why we are doing concreting in Mumbai. These are the few reasons. There are many more. As we know, Mumbai is a reclamation of 7 islands. Yes, Mumbai receives very heavy rainfall. It varies from 2,500 mm to 3,500 mm every year. And in some days, within 24 hours or within 48 hours, it receives 20 to 30% of total rainfalls. Then water table in Mumbai is very high because we are surrounded with sea. Due to this vicinity of sea, even whenever we are doing construction of pavement, even after 500 mm, whenever we excavate even 500 mm, we come across water table in some pockets. Geological topographic limits coupled with old development affecting surface runoff. In Mumbai, all types of traffic loads are applying, whether it's in single axle, double axle, tandem axle, or multi-axle. So all types of axle loads are applying on Mumbai roads. Looking to these above reasons, asphalt pavement is designed for a particular standard axle road. A comprehensive program for concreting of major roads was taken way back in 1989. And from 1989, we are just slowly converting asphalt road into concrete road. We are using all modern technologies. Recently, we had invited one tender of concrete roads. The cost of this tender is 5,800 crores. In that, one of the conditions is that the concrete road shall be built with slip-form pavers. Due to some challenges, right now we are using fixed-form pavers because we come across manholes at every 15 to 30 meters. So wherever there is possible, we will be using slip-form pavers in Mumbai. This is just typical cross-section of concrete road. Whenever we are constructing roads, we just excavate everything. Then we put different layers, whether it is GSB, wet mix macadam. If it is bitumen, then dense bitumen macadam and bituminous concrete. In case of concrete roads, we having GSB, wet mix macadam, DLC, and PQC, pavement quality concrete. Now this is the cross section of concrete pavement. At both the ends, we are having stormwater drain to cater the rain. In city areas, the stormwater drain is at central, whereas in suburbs, we are having below the footpath. Well, these are few advantages of concrete roads. Yes, it is having very long life. We can say 20 to 35 years. Even Marine Drive, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Road, it has last for 70 years. So it has so long life if we construct pavements with concrete. Very low maintenance. You can see wherever BMC has constructed concrete roads, there are no potholes. We can say it's pothole free technology. Low life cycle cost. Now I will compare with asphalt pavement. Asphalt pavement, the life of asphalt pavement ranges from 10 to 12 years. And we have to do repetitive maintenance for asphalt pavement, whether it is a pothole, whether it is settlement, whether it is then rutting. After every 7 to 8 years, either we have to do overlay or we have to construct new pavement in asphalt. But in case of concrete road, since the life is more than 30 to 40 years, there are no potholes. So if we consider life cycle cost, it is cheaper as compared to another technologies. Whenever we are driving our vehicle during night time, due to its white color or gray color, we get more refraction, more light. Whenever we construct any road, any pavement, whether it's an asphalt, whether it's in concrete, we develop whole area. We address street furniture, we address footpath, we address central median, we develop islands as per the instruction of government. Now we are beautifying entire Mumbai. So we, whenever we take any construction of any pavement, we develop whole area instead of that particular pavement. Now we'll come to today's topic, white topping. These are some problems which we face in India. It's not that only Mumbai is having potholes, everywhere there are potholes, only we have to address this pothole in scientific way. What are the reasons why there are potholes, why this asphalt road gets deteriorated within few years? So these are the reasons: improper subgrade, then improper surface and subsurface drainage. We having water mains which are laid by Britishers 100, 150 years before. Now slowly they are deteriorating and water is coming out. So there is a scoring action below the ground. So BMC has taken a program to replace all these water mains and we had replaced it. Leakages in underground water mains and wet utilities. We are dealing with 42 utility agencies, whether it is an optical fibers, high tension wires, our own water mains, sewer mains. Total there are 42 utility agencies. Water logging is there, as we know that Mumbai is having saucer shape. So even in some portion of Mumbai, it is below mean sea level. So whenever there is rain, and at the same time, if there is an high tide, water is stagnated on that particular pavement. And as we know that whenever water is on that particular pavement, and if traffic is flying on that particular pavement, then your asphalt pavement gets disturbed. Increase in traffic density and axle loads, frequent cuts on pavement for utilities. Every year, utility agencies, they cut road about 500 kilometers. Now we have also come with solution. We are going to construct a separate utility duct on both the sides of pavement, so that whatever utilities will be coming, they will be on this separate duct. So these utility persons, whenever they have to repair or whenever they have to lay new cable, they will not excavate the existing pavement. They will go into that duct, they will repair and they will come out. So our main carriageway will be safe. So this is the current practice. Whenever there is a pothole, we just cut that pothole into a square or rectangle shape. Then we fill that pothole with cold mix, because during rain, it's not possible to address pothole with hot mix. If there are a number of potholes, then we just do overlay. So this is the normal practice which we follow. Apart from this, we do continuous research work to address all these problems. Recently, we had addressed this pothole with rapid hardening concrete. So this year, we got very good results. Wherever we had filled with rapid hardening concrete, the potholes were intact. Even we had tried geopolymer concrete. Geopolymer concrete is a material which doesn't require any curing. So after filling with geopolymer concrete, we can open for traffic even within 2 hours. So continuous research is going on in BMC, and with the guidance of TAC, we move further. Ultra thin white topping, or conventional white topping. White topping is nothing but it is an asphalt overlay which is built on existing bituminous pavement. As I told you that whenever we construct road, we just excavate everything and we put different layer. In this technology, we are not excavating anything, because as traffic are plying on this particular road, the below layers are consolidated. We use this residential strength for this topping. We are not excavating, we are just milling the existing asphalt pavement. On this existing mill, we put M60 grade of concrete and we open for traffic after 7 days. So this is the fastest technology which we had implemented when Engineer Rahul Shivale sir was there in BMC. Under his guidance, we had started this technology in way back 2005-2006. They are divided into 2 groups, thin white topping and ultra thin white topping. It differs only in thicknesses. When the thickness is less than or equal to 100 mm, 4 inch, then we term as white topping, ultra thin white topping. And if the thickness is between 100 mm and 200 mm, then we term as thin white topping. This is the typical cross section of white topping. On the existing pavement, we just mill it and we put the layer. Advantages of ultra thin white topping: reduced thickness. We are putting only 4 inch to 6 inch on top of existing pavement. Fast track construction. Whenever we improve road for at least 500 mm or 700 mm, it takes 3 to 4 months. But in this technology, we just mill the existing bituminous asphalt, we put M60 grade of concrete, within 7 days we open for traffic. So we are calling as fast track construction. In some cases, we had opened after 72 hours. The days to come, we are working on pre-stressed concrete panels. So we will be manufacturing these panels in casting yard. We'll bring this panel on our particular site, we'll just fix it, and within one night, one road will be constructed. So we are working on pre-stressed precast concrete panel. This is the future of our country. Reduced maintenance, ultra thin white topping UTWT is same as that of concrete road. No potholes will be seen on this particular technology. Cost effective as compared to asphalt overlay, because after every 5 to 7 years, we have to put one overlay. But once we put this layer of M60 grade of concrete, it will last minimum 20 years. Why we are milling? To have a better bond between two different material, concrete and asphalt. Due to this, whatever stresses are coming on that particular layer, it reduces. Before doing this technology, we had to do some field test, lab test. These are the concrete mix which we had to use. We are using flash, we are using metacooling, we are using microsilica. Now we will be using waste tire rubbers, which we normally throw into dumping yards and which is dangerous for human health if we burn that particular tire. That waste tires now we'll be using in pavements in the form of aggregates, coarse aggregates or fibers. These rubber aggregates, we have done all the research work in laboratory, now we'll be using in field. Ultimately, we'll be saving our Mother Earth. Our aim is to recycle the material and to use waste material in concrete so that we can save natural resources. Well, construction methodology in BMC, we are having planning engineers who visit each and every RMC plant. We are having our own specification. If that RMC plant, ready-mix concrete plant, suffices our specifications, then and then we approved that particular RMC plant. So whoever is supervising construction site, our site engineer or building engineer, he is rest assured that whatever concrete is coming on his site, it is of approved quality, it is of best quality. If that particular RMC plant is not suffice specification, then we suggest, and then whenever they comply with our points, then and then we approve that particular RMC plant. So there are number of quality checks which our BMC engineers go through it. Joints, in case of concrete pavement, we are having joints after 3.5 to 4.5 meters, but in case of white topping, we are cutting after 1 meter. The reason behind that, whenever any vehicle is plying on that particular pavement, two tires are on two different panels. So whatever the loads are coming, it is distributed on wide area. Since this technology was new, so we had done number of experiments. During concreting, we had embedded different instruments, whether it is in the thermocouples, strain gauge. These are the instruments which we had embedded during construction of UTWT. This is the strain gauge. Whenever we do concreting, immediately we cover that concrete either with chemical curing, membrane curing, so that we can maintain moisture content into that particular concrete. As we all know, we are using high grade of concrete, high grade of cements. It has large heat of hydration. To address that, immediately we had to do curing. Cutting is done immediately after 5 to 6 hours. This is ultra thin white topping. The thickness is hardly 100 mm. In 2006, purposely we had selected this site because near this site there is Hindustan Petroleum, Bharat Petroleum refineries are there. So heavy truck loads are plying on this particular pavement. Heavy axle loads are plying on this particular pavement. So we are having lots of data. We can even reduce thickness of ultra thin white topping further. By reducing this thickness, we can save time, we can save money. For the very first time, we had used radar, ground penetration radar. Since we are just milling and we are putting this concrete layer to know the bond between these two layers. In engineering, we assume something, then we calculate whether that calculation is within permissible limit, then we go for thickness. But since this technology was new, we had taken each and every parameters. We had done instrumentation, we had done non-destructive testing, even we had done this radar. Even whenever these concrete trucks are coming, we are having VTS system to monitor this system. Even to address potholes, we are having Voice of Mumbai. There is a software to cater this system. This radar test we had done after 2 years, and till date we had found that there is a perfect bond between asphalt and concrete. Due to this, whatever stresses are coming, they are reduced. Culling stresses are reduced. White topping is a technology which should be used in city like Mumbai, where there is a heavy rain, where there are utilities all over the cities. These technologies requires less time, less cost. It is cheaper, around about 25 to 30% cheaper than any other technology. Ultra-thin white topping is used all over India. We had started this technology. Now people has adopted this technology. BMC engineers, they do lots of research, and we are back up with stack committee. And whatever we face challenges, we overcome that challenges, and that is a lesson for us. For next incident, we do all the rectification. To add to it, this year we had constructed soak tanks, we have constructed holding tanks. So this year, Mumbai has not faced any flooding issues. These are the research work what we are doing. Even for decongestion of traffic, we are constructing coastal road. As we are having Eastern Freeway, we are having Western Freeway, that is coastal road. Even in that coastal road, we are using latest technology. We are using monopile, we are using staccato system, we are using tunnels which are highest in the country diameter, which is 12.19. Which is below the sea. That is also first time in India we are constructing tunnel below the sea. We are coming with sewage treatment plant. We are coming with joining eastern and western suburb by Mulund-Goregaon link road. So there are number of projects. Mumbai is upgrading. After 2025, Mumbai will be different. We are having even MMRD is constructing metro, MTHL projects, coastal road. So there are all infrastructures coming in Mumbai, and Mumbai will be changing very soon. Thank you so much, organizers, for giving me a chance to share my knowledge. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Since time is pressing, we will have only one question.
How you address the polishing characteristic of the pavement, particularly white topping, will have a smooth polishing surface characteristic after a few years. Because slipping will occur, accident will increase, speed will increase suddenly, uncontrolling. Even the wear and tear tires are there. So a lot of accidents are reported in white topping. How this can be addressed?
Polishing of aggregates, because normally this polishing of aggregate comes after 20 to 25 years. Basically, white topping is it is an rehabilitational technique. We are not constructing new road. We are just retrofitting that existing pavement. We are just increasing the structural capacity of that existing pavement. Regarding skidding, for anti-skidding, we are just brooming the existing concrete pavement so that during rain, the two-wheelers or four-wheelers, they will not skid because we are providing surface structure on the top of that surface. Secondly, joints. Regarding joints, only in this technology we had to address joints after 7 to 8 years by filling this joint with polysulfide material. To minimize even this maintenance cost after 7 to 8 years, we can cut these joints with 3 to 4 mm diamond cutters so that there is no need of filling these joints. I don't think so. After 14 years, we are not come across with any accidents or anything. So since this technology is new, we are just learning and we are just going further. Thank you.
Facing the problem in Bangalore, in specific, the slippery of the roads after 3 years.
In Bangalore, I have not seen that road. Certainly, I will see that road. One reason might be brooming. Brooming should be done meticulously because brooming, it acts as an anti-skidding. So if brooming is done properly, surface structure is done properly, then this problem will not arise. Thank you.
Construction demolition waste in the city is not being taken care properly. You dump it anywhere, roadsides and including the University of Mumbai grounds. I don't see a single unit in the city for pulverization of that so that it will be recycled or reused, that is one. I don't know ASTM kind of flash which is being, the trucks are queued up at every thermal power station. Who is ensuring that ASTM type of flash going for construction, because one has to be very careful about it. Third observation is that during all this work all along the roadside in the city of Mumbai, heavily populated, and we have seen at the Marine Drive, no enough good mechanisms has been established by constructions, the engineers there, so that the dust emissions can be prevented going into the houses of people staying around or along the roadside. Thank you.
Well, to answer your question, we are using class F fly ash, which is a process fly ash, which is a byproduct of thermal power plant, as you rightly said. IS code has given different classes, class C, class F. So for concrete roads particularly, we are using class F fly ash. Secondly, we are using microsilica, which is again a byproduct of silicon industries.
Do we ensure that there is not even traces of radioisotope in that flash when it goes for constructions in the brick makings and house constructions? IEA doesn't allow fly ash to go into the constructions, please. Take into considerations. And in 80s that we considered this issue, how to do disposal of the fly ash. And so the construction, the brick making or bunding in the farms was not permitted. Slowly over the years, it has been allowed to go into construction. I'm really surprised as a nuclear scientist that how you ensure there are no traces of radioisotopes like holmium, which is very carcinogenic. So you ensure the mechanism that is free from radio traces. Are you taking help of BRC to ensure that the fly ash passing through, ensuring that there is no radio traces?
Just address your last point. Regarding C&D waste, we are in talk with different companies where they are ready to take C&D waste, construction and debris, and from this they are going to manufacture pure blocks and Ciporex blocks. Very soon we'll come with policy to use this C&D waste compulsory. It will be mandatory in construction industry. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thanks.
May I now request Mr. Sainath Rajadhyaksha, Working President, BMC Engineers Union, to please come up on stage and hand over the memento to Dr. Vishal Tomre. Now we invite Mr. Vishwas Shankarwar, Deputy Municipal Commissioner, Zone 5, MCGM, to please come up on stage as we would like to present a memento to you, sir. And to hand over the memento, I request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to please come up on stage. I would like to invite Mr. Jayant Nashikkar, Stack Committee member, to please come up on stage as we would like to present a special memento to you. Now it's time to begin session 3, which is CEO Roundtable. The topic is Challenges of Making Mumbai a World-Class City. Our speakers are Mr. Amit Gosain, Managing Director, Kone Elevator India and South Asia. He will be our moderator. Mr. Hafiz Contractor, eminent architect, Mr. Rajan Bandelkar, President, Naredco, and Mr. Masood Malik, Chief Executive Officer, RE Sustainability Limited. I request all our speakers to please come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome our next speakers for CEO Roundtable.
Good morning. The crowd seems to be in a good tempo. So firstly, let me just congratulate Mr. Rahul Shivale and of course Mr. Ramamurthy. I think you have really done a great job in organizing this seminar before COVID and now after COVID. Again, you can see the crowd back in complete action. I was a part of your last discussion as well, and a lot of things came out, but unfortunately COVID hit and things were changing. But I'm sure we'll have a great time today and a lot of things will come out. Secondly, of course, I asked Ramamurthy, who are the panelists, and can I have an introduction? He said, when I give you the names, you actually need not have an introduction because you'll know all of them. So that was one of the things I said, thank you. And when I actually saw the names, I said, I know all of them. Let me not even read about anything. But we still have an introduction. Let me start with me. My name is Amit Gusai. I'm the Managing Director for India and South Asia for Kone Elevators India. We're the largest elevator company, manufacturing company in India. We have a factory in Chennai that is putting all efforts to make sustainable green elevators. So that's the thing. And we have a capacity of about 200 elevators per day. And let me now start introducing the main thing, the panelist, Mr. Hafiz Contractor. I'll start with the architect, who's a Padma Bhushan. 2016, of course, a very celebrated person. You all know him. And he's done a lot of skyscrapers in what you see, very stylish, environmentally friendly. I know you've done the 42 Chaurangi. Do you know the highest skyscraper in India is actually not in Mumbai? It's in Calcutta right now. Of course, Mumbai will have it very, very soon. We'll probably break the record, but the highest is 42 Chaurangi in Calcutta, if I'm not wrong. I know this because I've been to that building many times. It happens to have our elevators as well, and I think a very uniquely designed project. But of course, the Twin Towers in Mumbai is another project that you've done, which is fantastic. Wonderful building again, and many, many buildings. Then we've got Mr. Rajan Bandelkar, Chairman of Naredco. He's also very, very well known. Of course, Director of Ronak Group as well. I think you've got some 5 million square feet of projects that you've done. Quite a while ago, we met in one of the virtual conferences, and he's known as an out-of-box thinker. So we have to really see and get a lot of out-of-box thinking here today. Then we have Mr. Masood Malik, one of the largest sustainable companies, Resustainability, is the CEO there. You employ about 20,000 people. I know this company because I worked in solid waste management with you when it was a different name. But one of the largest, I think, solid waste management companies in India and now spread in many countries as well. So with that, I actually have a list of questions from you, but I'd just turn it around and make it simpler because the audience would like to hear what Mumbai has to do. So I'll make just very, very simply, and anybody can start first. What are the 5 or 3 things each I'd like to have on what Mumbai needs to be, what we need to do in Mumbai? One, can it be a most livable city? Okay, and I'll give you some facts. There is Singapore. I don't want to compare with Shanghai. I've been to Shanghai many times because I don't think we can compare. I think we can compare to Singapore in a way. Same GDP, that's why I want to compare it. Population is about 4 times in Mumbai. And another big thing is they've got about the same area. We've got about 700 square kilometers, and Singapore's got about 720 square kilometers. So similar thing, but 4 times the population. And can Mumbai become the most livable city? If it can, what are the 3 things each of you would suggest can be done so that, I think we can capture them and maybe take them into account. And I'll get to the how later. So we'll start with Mr. Hafiz Contractor.
I think, what you just said about Singapore, okay? Look at Singapore, what it was in 1960s. Look at Mumbai, what it was in 1960s, okay? What Singapore has done, how much of reclamation Singapore has done, what kind of policies Singapore has proposed. The biggest problem for Mumbai is that we have been just talking and saying the premier city, the commercial capital, but we are not seeing what is happening around the world. We are just keeping on saying that we are the premier city. We have lost that position long time back. Look at 60s. What was Mumbai? What were the other cities of India? We had the best airport, or we had the international airport. Everybody wanting to go and see Agra also, he has to land in Mumbai, stay in Mumbai and then go. Today, we have lost that position. Now there are so many airports, so we can't just say that we had that, international airport. Second, in that time, we had power, where most of the cities had no power. They were black by evening. We had power. We had telephone. We had water. And what we did, we are the most foolish people. Sorry to say, there are ministers and everybody, but I'm saying it again. We are the most foolish people. There is a very good saying in Gujarati, Pagma kuwari maro. I don't know where everybody understands Gujarati or not. You take an axe and put it on your own. What we did? Why did the IT industry went away from Mumbai? People wanted to set up their IT industries over here. But we, like foolish people, made a law that no office buildings will be allowed in the city of Mumbai. Do you know that there was a law like that? No. Does anybody else know that there was a law like that? The biggest trouble is that you make any law in an urban area, the results come out after the earliest result come out in 5 years. No, not in 5 years. It'll be taking 10 to 15 years. And by the time you realize what is happening, the guy who has made the law is gone. So that we made that law. The IT industry went to Bangalore. Bangalore, there were nothing. There were only small houses. People started sitting in the houses and started their practice. IT industry was pushed. We literally kicked them from Mumbai. Now, everything, if you look at it, we are our biggest enemies. We are creating laws which are completely against our city. We are an island city. Everyone is talking about 430 square kilometers. Yes, it's 430 square kilometers, out of which 100 square kilometers goes off in Sanjay Gandhi National Park. 10 square kilometers goes off in Godrej, mangroves. Another some 30, 40 goes off in railway land and army land and all that. Finally, you are left with only 100 square kilometers. What is the population? 12 million, 13 million, 14 million. I can't even put a tab on what is the population of Mumbai because every census says everything. What is left? If you look at it, you take the population and you take the area and forget about that you're going to have any hospitals, schools, parks, nothing. Divide your population. Say that, you're going to give so many square feet also. What is the FSI coming to? According to my calculation, it comes to about 8 or 9. But our city fathers, if my wife is going to have a kid and I have a 1-bedroom house or at least I will say, bhai, let us make a new cot or something like that. Our city fathers don't think about that. People are coming. Where are they going to stay? Forget it. What about FSI? No, we can't increase the FSI because everybody thinks that if the FSI is increased, it will benefit builders. No, it is not going to benefit builders. It is going to benefit, yes, the builder will benefit for the first few months, but afterwards it is going to benefit the general people. Today, we are saying, more than 50% of our people are staying in slums. Why? We are not having any policies for social housing. Now we are talking about social housing. And that also, our politicians should be forceful and say, we have to do it. We have to do it. We don't have that guts to make proper laws because we are thinking, what will the media print tomorrow? That is what you all are afraid of. Don't be afraid of that. Make the right policy which is going to be for the future. But you politicians are not forceful. We have ruined our city by making foolish laws. The last development control rule. What is it? You are killing your people. We are the most expensive, city in the, I would say, in whole of India. Our FSI, how much of premiums you are asking? If you even go and compare those premiums with New York, Tokyo, and they also will be shocked. The amount of premiums that you are asking, I am even ashamed to say the figure. When we had proper laws, basements, everything, in 82, when I used to go to Delhi, I used to go to Chennai, everybody used to, oh, Bombay se aaya. Bombay se mein kitna FSI? This. And I used to say like this. I used to say, oh, we can make 2 basements. We can go out of our building perimeter and make. And we approached the Gurgaon government and it said, you should make laws like that, you should do like this, you should do like that. They have gone forward. And what we have done? We have gone backward because we only want to make money. Don't say hope. It is a fact. See, just because I'm an architect and I've been always saying increase FSI to the amount of people that you are having. You have to house your people. You have to get your housing policies on with your earning capacity. You can't just say that you are the most expensive city. That's a disgrace. A person should be able to buy a house. Today, we are not making policies which are worth it. We are talking about how to make Mumbai, comparing it with Shanghai and all that. What laws they are making? We are destroying the laws that we have made. We don't have public spaces. Whatever we have also, we do not encourage any public spaces. Whatever good laws we had, we destroyed that. Yesterday also, our Honorable Chief Minister said, you should make iconic buildings. Why are we talking only of iconic buildings? Change your laws. Let each and every building be a proper and a nice looking building. You should immediately change all your DC rules. I have been giving petitions after petitions after petitions after petitions. And I should say it again to each and every chief minister, each and every chief secretary, urban secretary. Everybody says, yes, we will look into it. Yes, we will look into it. Thank God. This is the first chief minister who has said, we will do it. Okay? And he is also publicly saying that he will do it. So, the first and foremost thing for Mumbai is we have to change laws. And another thing which is very, very, very important. In your company, do you make the laws for your company or somebody else makes the laws for your company? Just answer yes or no. We make it. You make it. Nah? For our city, most of the most important laws, no. We don't make it. Delhi makes it. Nagpur makes it. Okay? Then how the hell are you going to progress? We are talking about Western Express Highway and the free. We were lucky that when Mr. Devendra Fadnavis was the chief minister, okay, and the center, with his influence, the coastal road got. We have been talking about coastal road since 1959, when none of the other cities in the whole of India even had a ring road. Today, Ahmedabad has ring road 1, ring road 2. Hyderabad was only 2 roads, road number 1 and road number 2. Today what it has? And what do we have? Nothing. So, you should say, you should catch hold of all the politicians and say, get up from your bloody sleep. CRZ, every time you have to go. We are an island city. For us, the CRZ law has to be a different. It is that, on the coast where you can build more. We have said, no, you have to build less. Each and every other city, all the river sides, everything is developed. Why they are allowed? Why not Mumbai? It's a tragic situation, and I'm telling you, first of all, every politician, I make a request. When you say, Jai Maharashtra, Jai Hind, first start saying, Jai Mumbai.
Very apt. I think everybody is enjoying your talk and very relevant. So, one thing is we know the history. I'd like Naredko, chairman now, if you can tell us, maybe from your point of view, what are 3 things? Now, there's a lot of history to Mumbai and policies. What are the 3 things that we need to do for Mumbai?
First of all, I would request all of you to give a real round of applause to Hafiz because let me tell you, sitting on this place and talking like this, probably I might be hearing the first person. I don't know whether you people have heard or not. Otherwise, we come here and talk only good things. Because we know कि next day हमारे को भी जाने के बाद हमको पता है कि राहुल शेवाड़े जी को भी मिलना है. अगर राहुल शेवाड़े जी के सामने बैठ के अगर हम कुछ बात करेंगे या कोई ऑफिसर 4 बैठे हैं, मुझे कल जाके फाइल लेना है. नहीं, फिर भी हम लोग नहीं बात करते. बट इन्होंने बात करने के वजह से, because he is the one person I really little bit beg to differ you on today. Why I will tell you today? Because today we have a chief minister and a deputy chief minister who are probably the best 2 politicians which our state could have got any time, who are accessible. You convince them, they immediately give orders and deliver.
I said that.
Yeah. So now the onus is on us you and me, we should come together. Let's prepare a paper, because what sir is telling exactly right. See, because now I am the national president, I have to visit all states and all cities. I will tell you, it's a real shame for us to tell that we live in Mumbai. Because if you see the infrastructure, you go to Noida. Noida is today, in real estate, if you ask, the most cursed city would be Noida. But if you see the infrastructure there, you see, go and see Gurgaon, you go and see Hyderabad. Bangalore has become worst. But these cities, even I will tell you, I was in Raipur. You can't imagine, they have such a big road, sir. उधर सिर्फ झाड़ी है, गाड़ी भी नहीं है, पब्लिक नहीं है, लोग नहीं है, लेकिन रोड इतने बड़े बनाए हैं ना, you can't imagine. मतलब उन्होंने पहले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना दिया है. हमारे यहाँ पे क्या है कि पहले पब्लिक आती है. And sir, Rahul Shewale sir, one thing I will tell you very honestly, what our politicians are. Pardon me for saying this. हाफिज जी ने थोड़ी हिम्मत दी इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ. क्या होता है? You people think of votes. Stop thinking of votes. आप काम करो, आपको वोट मिलेगा. क्या होता है कि अगर एक बिल्डिंग रास्ते में आती है, वो तोड़ने का है, तो उसको वहां पे लगता है कि नहीं, हमारे लोग रह रहे हैं यार, हमारे मतदार है. प्लीज माय फोल्डेड एंड रिक्वेस्ट, क्या होगा कि वो बिल्डिंग के 50 लोगों का वोट नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन उसके वजह से जो रास्ता बनाना 5000 वोट आपको मिलेगा. इट्स अ फैक्ट. बिकॉज थैंक्स फॉर हिम टेलिंग मी, आई ऑलवेज थिंक ऑफ आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. इंस्टेड ऑफ आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स, जिधर गर्दी है तो मैं बोला उल्टे रास्ते से चले जाओ, तो ये जैसे रास्ते से जाने के पहले वहां से जल्दी पहुंच जाए, थोड़ा रास्ता लंबा होता है. सो दिस इज अ रियल फैक्ट. बिकॉज अगर लगता है किसी आदमी को, समझो मेरी बिल्डिंग है, मेरा नुकसान हो रहा है, यू कॉम्पेंसेट मी समवेयर एल्स. बिकॉज यू कैन आस्क हुएर द ऑफिसर्स हु हैव डेल्ट विद मी. आई डोंट गो आउट ऑफ the four corners of wall. उसके अंदर जितना भी एडजस्ट करने का है, try and see to it that, because I have to be also in the market to compete with other developers. Second thing, what was very important, see, हमको बिल्डर लोगों को है ना, बिल्डर लोगों को लोग जैसे बिल्डर बोले ना, तो सामने वाले के मुंह पे एकदम वो बत्ती सी स्माइल आ जाती है. हालांकि उसको पता नहीं कि हम क्या करते हैं. मैंने तो लोगों को बोला है कि मैं आपको प्लॉट देता हूँ, पैसे भी देता हूँ, सब कुछ देता हूँ, अप्रूवल लेके एक बिल्डिंग बना के दिखाओ, आप बोलो मैं हार जाएंगे. क्योंकि बिल्डर को बिल्डिंग बनाते तक है ना, उसका बिल्डिंग का उसी आवे ना, तो उसको तब तक उसको नानी रोज हर टाइम नानी याद आती रहती है. ये हालत है अप्रूवल लेते हो. उसके लिए भी once again we are only responsible because we don't know. Because I tell each and everyone who is our Chief Election Commissioner today, nobody would know who is the Chief Election Commissioner. शेवाळे साहेब, आपण पॉलिटिक्स मध्ये आहात तरी तुम्हाला कदाचित माहित नसणार कोण चीफ इलेक्शन कमिशनर आहे ऑल इंडियाचा. पण तेच मी टीएन सेशन कोण आहे म्हटलं ना, प्रत्येक जण म्हणतील हो आपले चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर होते. व्हाट आई मीन टू से इज दैट इट इज ऑन अवर इटसेल्फ. आज मैं जितने भी लोगों को बोलता हूं कि रोटी कपड़ा और मकान एक मूलभूत सुविधा है जो हम डेवलपर देते हैं. एंड वी आर वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट इंडस्ट्री विच इज अ रेवेन्यू अर्नर. और एक आदमी की बोलते हैं ना लाइफ की इंपॉर्टेंट ड्रीम है. ठीक है, हमारे में से पहले लोगों ने कुछ भी गलत किया होगा, वो 2 चीज बोलने की जगह 10 बोले और 10 बोल के दिया एक ही, ये हालत थी. लेकिन अब रेरा आ गया, चेंज हो गया, बहुत सिचुएशन चेंज हुआ है. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी ऑल पॉलिटिशियन एंड डेवलपर्स, इफ वी बोथ कम together once again, जो हफीज जी बोल रहे हैं, why हफीज जी hasn't told directly, I will tell you what he means to say. आज फॉर एग्जाम्पल ट्विन टावर नोएडा में टूटी, उसके वजह से क्या हुआ कि बाकी सब लोगों को, जो भी ऑफिसर अप्रूव करेगा उसको भी फर्क पड़ेगा, जो डेवलपर है वो भी करने के लिए 10 दफे सोचेगा. आज तक कोई बिल्डिंग तोड़ी नहीं, लेकिन फर्स्ट टाइम तो टूटी है. आई वॉज द वन हु वेलकम दैट मूल. हालांकि सब लोग उल्टा बोल रहे थे, मैं बोला नहीं, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि इसके वजह से क्या हुआ कि डेवलपर भी सुधर जा रहा है, ऑफिसर भी सुधर जा रहा है. उसको भी पता है कि डेवलपर को भी मुझे आज अप्रूवल मिल रहा है, कुछ गलत मिल रहा है तो मुझे गलत नहीं लेना है, क्योंकि मैं गलत ले लूंगा तो कल ट्विन टावर एक टूटी है तो मेरी भी टूट सकती है. एंड कमिंग टू योर पॉइंट, सर, आई बेग टू डिफर. वी डोंट वांट टू मेक इट अ वर्ल्ड क्लास सिटी, वी वांट टू मेक इट अ लिवेबल सिटी. लिवेबल सिटी मतलब द पीपल शुड बी very happy.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, of course, you are all the time.
No, just one second. Look at how each and every city in India have improved. Look at Bangalore, from airport to the city, what the first impression what the guy gets when somebody comes from out of town. Look at Hyderabad. Look at what sir said, about another, every city. Look at Mumbai. It's a bloody disgrace. Okay, now I will go back to one of my another incident. There was a minister and he was in, I don't know what ministry he had. I'm talking about some 15-20 years back. And I said, sir, you must do this, because I was doing a university for him somewhere away from Nagpur. So he, with a big smile, said, mere ko to ye rasta malum hi nahi hai. Because sir, idhar, idhar se idhar jaane ka नहीं, मेरे को तो मालूम ही नहीं. He was a minister, huh? So he says, मेरे को तो रास्ता हमारे घर से, sorry, I'm saying in Hindi a little bit what he said. I know रास्ता up to VT station और I know रास्ता up to airport. मेरे को दूसरा कोई भी रास्ता मुंबई का मालूम नहीं है. And he is a minister who is governing Mumbai. The other problem with Mumbai is that most of the ministers don't even know anything about Mumbai. They are from interiors of Maharashtra. They run every Friday, Saturday to that constituency. Okay? Hell with Mumbai. Milk Mumbai. But hell with Mumbai. This is what the whole situation is. Okay, so you must have somebody who is, his heart is throbbing for Mumbai. Unless and until you have somebody like that, nothing is going to happen.
So,
because their heart is throbbing. I'm talking to you and my heart is throbbing for somebody else. What will I do? I'll say, okay. See you tomorrow, sir. That is what is happening of Mumbai.
Okay, I just have another panelist to go. So we have a very important question for him. Can you tell us, there is a lot of waste and waste management required for Mumbai. I won't say world-class livable, but how do we clean up the waste and what do you think should be the process of doing that?
Thank you. I think when we talk about civic infrastructure, for better or worse, एक हायरार्की है उसके अंदर भी. मतलब बिजली पे शुरू होता है, उसके बाद काफी नीचे गिरता है तो पानी पे आता है. अगर solid waste management की बात करें, if we talk about solid waste management, it is typically considered to be bottom of that pyramid itself from an infrastructure standpoint. So the challenges that we talked about in some of the other spaces continue. I will talk about the opportunity in this space. I'm here as someone who is a student of this discipline for the last 25 years. Let me tell you, things are changing. I clean Singapore, sir. Next time you land in Changi, the robots which are cleaning Changi, the road that goes from Changi airport all the way to the city, I clean those roads. So things are changing. It's an Indian company that has gone global. And that Indian company is now constructing the first waste to energy project. Thank you, Shivale Saab, for your support in Deonar. We talked about Deonar being a shame and a challenge and a problem that can never be solved. Yes, it took us time, but times have changed. Solutions are there. To answer your question, for any city in India, and we have seen it from Delhi to Raipur, sir, Raipur processes 100% of its waste. I'm really privileged and proud to be the person who's doing it. Hyderabad processes 100% of its waste. I'm privileged and really happy that we're involved in that. For Mumbai, there are 3 principles. I think Jain Saab really touched upon it in his address this morning, but I will quickly summarize it. The first is integration. As long as solid waste management is seen in silos, ये collection हो रहा है, ये कलेक्शन का कंसेशन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अलग, ये एमआरएफ है, यहाँ पे थोड़ा सेग्रीगेशन होगा, सॉर्टिंग होगा, वो अलग, ये डोमेस्टिक हैजर्डस वेस्ट है, जो आपके घर में जो बैटरी जा रही है वो डोमेस्टिक हैजर्डस वेस्ट है, आपके घर में जो बैंडेड निकल के जा रहा है दैट इज बायोमेडिकल वेस्ट, आपके घर में जो आपका मोबाइल फोन का चार्जर खराब हो गया वो दैट इज इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वेस्ट. As long as these silos remain, as long as construction and demolition waste remains a separate project, municipal waste remains a separate project, we believe that real integrated solid waste management will not happen. You have to have a consistent common program for managing the waste of the entire city. Integration is key. If you make small bits, subscale bits, none of them will survive. All of them will be suboptimal. This is the learning that we have from across the world. We are bringing the same recommendation to Mumbai. The second is inclusion. So integration is the first one. Inclusion means you have to start at the source. We all talk about Indore. Do you know which is the best performing source segregation city in the country? The municipal zone, which is the best performing. It is North Chennai, a place called Manali, which is 95.6% average source segregation, and it is not Tony part of Chennai. It is not, central Chennai, or it is really a suburb of Chennai. Let me also tell you, it is the only municipal zone where everyone, right from the CEO of the collection agency to the last driver, is a lady. It's a 100% women's zone. They have the highest source segregation performance. Inclusion not just of the so-called rag pickers or the informal society, but gender inclusion. Inclusion in terms of including startups, including schools, including other parts of the ecosystem into the entire waste management system is the second mantra that I believe is going to drive success for Mumbai. We are proud to be partner in that. And the third is circularity. I think Jain Saab talked about it. With integration, inclusion, and circularity. And by circularity, I mean you recycle everything. From सुपरटेक का जो ट्विन टावर का वेस्ट है सर, वो अब 20 mm एग्रीगेट, 40 mm एग्रीगेट और टाइल्स बन के वापस नोएडा की सड़कों पे जा रहा है. प्लीज, एंड आई एम टेलिंग यू, इट कैन बी डन फॉर एवरी project, It can be done for every city. There are 7, 8 world-class C&D recycling plants with 95% plus recovery. We will bring that technology to Mumbai. I think times are changing. So circularity is the third enabler. I would once again say integration, inclusion, and circularity, recycle everything. Last point, there are two basic principles. We love free lunches. We want the world-class solutions. We talk about Singapore and we talk about Raipur mein ye ho raha hai, Hyderabad mein ye ho raha hai, Chennai mein ye ho raha hai, but we don't want to pay for it. Unfortunately, somebody has to bear the cost of waste management, and therefore polluter pays. I think Jain Saab, I'm again paraphrasing from him, somewhere this cost has to be borne directly or indirectly in one way or another. And the second thing is, a very important principle is the precautionary principle. Precautionary principle ka matlab, humko sab kuch nahi malum. This environment is one space where you cannot leave it to the bidder, to the concessionaire, to the private sector. You have to prescribe the hell out of it. Why? Because if you make a mistake, then the next generation pays for that mistake. And the impact is very, very severe. Precautionary principle means when it comes to environmental controls, when it comes to standards, kya hona chahiye, kya minimum hai, that has to be specified. Don't leave it for others to interpret, because then the person who interprets the least, the person who takes the most amount of environmental risk becomes L1, wins all the tenders. So prescribe, precautionary principle. These are some of the learnings that I think are potentially relevant for Bombay as well, sir.
Thank you very much. I think, this is perhaps, not perhaps, I think it is the most passionate panel that I have moderated. And I've moderated many panels. And I don't think anybody wants to stop. If you go on for another 2 hours, I think they'll probably agree. But I know there are people waiting for the next one, and I've got 2 bells already. But I just want to summarize few things. Very passionate. I think the accessibility of politicians is there now. And I think we need to open those doors to change the policies. I'll just say it in one line what Mr. Contractor said. I think the buildings that I had 12 questions, by the way, but everything's covered now. I don't have to ask anymore. Rajan ji talked about, again, similar thing, that things are now have to move. If you have to take Mumbai forward, it can't be a world-class city. Let's be very clear. But we have to make it a livable city. And waste management, you talked about integration, inclusion, circularity. I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. Great panel. I would recommend such a panel should get 1 hour next time. It's been a great one, and I think a lot of things have come out.
Let's have a big round of applause for all our speakers. We have only 5 minutes, precisely 5 minutes for Q&A.
Hafiz ji, Rajan, what happened in Mumbai, we concentrated on misuse. I was always giving example. If one tiffin box, there is a blast, you will ban all tiffin box. So if somebody misuse something, that's why all policy concentrated on misuse instead of permitting good things. For misuse, you can imply prevention laws and take action. But 1 or 2 persons misusing it, you ban all. And that cracked all the Mumbai building system. And the second thing, discretionary powers. There should be, Subodh Kumar ji done that very nicely. MC, all were equal for approvals, no discretionary powers. And then in some cities, there is a FSI 4 or 5 or 3. You have a plot, you leave this much open space and allow building. No hanky-panky. In Mumbai, there are a lot of hanky-panky which allows to deflect everything. And then all other possibilities came. So there should be a FSI-based system of approval with the proper open spaces, and you can construct whatever possible, and that will be a better system.
I don't know whether many people might be knowing, when I used to do a lot of work for Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, I told him, sir, increase your FSI. He not only increased the FSI, but he made unlimited FSI. Now with that unlimited FSI, what has happened? Not any builder, nobody wants to do anything illegal, or there is nothing like illegal. People, when we go for any residential use, they say 4, 4.5, 5, जो भी आपको करना है वो करो, and they are all happy. With that, first of all, the pricing of all the housing has come down in Hyderabad. Today in Hyderabad, center of Hyderabad, you can get 4,000, 5,000, okay, for that kind of a price, a nice apartment. You can get a nice office space. We have been using FSI as a tool. Everybody, right from the down below to the topmost or whatever it is a source of, money making. First of all, eradicate that. Not only that, our FSI is not on parity with your population. Our FSI, finally, it is not on parity, and then, it's not affordable. So Today, for everything and everything, I have to pay. I have to pay. All other cities, they have increased their FSI, but nobody has to pay. So what you are talking is a big, unending hole in the sea. How to eradicate this FSI system in Mumbai? I hope you have a...
Sir, I will tell you what is gone wrong with MCGM. Sir, आप क्या है, सोने के अंडा देने वाली मुर्गी है, आप मुर्गी को ही काट रहे हो. क्या हो गया कि आप पहले इतना पैसे ले रहे हो कि जिसके वजह से सब चीज महंगा हो गया और उसके बाद में आपको उसको अफोर्डेबल सिटी बनाना है. See, try and understand. Once we construct, you get property tax for lifelong, which is a very big issue. But in no other states there is a premium. यहाँ पर मैं बताता हूँ कि आप अपने डेवलपमेंट चार्जेस, इफ यू डू कमर्शियल, इट इज डबल. प्रीवियसली डेवलपमेंट चार्जेस वाज 2%, आपने उसको बढ़ा के 2 को 4 किया और 4 को 8% किया. 8% ऑफ रेडी रेकनर जब मर्जी आए, अगर हम, आई एम सॉरी टू यूज द वर्ड, हम जाके मिले नहीं तो रेडी रेकनर तो हर साल बढ़ता है. हमारा भाव बढ़े या नहीं बढ़े, हमारा भाव घट रहा है लेकिन रेडी रेकनर बढ़ रहा है. मैंने उसको भी पॉजिटिव में लिया. मैं बोला, ग्राहक को बोला, भैया रेडी रेकनर ही इतना है तो हमारा भाव थोड़ी ज्यादा है, हमारा भाव कम ही है, आप खरीदो. बट इट्स अ रॉन्ग वे ऑफ एक्सप्लेनिंग इट. सो अंटिल एंड अनलेस अगर आप लोग इसको इंक्लूसिव नहीं समझोगे कि डेवलपर को, जो आज जब भी दिमाग में मेरे लोग बुरा मानते हैं कि डेवलपर को आज भी लोग चोरी समझते हैं, वो जब तक समझना बंद नहीं करोगे कि डेवलपर छोड़ के 100 मकान बना रहे, 100 में से 98 तो डेवलपर ही बना रहा है. मुश्किल से 2 मकान गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी बना रही है, और जो गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी बना रही है उसकी हालत क्या है मुझे बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है. तो यू शुड एटलीस्ट वेलकम अस, एक्सेप्ट us and make us partners with you, and partners in development, not in partners in profit.
You're talking about housing. Talk about each and every garden. Talk about half the roads. Who is making them? State? Okay, it's a developer. Today we are talking business is going to other states. Of course it will go to other states. If you look at it, if say I'm a large organization, I want to set up a large office, I'll definitely go to Hyderabad. I'll definitely go somewhere else because
all major buildings are there.
Correct. Why? Because you have made it unaffordable. You have been milking that cow night and day. And very soon it is going to die. Mumbai today, what, we are talking about, make it beautiful. What the hell? What will he come and see? Every visitor who comes from abroad, what does he want to see? He wants to see Dharavi only because there is nothing else to see in Mumbai. I'm telling you, this is the fact. There is only one thing to see, the gateway of India, which was done by the Britishers, God knows how many years and years back. Do we have one single public building or one single public square or anything that we are proud of? Nothing. Dharavi we are proud of. This is what the situation is.
I must compliment Masood Malik. The Ramki environment has come to the rescue of the waste management, legacy waste of 123 years. The Mumbai people are suffering from that. You know that the book written by Soumya Roy, the daughter of the former municipal commissioner, has got many international awards for going and 10 years studying the pathetic life stories of the people living there, the rag pickers, Nobody has bothered. We have been talking that biomedical waste management should be out of the city. And we have been incinerating that biomedical waste in that locality, in that basti, where out of 10, 5 people are suffering from cancer because dioxins are highly carcinogenic coming from this tissue combustion. So thank you for that. And I would also, last point, I must compliment Hafiz contractor what he has said. Sir, you remember when Nimbalkar was the secretary MMRD, we were talking at Nehru Center. I was the only one who supported the coastal road. And then everybody pounced on very heavily, criticizing that you are going to damage Mumbai environment. Now, it is after so many years it has come, but we lost many years from the getting clean environment of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That coastal road was proposed with a 500-meter garden strip,
Yes.
okay,
I know,
which Singapore and everyone has it. And now, what did we get? Finally, with everything, we are having 20 meters of a promenade. It's a disgrace. 20 meter is what? We have lost it. We have lost an opportunity, sir. We have to think about global warming, sea levels rising. This was a great opportunity that you could have made it and made a wider green patch which everyone could have accessed. You lost it.
In the next summit, probably we will have 1 hour CEO roundtable session. Yeah, even that will be less. But right now, let's clap loudly for them. Now, I would like to request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan, Editor-in-Chief, ARC Events and Media Private Limited, to please come up on stage and hand over special mementos to all our esteemed speakers. Now it's time for the technical session 4, that is presentation on revamping of drainage system. Now we invite Dr. Prashant Bhave, former head Department of Civil and Environment Engineering, VJTI, to please come up on stage and give a presentation on the same. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Prashant Bhave.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. Good afternoon. I am over here to talk about the system, drainage system, and what are the difficulties or the problems which we as a metropolitan city are having. Now, when we talk about this system, prior to that, this is a too long a list. I'm going to tell you that on the priority scale where we are and what we need to do. Nature has given us a body, human body, which is composed of various systems: circulatory system, cardiovascular system, digestive system, excretory system, muscular, neural. I have a BMI states that I'm 72 kilograms is enough for me. It's the standard fixed by the experts. After the studies, medical science has given it. If I put on 2 kilograms, 3 kilograms, I need to worry. We all understand. If I put on weight, I'm 10 kilograms plus, I need to worry about the systems and its working. How is it going to work? How is it going to behave and deliver it to us? Same thing when we talk about city's sewerage system is the heart and soul of a city. I am saying it heart and soul because this is something which we have not heard from any of the speakers earlier so far, at least from morning when I am over here. This is important for urban life and the environment. We all are talking about environment. I do belong to the environmental engineering. I work in the area of environmental. It ensures the optimal living conditions for the urban dwellers. We all are. And the other participants, stakeholders of the environment. Hence, this needs to be given a priority. So all these 25, 30 slides which are over here are going to tell you that where we are and what is it. Maybe little of the technicality as the basics of the design and which everyone can understand. It's not something very different which we will not understand. So today we are facing various problems which are complicating the operations of the city sewers. Those who are the city managers, those who are managing the city, that we are going to see everywhere. It is seen in any of the metropolitan city if you will pick it up. So we need to minimize the impact on the environment. I'm talking about the urban environment. So when we talk about a drainage or a drainage system, sometimes it is called as sewerage. Sewer is a pipe which carries the wastewater. We are supplied with whatever the standard may be, 135, 120, 100 liters per capita. Every day we get that. And with a very normal calculation, we say 80% it returns back to as the wastewater or the used water. That goes to the sewer. So sewerage network has got a technicality attached to it that it works on gravity. Technically, when it comes to a flow which is a gravity flow, it attracts the challenges. The lower sections of the networking, so in the network, in the city, wherever it collects the wastewater, that we call it as the sewerage. And sewerage system, it is composed of the waste which is generated from my place to the treatment plant or the disposal. I am only concentrating and talking about the network of the pipes which is carrying the wastewater. In Singapore, it is called as used water. So that is sometimes, yes, it requires the pumping stations because when it goes down, you need to head it up, you need to bring that water to an upper level or wherever it is required. So pumping is an integral part when the area grows and it is over there. We call it as the pressure main or the pressure pipe. It requires a different design, but majority is a gravity system. These are some of the basics of the sewerage network system when we talk about. That is, the networks are designed on the basis of the basin. So the whole of the city or the area is divided according to the topography in the different zones, and then from there the routes are done. And these routes decide the cost of the sections which are designed are decided upon it. The very important is the hydraulic part of it, not very difficult to understand, because a pipe which carries water, we all understand, if it is under gravity, it needs to have a slope. If it has to carry this much of volume, we take a diameter. So that is called as hydraulic calculation, which are part of the sewerage or the sewer network. The profile, the longitudinal profile is decided. So networking is done. And then ultimately comes the construction of the sewerage or the sewage network. Now, here, one important thing which is to be seen is the cost of the whole system. The major part of it is governed by the pipes, the major. So the network accounts for 60-70% of the total cost of the project. So it is very important when it comes to the economy. Another, as I have been underlining or talking about the gravity, so we need to talk about the velocity, because the velocity, when it flows under gravity, we need to ensure two things when it comes to the sewer design, because it need not exceed to the maximum velocity which is given, and it shouldn't be less than the minimum velocity. These are the constraints of the system, sewer system which we call it. So it happens in a city, when we talk about a sewerage network, the discharge which flows, we all know and we can understand that there are two peak hours or peak zones in a day, 24 hours. So diurnal variation is in the morning, say from 8 to 10, or 6 to 10 in a city like Mumbai. This is when the maximum utilization of the toilet, bathroom and whatnot, everything, kitchen is done. And then second phase comes in the evening when we all return back. So these are the peak periods when the wastewater is generated. So at that time, the quantity of water or the flow is maximum. And during the bleak hours of midnight, probably 1, 2, 3, 4 a.m. So when we go for that, the discharge in the pipe is minimal, very little. And that goes to 10% of the maximum. So if a network is designed for X liters, 10% of it. So these are the limitations, that the system should work with 10% of flow. System should work with the maximum flow. So this is what the maximum provision is in the service area with the gravity. Another is the rationality, the economics is dependent upon the depth where it is situated, the depth at which the sewer or the drains are situated. You cannot take it too deep. There is a restriction. Normally we say 3 to 5 feet. In Mumbai you will find that 3 to 5 meters it has gone deep. Now this is a limitation because these are required from the point of view of maintenance. If it goes deeper and deeper, it will be difficult or it will be impossible to maintain. So this is one. Another important dimension which is attached to the network in the city is it has to cross the utilities. We call it cross drainage works. So there may be a nala which is crossing, there may be a railway line, there may be a utility which is over there, and then the sewer network or the sewer or the pipe or the drain has to cross that. Now since it is under gravity and you have to go down and then come up, it's not a gravity system which will work. So you have to design, redesign and think over it. So these are the challenges when it comes to the sewer network, to come across a CD work or a drainage work or cross drainage which we call it. So what are the problems which are attached to the sewerage network? When we talk about the problems, why I'm telling you all this? Because once you understand this, we will try to search for the solutions. Continuous population growth and urbanization. Are we? Yes, very much. Everyone knows. If I talk about 30, 40, 50 years back, the population of Mumbai, and today we work on the metropolitan city and its population. Everyone knows it has doubled. If it has doubled, don't you think the supply of water? Yes, I'm not talking about water, but the generation of wastewater has also gone up. Urbanization. So overloading the available service which is over there. Another is the blockage, clogging, backwater of the sewage. Why it is there? Because we are talking about not water, we are talking about wastewater. Wastewater contains the human waste. Wastewater contains something which is thrown into that. Now, it is not designed, the system is not designed for it. But if it comes into that, it creates a problem, and which are listed over there in this form. Another is the dynamic nature of the city. Mumbai is a city which is dynamic in its nature. We have its own population, and then the major part of the floating population comes to Mumbai. They may not be taking bath over here, but they make use of the toilet. They make use of the facilities which are over there. They also add into this. We need to consider that. This is a unique nature of the city, like Mumbai. May not be happening probably with Chennai or Ahmedabad or Indore, but with Mumbai it is there. Lack of public awareness. I am standing over here only to make you aware. I am not giving any solution. Solutions are there. But if I make you aware that attention is to be paid to this, you all will think, you all will press as a bureaucrat, as a politician, as a citizen, as an engineer, and as a builder too. So this is what we are saying. So these are the problems which are associated with the sewerage system. This is one of the studies which has studied number of metropolitans, and they said it that what kind of problem it is. Very simple to understand. Mumbai has got 1, 2, and 7. Blockage problem, clogging, and yes, river and the ocean related pollution. It is there. Yes, it is there. If I talk about a city of Bangalore, 1, 2, 3, the same. Blockage, clogging, overflow. These are the problems of the sewer or the sewerage system. Talking about Delhi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this study has highlighted in the metropolitan cities which were studied what kind of problems are seen. At large, it is 1, 2, 3. Now, the crisis of the urban sewerage system, which I have already talked earlier. So overloading or the pressure on the system, this all puts pressure on the system. If the population is doubling, increasing, our systems have not changed in the past. I will come to the Mumbai. So is it not making an impact? It's making a serious impact on the system. Mind it is directly connected to your hygiene, my hygiene, urban environment. We are talking about roads. We are talking about what kind of system, transportation should be there. How many of us have talked about this? How many of us are paying? I'm talking about the policymakers. Yes, whatever they have done, that account, I will give it to you. And then you will understand how short and how much is the gap between the development. Everyone was talking here about the FSI. I'll share the study of FSI, which we have studied in Matunga. When the FSI goes up from 4 to 5, how much is the load on the system? From 5 to 6, what is the load? And it is a published paper, publication. So when we talk about this dynamic nature of the city, sewerage system, user perspective, are we aware that what are the do's and don'ts of our system? We never care for it. Now we have started talking about the solid waste management in the last 1, 2, or 3 decades. Earlier we never cared for it. I little fortunate that I work with the solid waste management and hazardous waste management for last 2 decades. Did we understand? We need to make the people aware that these are the do's and these are the don'ts. Same is applicable over here also. If you are putting into the system the diapers, how is it going to move? People, they do it. Sanitary napkins, yes, if it is allowed, if the system is designed, fine. Otherwise, it needs to be packed. We deal with the sanitary napkins in the solid waste management. It's a huge problem. But this is a user's perspective. Are we not supposed to know this? Yes, with the age deterioration, the systems get deteriorated with the age because it's all, after all, a material. So this is the problem with the urban sewerage system. These are the challenges. I have already talked about it. So what do we expect from an efficient sewerage system? Obviously, whatever is talked over here, it shouldn't be there. It should not block. If it blocks our society, if the drain is there and then everyone comes, no, this is blocked. Who is responsible? We are responsible. Is it? And if it happens in the society and it is disgusting, we don't like it. If it happens for the city, what is going to happen? It does happen. So when we talk about this, if we talk about an efficient sewerage system, it needs to give you or me hygienic environment. Look at this. Very simple language. I am going to tell you what is the design basic. I am not teaching you design. I am not talking about design. So estimation of the flow. Are we increasing in the population? Yes, we are increasing very fast in the population. Urban population I am talking about. Is it increasing the flow? Yes, everyone makes use of water and it is going ahead with it. FSI, are we? Yes, we are changing in the FSI. Have you considered this on the circulatory system of the city, the load? No, not to that extent. We did, but not to that extent. Hydraulics, there are various shapes which are there technically. The flow conditions, because the limitation is of gravity. Had it been a pumping system, you can pump it, but it's not affordable because it's huge quantity. Nowhere it is done. When we talk about, we have to think about the correction to the existing system. We need to think about the augmentation of the system. We need to think about the newer material. This is a change in the sewer system so that the flow is maintained, so that it flows smooth. Conditions of manhole. There are 75,000 manholes in the city of Mumbai. Can you imagine the problem with the MCGM, which they narrated? People, they take away the manhole cover. How to manage? How to do it? If the manhole cover is missing, you have to replace it because it's a ditch where the vehicle accidents and everything can happen. But this problem is there. Now, when we talk about the operation and maintenance, do we have the services related to the sewer system or the sewerage operations on the emergency? Like the ambulance. I was, for some purpose, in 25 years back, studied in a European country. One day when I was traveling to my mess, Mensa it used to be called, there was a vehicle which was running on the priority. I said, what is it? It is not an ambulance. No, it is a technician who is going to repair the water main which is leaking. Do we have our systems? They keep on flowing. So emergency services, whenever we are required to, because this is on high alert. Now recently, in the last week, I think 30th of September, they have floated a tender where they have made 3 control rooms 24 hours in Mumbai, where 3 or 4 vehicles are there. They can manage any kind of emergency related to the sewer failure or the blockage. So these are some of the things which we need to design and think. Some data which I have obtained from MCGM, 2,000 odd kilometers of the sewers are there, which serves to 84 lakhs of population. And the population which is over there of Mumbai is 13 million, 130. I know that it is more than that, but I'm afraid of that number. That is why I don't call it more than 130. 130, 13 million, 31 lakh. 21 lakhs in the first phase are going to be given the supplies. There are sewers with 90 centimeters diameter where a man cannot enter, and the other are more than 90 centimeters where the person can enter. And these are the lengths which they have completed with the revamping or redoing it. And the proposed you can see by 2030. This is a difference in the population. The slum population is 60%, 61.5%. Every 0.1% is important over here. 61% is slum and remaining is non-slum area. These are the difficulties of Mumbai, which I will narrate it in short. Densely populated slums. Dharavi Sambandh has mentioned 2.49 or 2.3 square kilometers of area having 10 lakhs of population. Per square kilometer density is very high. If you calculate 4 lakhs, how are you going to provide the sewerage system over there? The narrow lanes and by lanes, Ganesh Galli, Lower Parel, Girgaon, we are struggling when the structures of 35, 40, 50 storied are coming up over there and there is no road to take out the vehicle. Where is my drain? Drain is just below. No one thinks of it. What must be the load on that? Existing structures. Now we have metro also added to it. Water supply is there. Electricity is there. Telephone cables are there. And our drains pass through that. Hydraulics doesn't permit me, engineering doesn't permit me to go deeper for the gravity reason. And then one very important is no easy coordination. Please the earlier slide. There is no coordination or healthy coordination between the departments like railways. They will say that wait for some time. MMRDA, roads, PWD, they all will say that go with, because their priority is road. Their priority is other. So this coordination is lacking between the department. These are the slums. You all have seen it. Now in this lane, how a sewer is to be laid and maintained. This is all statistics which is talk. I can talk about it, but the land area is limited over there, which is useful. So if you talk about that 437 or 438 square kilometers, what is the land area where the sewers are to be laid? If you will look at it, so sewered area is 83% of where it can be developed. Yeah, this is, you can see here, the main sewer is of 1400 by 2100 millimeters. That is, we take it as 1.4 meter to 2.1 meter because this is an egg-shaped sewer. Normally the sewers are circular. But the different shapes are also given because it can flow with 10% of capacity, or during the bleak time, it needs to flow with a minimum velocity of 2 feet per second. Otherwise, it will settle over there and it will decompose. So in Mumbai, if you are talking now, we have the vehicle mounted sewer cleaning machines, which are very much required, but probably it has come late. And if those are there, we need to increase in number because the system we can't afford to stall for some time. It's related to the hygiene. There is a 24/7 control rooms. Earlier also it was there. Now also. So now they are paying attention to it. So whatever sewers are there, those are running. And for your information, I will talk about it. Yeah, there are satellite pumping stations, 40. These are the sewers. You can see here. These were laid during the British times, still working. 50, 60, 70 years old sewers. And our sewage flows through it. These are part of the main sewers. And what is the condition? Because if it is flowing for hydraulics, you need to have the smooth surface to flow. Everyone knows. Doesn't require heavy engineering and the engineering degree to understand. What will happen if the wastewater is flowing through this? So they have done it, revamping, rehabilitation. See, this is what is the lining is done by the MCGM, wherever, however it is possible, they have done it so that the flow is smooth. These are some of the pictures which I have taken from MCGM. This is a egg-shaped sewer on the right of you. These are the sewage treatment plants. The chief engineer is here, Mr. Rao. So yes, he is here. He is instrumental in getting all these 7 zones STPs, which we were not having. Now it is already, I think, work order is given. I happen to be in one of the committees with him, and that now we are going to have all this, what you are seeing, the preliminary and the preliminary kind of treatment to the wastewater has gone to the tertiary level. But still it will take time of 5 years when all these treatment plants going to work or start working or delivering the treated wastewater. So far, we were very much on the back foot, and then they are having the problem from the NGT and Supreme Court every time they have to go and tell it to them. But the wastewater flows to all these treatment plants are going to flow through the network of sewers. This is one of the paper which I have already cited, that Matunga has grown up. I am working with VJTI, and I have seen that area for more than 3 decades. Earlier, it had ground plus 3-4 storied buildings. Now, all those have been converted into 35, 40, many of them, majority. Now, what is where the wastewater is going? So, the impact, which is not seen behind the chairs, it has remained always behind the chairs or curtain, the impact on the system. So, it needs to be revamped by 13 to 42%. This study is a published study. This is a news of September 30, when control room with all these equipments is set up. Anytime, any blockage, MCGM can attend to it and make the flow smooth. Now, everyone was talking about Singapore, so I'm also talking about Singapore. Why? Because we always look at something which is better. Yes, in the Southeast Asia, probably South Asia, Singapore is one of the destinations when everyone looks eyes for it. Some of the data which I may correct. Look at this. They have revamped their system. They have a drain which is laid at a depth, deep trench. And the size of the drain is 6.5 meters. And it has got 100 years maintenance-free life. The first sentence, maintenance-free design. How? Why? Because it is a concrete layer with HDPE liner, 22 centimeters of concrete which is over there, and that concrete is also unreinforced because the reinforcement plays havoc with the sulfates, with the wastewater, and there is a reaction and it goes away. They have saved the land also after their design, and that saving in the land which was proposed as 300 hectares, they have provided the complete infrastructure related to the sewerage to 190 hectares. And phase 1 was complete in 2008. Phase 2 target date was 2022. I didn't get any update on the net, but it is Singapore, so probably they have completed the system. If they can lay, and the sewer is at a depth of 50 meters, because it's a gravity system. It delivers into the deep sea, outfalls are there up to 12 kilometers. So when they can do it, why not we can? You are thinking of making the metro, you are thinking of making the road, you are revamping the road network. You need to revamp this system also. How it is to be done? Conclusion is, we need to revamp, we need to pay attention. In the list of our priorities, we have to bring it up. That's all. Thank you very much.
Since time is pressing, so we can have only one question.
I'm Kunal Chonkar. I'm the Senior Economic Officer from the Japanese Consulate. Thank you so much for a very detailed and outlined presentation. I really appreciate this. I just have one question. You talked about the challenges about the gravity in terms of the sewer systems. My only question that I want to know is, how much does the cup and saucer structure of the city, the island city, affects the sewer systems as well? Especially when it comes to the lower Parel area or the Dadar area. Because those turn out to be the chink in the arm. So, thank you.
When it comes to the urban flooding, I have not touched upon urban flooding because urban flooding is a part of storm water. It comes through the rain. That is what is over there. So if we need to connect it, because at some of the places, the MCGM, what they have done is that the separate system of carrying the wastewater, which we have, where only the wastewater flows, there is another system to take care of storm water. And when these two are combined, we call it combined system. So this is not a combined system. Sometimes the MCGM has given a connections that wherever the overflooding is there, they take the extra water into that and drain it. Now, when it is coming to the question which you have asked, that if there is a flooding, what to do on the surface? It is because of the rainwater. I am not referring to, because this is not because of the wastewater. Wastewater drains are pretty below, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, and it is flowing. Only the problem I'm referring here is inadequacy. because of the load. So stormwater, if you are referring to, we can discuss because I'm not talking here about stormwater. But yes, the problem can be tackled very well. It is possible. Netherlands has done it. They are handling with the water.
Thank you. Now, I request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to please come up on stage and hand over the memento to Dr. Prashant Bhave. Thank you, Dr. Prashant Bhave. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Kunal Chonkar, Economic Affairs Officer, Consulate General of Japan, to please come up on stage. We would like to present a memento to you, sir. And I would also like to invite Mr. Satyanarayan Chaudhary, IGSID branch, to please come up on stage. We would like to present a memento to you. We would like to welcome, it's our privilege to welcome, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Education Minister and Guardian Minister for Mumbai City, Honorable Shri Deepak Kesarkarji. We request you, sir, to please come up on stage, and we request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan and Shri Rahul Shewale to please welcome Shri Deepak Kesarkarji with a bouquet of flower and special memento. I request Shri Deepak Kesarkarji to please come forward and address our audience.
Our Honorable MP and true representative of Mumbai City, Honorable Rahulji Shewale, Honorable Rammurthy ji, all the dignitaries of the dais. It is indeed a privilege to be among you when a very important summit is going on regarding the infrastructure of the metropolitan city. And all the experts who are present here, I am sure they have given all the inputs for development of the city, which is known as financial capital of India. Still, we have our own limitation. Poorest of the poor, they stay in Mumbai, and richest of the rich, they also stay in Mumbai. But we'll have to see that each person's life is made easier. This city should be a good place to live because Mumbai has its own strength that anybody who comes to this city, he earns his bread and butter. And that's why people from all over India, they come to this city of dreams. But when everybody comes in, daily people coming into Mumbai, it has become a burden on the infrastructure that we are providing. Second thing is the slums, which is a big problem in Mumbai. Because one who comes to Mumbai comes for his living and he don't have a place to stay. So they prefer to make a temporary shelter and then we call it slums. There are definitely regulating authorities who should take every care to see that there should not be slums where basic infrastructure is not there. So Honorable Balasaheb Thackeray, it was his dream that the slum dwellers should have a better accommodation, and that's why this rehabilitation scheme came into Mumbai, which was a very ideal scheme. But due to some reasons, people who took participation in development of those schemes were not competent enough to make such kind of mega schemes. In between, there were some problems in the real estate also. Our Honorable MP, Shinde Sahab, has arrived here, and he's our leader also. So I don't feel it is proper that he sits in the front and I address him. So on behalf of the organizers, I request him that he should also join us on the stage. I request Honorable Srikantji Shinde if he could kindly come on the stage and all of you could welcome you. Yeah. So basically there are challenges. There are challenges about construction. There are challenges about creating infrastructure, good quality toilets, good accommodation. And then we have challenges like we don't have enough space to make further constructions. So Bombay is being linked with Trans Harbour Bridge, which would link Shivdi to Nhava Sheva. And then further space would be available for development. When you are discussing various things here, there are lands available in the salt pans also. But that policy is not yet decided. So if the policy is decided, taking into consideration everybody, the central government, the state government, then a big parcel of land would be available for housing, because housing is the main problem of Mumbai. When we talk about infrastructure, it is good roads, good infrastructure, good bridges. And I'm proud to say that the person who lead all this infrastructure is now leading Maharashtra as well, and that is Eknath Shinde ji, who was instrumental in making Pune Mumbai expressway. He is improving that expressway and making the distance smaller. Then the first bridge in India, Sea Link, that was done under his ministry. And again, we are proud to say that Nagpur Mumbai Samruddhi Mahamarg is also being developed under his leadership. So when a person was instrumental in contributing so much to the infrastructure of Maharashtra, and now he has planned to link that Samruddhi Mahamarg up to the border of Maharashtra, that is Konkan. So that is another dream which will come through shortly. And when we think about the infrastructure, we will have to think about the metro also. When Devendraji was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, it was his dream to provide millions of Mumbaikars who used to travel by local trains. So they will have some relief when metro networks come through. And then we will have to always think that when we are going for a vertical growth, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages? But Mumbai don't have any alternative also, because because of CRZ, there are limitations to construction activities in Mumbai. And when Honorable CM will come here, he will explain you about his dreams. What are his dreams for Mumbai? And he specially brought me from Konkan to Mumbai as a guardian minister to see that Mumbai not only develops as a city, Mumbai has the best of coastline. So it has a potential of tourism as well. It has best of the fishermen colonies. But still, we have a plan to develop those fishermen colonies into fishing villages. So basically the tourism concept, make them clean, because environment is another concern. We want to provide them with solar dryers, make them clean, and the people could enjoy the local food, because a lot of tourists, they come to Mumbai and they go to various tourist places, whereas we have best of the coastline, where we get best of the fish here. And I think that that is one thing. Then certain other things, like we lack in amusement facilities, that is one thing that is he is looking into. And so many of his dreams, because redevelopment of old buildings, that is one problem of Mumbai. So he has certain plans which are to be implemented, and the main problem is coordination between the various departments. When I took over as a guardian minister of Mumbai also, I personally noticed that there are barriers among the agencies who are working for it. The agencies which are working for slum areas, with the agencies which are working for redevelopment, the Mumbai Corporation, then the state government. So many agencies are working together. But a proper coordination among all the agencies and very good technical inputs, what you are going to give today, will make the wonders. And that's why what I feel is that it is not a clash for the authorities, but it is basically output that you are supposed to give to the people of Mumbai, because they expect good living, and that for that you have to take care of the environment as well, because Mithi River pollution is one of the major pollution problem of Mumbai, and that is to be tackled nicely. Then drainage, which is being discharged in the sea, is another problem of Mumbai. Waterlogging in various parts is also problem of Mumbai. And Mumbai Corporation, I had taken one meeting where we discussed all these points, and under the leadership of Honorable Eknathji Shinde and Devendraji Fadnavis, we are trying to take out technical solutions for all of them. And I'm sure the kind of inputs that you will give in this summit, and I will definitely thank Construction Times for bringing all the best brains in this industry together to make Mumbai world-class city. As it is a world-class city, but still I feel that only calling it world-class because it's a financial capital will not mean anything. We'll have to, in true sense, we'll have to make it the best city. And that's why I really thank Construction Times for giving me this opportunity and talking to you on behalf of Mumbai city. As a guardian minister of that city, I welcome all of you, and I'll definitely have dialogue with various participants who will give good inputs, so that we can present it to Honorable Chief Minister for his further decisions, because this is very important. He is not only the Chief Minister and not only the Infrastructure Development Minister, he is also the Urban Development Minister of Maharashtra. So whatever inputs you give, there is a proper person who could listen to you and act upon it. So I hope that this summit will be a fruitful one. I thank all of you once again for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's a privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Shrikant Shinde. I request Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Rahul Shewale, to please give a bouquet of flowers and a special memento. It's now time to begin technical session number 5. Best strategies to mitigate waterlogging in urban area. Now we invite Dr. B. Krishna Prapurna, Associate Professor and Head of Department, Civil and Environment Engineering, IIT Tirupati, to give a presentation on this theme. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome Dr. B. Krishna Prapurna.
Thank you very much, everyone, for waiting, and really appreciate the Member of Parliament to be, he's very resilient. He's been sitting with us since morning for every session. Thank you. And special thanks to Professor Srihari. He's been very instrumental in organizing such workshops since a long time. It's important that I acknowledge him because he was my professor 20 years ago, and I still adore him. Mr. Ramurthy, we were supposed to do this about 3 years ago, but well, okay. And nice meeting you, Dr. Bhave, and honorable other ministers here as well. It's also probably now I need to wake you up because all of you have had lunch, so it's important that I wake you up. Let's make this more interactive. Okay, if you have any questions, I can stop in between and then answer some questions. Okay, that's number one. Number two is I would like to answer some of the questions posed by previous people who asked questions on how can we improve the texture and how can we reduce the accidents on the concrete roads. One of the things that we have seen in international practice is that we do the tining. Texture is one, forgot his name, the one who spoke. Yeah, Dr. Vishal. Is he here around or? Oh, you're here? Okay. So to answer that question, we need to be doing the tining. And one of the other things that probably he didn't mention, what I just want to add onto what he said, there is a very, very subtle difference between the thin white topping and the ultra thin white topping. It's not just about the thickness, it's also about the joints that we have and the bonding, of course, but the joints, plus you have this texturing that we have to do very often, especially at the joints which are long in span. For example, if you have a 3 meter, 4 meter concrete spans, that will require grinding at the joints because you can also start seeing spalling and others. But ultra thin white topping, it's a very, very innovative technology. It's only about 50 to 100 millimeter in thick. And one of the other things that I'll be sharing with you today is the paver blocks, which will also. And then the other question on the plastic. So we have been very fortunate to have worked with rubber because I've been in this industry for over 20 years now. Since my days in the US, Sweden, and here, we have designed more than about 5,000 kilometers of roadway. We have seen that a composite pavement. Let's not take sides whether it's concrete or asphalt. Okay, that's not how we answer these questions. It has to be for the purpose. Asphalt has its own advantage, okay? And let's say we have rubber modified asphalt or polymer modified. We've also worked on plastic rubber modified. So to answer the other question on how do we dispose of these wastes, so we have these construction demolition waste, we have the plastic waste that we have used the fibers, we have used the steel, then we've also gone into the reinforcement with some other fabrics. So there are umpteen number of solutions to these, but we have worked on plastic modified concrete, plastic modified rubberized concrete, plastic modified rubberized asphalt. Solutions are there, okay? So now coming back to what I thought I'll talk to you is one of the problems that is there across the world. I represent the Indian Institute of Technology, Tirupati, which is one of the latest technical institutes established by the Government of India way back in 2015. And we have actually come across with this IIT as one of the fastest growing IITs in the country today, out of the 23, okay? And we have also got the sustainability rating, Griha Award and other things, apart from also being a sustainable campus on the 540 plus acre campus here. Okay, one of the other things I want to tell you is we are hosting International Conference on Smart Cities next year, which will be hosted at Tirupati, but I really invite the honorable ministers and the members of parliament to come over and collaborate with us because Mumbai also happens to be a smart city, right? Tirupati is a smart city, and so we should be doing this together as an event. It's an international event. I bid for this. Out of the 18 countries, only we were selected in 2019 in Korea. So I think we should take this forward with all the information technology, IoTs and other things. Okay, coming back to this, we have actually placed some test sections. And Shri Bongirwar ji is here, who was on the panel. Okay, I don't know if some of you know him. He was former Chief Secretary of Government of Maharashtra. And we recently presented this proposal to the Ministry of Rural Development. That's the Low Volume Roads Committee. And we have actually been approved to come up with the specifications for IRC with this pervious concrete. So I invite some of you to come forward and tell me if you can give me some test sections that could be built and then come up with the specifications. This will be for the low volume roads, but obviously it could be taken forward to the urban streets. Okay, so we have done some sections in Kharagpur where I worked for 4 years as a faculty. Before I moved to IIT Tirupati, now I'm a faculty at IIT Tirupati for 5.5 years. Also head the department. And we have done some field monitoring sections, which I'll share with you some of the details. And we have also come up with the paver blocks. We call that, you see, Param Paver. That's a fully make in India. So it actually goes back to Make in India, Swachh Bharat, Swasth Bharat, Skill India that you see here. And then I can also see some of the sustainability partners here. So I think we have come up with our own technology in India, fully made in India. Okay, I'm not saying pervious concrete originated in India, but we have taken it so forward that possibly we are the only group in the world right now which is much more advanced than the other countries, including New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and so forth. So we've done a lot of modeling. We have come up with the solutions. We have come up with the paver blocks, which is a composite structure, which I'll show you in a few minutes. So I actually support what Dr. Vishal has been saying since the beginning. So this is my group, research cluster. It's probably top 5 in the world today. Okay, that's what we do. We have more than 10 students with us, PhD students. Plus, one of the other things I want to mention to you is we have a large project with Ministry of Road Transport and Highways worth 13 crore. That's the largest transportation research project given to any institute in the country in the last 70 years. Okay, so we are constructing an accelerated pavement testing facility that could be used by any roadway agency in the country and abroad. In fact, this will be first of its kind in the world because we are also testing the vehicular pavement interaction, which none of the other countries do in the other parts of the world. This is our lab. So we have more than 50,000 square feet of lab space. Could you imagine? This is more than an acre of pavement engineering lab space that we have got. You can see some videos running there, pervious concrete. We have the state-of-the-art lab. Please visit the website there that I've shown you. We do some work on sustainability, asset management, material development, rubberized asphalt, rubberized concrete, and so forth. Okay, now coming to pervious concrete, what it is a material very, very special for us because it has interconnected pore structure. That something is much different than what you see with porous materials. Okay, this has interconnected pores, macroporous structure, which is why it has those conduits that can percolate water through the medium. It has the property called tortuosity that we have still been exploring. One thing that we should acknowledge here is these were actually built for the low volume roads. When I say low volume roads, the strengths are very low. You see there, it's about 3 to 28 megapascal. But we have increased it by about 3 to 5 megapascal with the inclusions of rubber, fiber, and plastic, which makes it much more closer to a medium volume road. When I say medium volume road, that's the subarterials or the arterial roads. One step further, have we been successful in coming up with high volume road pervious concrete? Yes, that also we have, and I'll share that with you in a few minutes. Porosity is very high. That's why it becomes a low strength material, but still water draining special characteristic material. Okay, and you see there permeability. If you translate these numbers, okay, 0.2 to about 5 centimeter per second that you're seeing on the screen, that translates to about 70,000 millimeter per hour. The highest rainfall area in the country, 4,500 millimeter per year. This is 70,000 millimeter per hour. That is the drainage capacity of this material, which still has the high characteristic strength that could be placed as drainage conduits, as a low volume road, as a median, as a parking lot, walkway, and so forth. Okay? And you're not seeing probably the seats are here, but you can see the applications everywhere that we can use now. Now we have gone further up and we can start using these on the high volume roads as well. You can see the ingredients very similar to a conventional concrete. Okay? You see the coarse aggregate, cement, water, and admixtures. We use admixtures to make it more workable because we do not have finer aggregates in these, which also means you're saving the resources. You're conserving natural resources by about 40%. Now, if you want to conserve further, start using recycled aggregate. Some of the questions that came up, construction, demolition waste, can we use it here? Of course, you should be able to use it here. There is absolutely no question that you cannot use it, okay? Because you're trying to reach the low volume to medium volume, I think you should be able to use this. Okay, we have, and one picture that you see here, the first one, parking lot, MCT, Municipal Corporation of Tirupati. That pavement section was constructed in 2018 when I moved from Kharagpur to Tirupati. Till date, not even a single aggregate has come out. It's a good quality control that you have to really adopt. It's important. Okay, I've seen some good pictures that you showed today, 15, 16 years. But coming back to the question, can an asphalt do the same job? Of course, yes, because we have seen some sections in some parts of the world where asphalt rubber can stay for about 40 years. Self-healing capacity is there. So we have placed a test section near Calcutta when I was at Kharagpur. That lasted for 3.5 years when the highway became a national highway from a state highway. So when we designed this, it was a state highway. So the traffic was very low. It was a 2-lane road. Then when it became 6-lane, we only saw fine cracks. But the advantage with asphalt rubber is it has a self-healing capacity. The rubber is resilient. Okay, so it comes back after it cracks. So the crack propagation takes place, but it comes back to its original position. Okay, now what are the advantages of pervious concrete? From the road user's perspective, good skid resistant to answer that question. You don't need to even provide texturing. The nature of the material makes it skid resistant. Okay, then reduced water spraying. Of course, I'll show you some videos. Less noisy. This is something that you people might be wondering. Okay, can we reduce the urban noise in the ambience? You should be able to do that because it is able to absorb. You don't need noise barriers. You don't waste money on it. You could be using these. Okay, and the environmental groundwater recharge. Now, some questions were there, okay, what happens if the groundwater table is really high? You actually don't build roads there. That is the actual solution. You don't have to build. But let's say you don't have any other solution. Create good drains. Drainage is one of the solutions, right? I go back to the, my former professor, Matt Witzak, who happens to be one of the world leading experts. He's no more. But he wrote a book way back in 1969 where they had 3 important words. For any pavement design engineer, these 3 words are important. Drainage, number 1. Number 2, drainage. Number 3, drainage. That's what he says in the textbook. Okay, so that is something that we have to do. And then reduce flash flooding. This flash flooding is what we are all facing in major cities. Can we reduce this runoff? Can we use it elsewhere? So we have actually created conduits. I'll show you some pictures where you can engineer these pervious concrete blocks with drains below. Use those water for some other purpose. That could also be done. That's not difficult. Okay, and then reduce urban heat island. This is something that all of us are worried about. As environmental engineers, we are all environmental engineers. Okay, we might be civil engineers, we might be a politician, but we are all environmentalists for a reason that we want a green planet, right? And urban heat island is a very important phenomenon across the world, and this can solve major problems. How it can reduce the temperature. In fact, the section that you're seeing here was inaugurated by the then collector, district collector, Chittoor district collector. Now Tirupati is a district. He asked me, can I walk on this barefooted? I said yes, for a simple reason. It is an acupuncture. These are all open texture. You can walk on it. So that is why the low volume roads, where people in the villages, they don't wear slippers, they should be able to walk on this. So there is a reduction of about 10 degrees Celsius. We have found this. It's a fact. 10 degrees Celsius, which means 60 in the hot climate zones will become 50. You should be able to use this barefooted. Okay, but better urban land use. LC is not my area, but what I am saying is you should be able to come up with an engineered solution. Better cities, smarter and sustainable cities. I still feel, because I sit on the Smart City Council in Tirupati, we always keep saying, we don't want smart cities, we want smart villages. It should start from there. Okay, each unit should become a smart village. Then only it conglomerates into a good city. Yeah, so now let's start with the case studies. Quickly, we'll run through. The first one that started in Kharagpur. So it was a mega project funded by the first term of Narendra Modi ji. Okay, so we had a 25 crore project coming from the Ministry of Human Resources. Now it's Ministry of Education. Okay, we had one of the 22 modules was our pervious concrete. So we developed this from scratch. Now, if you ask me why from scratch, see the question. Again, going back, can I use a material that was developed in the US in India? Possibly not, because we have a geographical difference, we have demographic difference, we have other problems, soil investigations, other things, right? So we said, no, we will develop it from scratch. So we started with 100 mixtures. Can you imagine? 100 mixtures for a PhD. Now, people were laughing at me. They said, why 100 mixtures? I said, no, you need to be establishing a product and you'll have to do such a high statistically confident. Because I'm an academician, we worry about the statistics and other things. We said, no, we'll have to do this, and we did 16 experiments. Compressive strength, all of you are familiar. Porosity, density, emissivity, albedo, name it, it was all there. Okay, thermophysical properties, structural properties, hydrological, and noise characteristics. So we actually went across the spectrum. Okay, so first section that we got from the director IIT Kharagpur was 50-meter long section that you see. Yeah, so that was a 150 millimeter. This is after we developed our product. 150 millimeter thick section over a semi-permeable layer, which is a fine sand layer. So this is something that you want to adopt. Okay, so you have a semi-permeable layer. We will have a top layer with pervious concrete. Yeah, so you can see the construction procedure here. So we finished the soil preparation, and you see we also got the soil properties tested, Proctor density and other things that you're familiar. And we filled in the sand, which is a fine permeable layer. Okay? Yeah, you can see now we are pouring the pervious concrete. They were all very small sections, about 2 meter by 3 meter, but we have now increased it to 5 meters also. We can do that also. Just showing you the process there. Okay? And then we do it in 3 different lifts. That is what we do so that we get porosity throughout similar. That's exactly what we want to do. We also collected some field cores there, you see. Yeah. And then we use a plate vibrator. Now, one solution to this plate vibrator, or alternative I should say, is to have a screed. That is not very costly, very cheap. It's only about 1.5 lakh. And you can start paving about 6 to 7 meter at a stretch. Okay. One question that people ask me, how long do we have to cure this? 24 hours. Today you place, start using it next day. In fact, you can start using it within the 12-hour time frame. That also we have seen. And you see there, it's a thick section there, and then you start curing, like what Dr. Vishal was saying. Okay. This is the final section. Now it's being used as a parking lot and a walkway. And then this is on campus IIT Tirupati. Okay. Now we said, we will use the same, the best out of the lot, and then start placing it 4 meter wide and 125. It's a longer section now. What else we did here? You see, we also placed some pipes there in the bottom that could retrieve water and use it for some other purpose. Okay, this is what we did, similar to what IRC does, alternate slabs. And we could open this within 1 day. We got it inaugurated, and now it's still being used by JCBs. It has become a medium to high volume road now. You can see our cars there parked, all my faculty colleagues who came and saw this. Okay, now on campus, IIT Tirupati, what we did, we said, okay, people were asking me questions. Instead of actually having a compost pit or let's say a water harvesting pit, I said, don't worry, we can also have the pipes built within the section. So we had the CPVC pipes embedded within the section, okay, very strong ones. And you see there rings that we placed and thermocouples also for measurement of temperatures and other things. Yeah, so these were the rings that were placed below the pervious concrete. And then we poured pervious concrete. And you see those rings there in the bottom slide, bottom picture there. Those were the ones which were collecting water across the side drains. That could also be adopted. So we can engineer these. And we tested these for the infiltration, and we now have a new number that can actually support what ASTM says. American Society for Testing Materials says that 270 to 300 millimeter is what we need to have as the diameter to check for the infiltration capacity. And that's what we found. We are not very far, 270 millimeter. That's what. So we are able to even justify that with our materials in India. So now you see there, one of the other things that I want to mention here, we tried both in situ mixing and RMC. So can we start using this material with RMC? Absolutely yes. No problem, absolutely. Okay, you just have to tweak some place in between the transit where you add an admixture, okay, to make it more workable. Otherwise, it'll start to get clumps. So you see on the right side, that is in situ, not very uniform, but still doable. On the left, you see, that's the RMC, fully functional. Okay, now it's being used by the ambulance and other parking vehicles there. This is the IIT Tirupati campus. Okay, in 2020 December, we had deluge in Tirupati, which never happened in 60 years. Okay, it was a 70-hour rainfall that we had in Tirupati, which even my father, because he stayed all his life in Tirupati, he said, I never had seen this kind of a rain. But then what happened, this is the only location in the entire Tirupati which did not get inundated, along with the other pervious concrete site where we built on Municipal Corporation Tirupati campus. So very high permeability, still very durable. You can see the other. Okay, so we were able to do that with ready mix concrete as well. One thing I want to mention to you, there are some limitations of in situ versus the ready mix, but possible to iron out those also. I'll share these slides with you. You can look at those, but they're all not very high difficult jobs. But okay, let's move on. So 3 sections that we have already built. Okay, very intact, not even a single aggregate that has come out so far. Okay, and published documents in very reputed journals, ASTM, AAC, and others. Now we have also proposed this to the Ministry of Rural Development. So now it has been principally approved. So if the government of Maharashtra can come forward, we can get some test sections. This will be part of the ministry also. Okay. Now this is the last slide I have before we. So supporting the government of Maharashtra here. Concrete roads, good. They're very good, no doubt. Okay, use it for the purpose. We have now come up with the paver blocks. It's a composite paver block that could be used as a high volume road application. Instead of your panel concrete, we can use this where there is very high water table and water logging issue. You see, it's only a 30 centimeter block, square block. It's a composite structure with, you see here in the bottom there, it's a M30, M40, M50. You can design that yourself, a concrete section within which you have a groove wherein you place your pervious concrete. Okay? And that becomes a drainage layer for you. So it's a drainage layer upon the structurally sound layer. If you recall, I told you in the beginning, we want a composite structure that has a structurally sound layer plus a drainage layer, right? So this can help us. If you have a problem in water logging, a composite structures such as these will be useful. Porosity still maintained very high. Now the strength has increased. It has now become M40 together. It used to be M15, M20 pervious concrete. We have now increased it to M35, M40, M50, which can now be used as a high volume rod. Right? The other thing, you see the flexural strength higher than what is prescribed by IRC, 6 megapascal, much higher than what you proposed, right, in the morning. So much higher, much sustainable, much durable. You can use rubber in this, you can use recycled concrete aggregates, construction demolition waste, plastic, and so forth. Please play this video. There are 2 holes in the bottom. It's a composite structure, okay? Those 2 conduits can be connected to the other paver blocks. That way you can replenish water, okay? You see that there. So, and this is about 3 kilograms lighter than a paver block of similar dimensions with concrete, and 5 rupees cheaper per paver block. So if you go to the next slide, yeah, here you see total cost for one paver block is about 19 rupees. This is about 17. That's per kg, right? If you go there to the last column there, 48 versus 43. That's per square feet. 5 rupees cheaper. Now, if you can imagine per kilometer, and for hundreds of kilometers that you would like to use, I think you'll be saving much more, right? Other thing that we have done, this is what you see, 2 lakh rupees you're saving per kilometer, which is really commendable, right? Okay, now what do? Do we have to do much more? Of course, yes. We don't stop here. We are trying to increase the strength even by another 5 or 6 megapascal. That will help us in the long run. And the other question that keeps coming to me is clogging. Because this is porous, it'll get clogged because of debris, dust, sand, mud, and so forth. The solution is very simple. These are paver blocks. Remove, replace. That doesn't have to be done until the 3rd year. That also we have checked. Okay? So we don't have to really worry until the 3rd year when you have to do a maintenance. Every pavement section across the world is maintained every year or every 3 years. And these blocks could be just replaced. Take it out, wash it, keep it back. Okay? As I mentioned to you, now we are coming up with guidelines through National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, but I urge you to also approach us. So thanks to several of my colleagues, my students, and others. Thank you very much for listening. I can take up some questions.
I have some questions for you. First is, what all examples it is inside the campus, right? So have you done it for any main roads?
We are doing it. We are doing it in the next 2 weeks.
So that is our main problem.
But that was a main road. The municipal corporation is a main road. It's being used.
No, it was in the campus. We have vehicles right from a bicycle,
correct,
motorcycle, car up till the heavy vehicles. So the main problem lies with the multi-axle roads and how much pressure the road can sustain. So that is our main problem, and we want solution for that.
That can do the job because we are still using JCB on it. We are using JCB on this.
But the capacity of our roads, the volume of the traffic on that road, that is the main problem.
Sure.
So I think you should come up with an example, or you should do some experiments here.
Sure, of course.
We can support you.
Yeah.
And he is a MMRDA commissioner sitting here. So pilot project we should do somewhere where there is heavy traffic.
Absolutely.
Next thing you showed us with the pavers.
Correct, paver blocks.
Yeah, paver blocks. The main problem with the pavers is not with the paver. It's with the soil beneath.
Correct, agree.
The base. You showed us the water can be absorbed inside.
Correct.
So that is the best. But you require an infrastructure, a drain. So we require a solution. See how much difference between the traditionally what we do with the pavers. We put fine sand and then we put pavers up.
Correct.
But if you do this draining technique, so how much it will increase? What will be the difference between the normal and the new?
Sure.
It is the best that aggregates, any type of aggregates can be used to make the pavers. And what you suggested that if it gets clogged, you can remove it. I think it is not that feasible. Practically not that possible, with our pavers. So I think both the things on main roads, it is not the problem of the campus, it is the main problem of our main roads.
Agree.
And the stability of the structure beneath, what we can do with it. Sure. And main, as you suggested, drainage is the only solution.
Solution, of course.
So I think we should come up with we should do something on the main roads.
Sure.
If you can suggest, we can do a pilot project with both these technologies. MMRD commissioner is also there,
Sure.
so you can get connected to him.
Absolutely.
So we can come up with a new solution for our Mumbai roads. Otherwise, we are using this
Sure.
concrete
Very
continuously.
glad. Very glad. Sure, definitely.
May I request Professor M.N. Srihari to hand over the memento to Dr. B. Krishna Prapurna.
Today, he has overcome his guru. In Telugu, we call Guruvina Minchina Shishudu. There is a person who has overcome the guru also. But I was very, very happy, extremely happy. I request the God to give all encouragement so that he can grow further and become a model person for the country. So with this, I wanted to give a memento to Dr. Krishna Prapurna.
Now we begin with our technical session number 6, Road Safety. Now we invite Mr. S.R. Tambe, Chairman Standing Technical Advisory Committee, STAC, Mumbai, to give a brief on the challenges of Mumbai and the solutions for the same. Mr. S.R. Tambe.
Dignitaries in the auditorium and delegates. I have been called upon to talk on a subject which really concerns all of us. But it is also true that none of us really pay any attention to that. We pay attention to this subject only when somebody from our family, some close relative, is involved in a road accident and we get the terrible news. Thereafter, we are all concerned. But till that time, nobody is bothered. As you will see later on, we proceed with the slides. The gravity of the problem in India, you can see from the table. So what I said earlier, in the paper you may read news about a grievous accident. We just say arere, and then move to the next page, sports page. Watch the sports news, forget everything, get up, tell the wife to prepare breakfast early and go on our lives. But really, it's a very grave subject. If you see the figures, the extent of damage which the road accidents cause to us, number of vehicles from 95 to 2019, they have grown from 3 crores to 29 crores. The number of accidents has grown from 3.5 lakhs to 4.5 lakhs. Then you can see the damage, the number of deaths you can see. Fortunately, the number of deaths hasn't grown that proportionately, maybe because of some measures taken by government. And you can see the loss caused to the economy due to the accidents here. In 95, it was 32,000 crores. Today, it is 1,47,000 crores. This damage is caused due to vehicles being damaged, structures being damaged, people suffering their expenditure of their treatment, and loss of productivity and all that. The road users can be classified into vulnerable and non-vulnerable. Non-vulnerable are those who are riding a big vehicle. They are inside the vehicle, they are protected. But vulnerable ones are those, you can see pedestrians, cycle riders, motorbike riders, auto rickshaw riders. They suffer the most in accidents. And they are naturally the poorer section of the society. This is a figure, a concept many of you may know, many you may not know. This is called fatality index. It is a ratio of total number of deaths in accidents divided by the total of number of injuries at the accident site. It also includes the people who die. So it comes out as a percentage. And it indicates the system of caring for the accident victims. The earlier they get aid, they are saved. If there is delay, naturally, they suffer. Sometimes the people who handle the injured person may not be that badly injured, but in handling him badly, they sometimes cause paralysis or further damage to the victim. So people must be trained to handle. So this ratio shows how good our system is. If you see the figures of fatality indices, a country like Malawi was 21 or 22% people die. And next to it was India with 19%. And if you go further down, you will see more developed the country, the less is the ratio. In countries like Norway and Sweden, it is even less than 1. In Japan, USA, UK, it is in the range of 1, 1.2, etc. In less developed countries, Eastern European, it is slightly higher. Like that it goes. In India also, there is wide variation. In states like Punjab, it is 42%. In a state like Kerala, it is 5%. It indicates probably the sensitivity of people, the way the medical aid is available. In Kerala, if you travel, you almost have unbroken built-up area. So probably the hospitals are closer, and that may be one reason. But it also true, probably the people are more sensitive. They go to the help of people more. Now, to overcome this, the suggestions are that, the fear in the people's mind, that if you get involved in helping an accident victim, they will have to face trouble with the police. And they may have to undergo a lot of harassment. That should be driven out. In the police personnel, you should have a feeling that rather than catching the culprit, the priority should be on saving the victim. If that can be instilled in them, I remember one very comical piece written by one Marathi writer where they have described a scene where some animal comes under an ST bus. And people naturally say that it should be taken out and ST bus should go ahead. But he says, no. What about the police? A Panchanama must be made and FIR must be registered. Then only the bus can go ahead. So in the end, the piece shows that the bus is stalled at the location for hours together. And ultimately, the animal, I think it's the buffalo, on its own gets up and goes away. So that's humorous, but that is sometimes true, that people are more concerned with what happens to the culprit rather than the victim. As I have said, that road accidents I can speak as a road engineer. In the departments, a junior engineer or an assistant engineer will be hauled up if there are potholes on his roads. But he will not be questioned if there is an accident spot on his roads, because nobody is bothered. As I said earlier, you are bothered only when somebody in your family gets hurt. And I can tell you from it's a horrible thing when an accident occurs in a family, what happens. I have undergone that personally. It's a terrible tragedy. The whole life of the family is turned upside down for a small accident. But there is apathy about it. Now, causes of accidents are generally, I have classified them into 4. Driver's errors, vehicle defects, environment including other users of the road, and road defects. In our work as accident committee in Maharashtra, we collected data from various police stations. And we found that 85% or 90% of the accidents are causes classified as driver error. It's rarely the error of the user or defect in the road, nothing. It's 85 to 90% driver's errors. This is actually what I said. There was one experiment conducted in England where they found that in residential area that experiment was conducted, so it was found that if the vehicle is traveling at 20 miles per hour or less, the injuries to the victims are almost negligible. If the speed increases, they are more grievous. And at 50 miles an hour, deaths occur. So that's a very telling figure. So it's a lesson to us to drive with the speed which is suitable to that road at any given time. What I find, you must have also noticed it, when many drivers drive, particularly maybe the chauffeurs or professional drivers, sometimes one finds that what can happen if a little accident occurs, that is not in their thinking. They are kings of the road, sitting behind a powerful vehicle and driving along. But in a second, the whole thing can turn topsy-turvy. They may be their breadwinners of the family, sole support, old parents, dependent children, wife. Everything can go upside down. That doesn't enter their head. They just drive. So I wish that this particular aspect is impressed upon them during their driving training. According to me, the figures of the police are very telling. They classify most accidents as driver's errors. What I feel, we read in the papers that it is the potholes on the road, badly designed roads, no road signs and all that. But ultimately, to my thinking, it comes to the drivers. If a driver is sensible and is experienced, and if he finds that the road is bad, he ought to drive slowly. If he comes across a blind spot, he ought to drive slowly, stop. If you are leaving your building compound and entering a new road, big road ahead, you ought to dead stop, look on both sides and then enter that. But that we don't see in India. People just drive and blame the road authorities. I remember one very sort of telling experience in my own family. I have a cousin who later on retired as a high judge of the court. But during his younger days, he was known to be a very, very, very rash driver. 3 times he suffered accidents and broke his bones. But he would keep on driving very fast. So once I told him meekly, "Ki, why don't you drive slow? The roads are not that good. Their shoulders are not correct." His reply was, "You see, I have paid my taxes. And it is the duty of the road authorities to keep them in good condition. So they must keep it in good condition. I will keep on driving like this." But that kind of attitude really serves nobody. Ultimately, you have to see what kind of roads you have and then drive accordingly. If you see people walking along the road, crossing the road with their mobile phones or earphones in their ears, then who can help them? You see so many videos of like that. I mean, you must have seen them. Boys and girls going along with their music and suffering accidents. You know, there is a concept called forgiving roads, forgiving road environment, and forgiving vehicles. So if an accident occurs, the damage should be in minimum. That is the concept. One extreme example of this I can tell you, in some countries, the roads on high banks, their slopes are made so flat that even if the driver loses control, the vehicle can be brought back. I mean, the slope is so gentle that it need not go tumbling. It can be brought back. So that is an extreme example. Another example is trees near the roads. If you read newspapers, probably every third or fourth day you read a news report about an accident which has occurred because a vehicle at high speed has hit a roadside tree. Only yesterday I was surprised to read an accident on express highway Mumbai-Pune where a vehicle is reported to have struck a tree. And when that happens, there is no escape for the occupants of the car. You will see very high number of deaths because the vehicle traveling at 70-80 kilometers per hour suddenly comes to a dead stop in a millisecond. And so everybody in the car dies. So we must remove these trees from near the road. Naturally, of course, you will people saying that we should not remove the green cover and all that. I remember in car here, in the road right in the center, there are trees. In the road widening, and there were trees by the roadside earlier, they have become in the center. So once I was talking to somebody as my work in accident committee, requesting this should be removed. He was so angry, he said, "Let people die. What does it matter? It's the green cover which is, planet must be saved." I mean, ultimately, planet is to be saved for human beings. If there are no human beings, who cares what happens to the planet? I mean, of course, one should care about green covers, but road is not the only place you can plant trees. There are so many acres of land elsewhere. But sometimes people go to very great. I remember once while widening road near Waluns, near Aurangabad, a similar problem was faced. There was huge old trees in widening, making it 4-lane. We had to remove some of them. But people were adamant. They said, "You can't touch the trees." So we should be sensible. Secondly, about this forgiving vehicles. Of course, many vehicles are now being made forgiving. Earlier in the cars, we used to have steel fans. And inside of the vehicle was not so cushioned. Now they are cushioned, we have got airbags, we have got seat belts. So that has helped a lot. But that is what is called as a forgiving vehicle. Now this is a very interesting statistic. Research has shown that after every 13 years, your eyesight becomes half. Its strength reduces to half what it was. And therefore, if you see everything when you are, say, 20-year-old, you will see half of that when you are 33-year-old. This is depicted humorously in the series of slides which come after this. If a 20-year-old driver needs 2 headlights to see certain things, 33-year-old driver will need 4 headlights. So 46-year-old will need 8. 59-year-old will need. So when you drive, you should take your own age into consideration and realize that you don't see things that clearly. On the other hand, the road authorities must design the signage and the lighting on the road in such a way, considering that average motor driver in our country may be 55, 60, that age. But sometimes that is not realized because the road engineers are all youngsters and they don't realize that older people may not be seeing things as. If you drive along Mumbai, you will find many road signs which are very small. I mean, young people can see them properly, but older people while driving, they cannot catch that message on the road signs that quickly. So they should be made of proper size. Now recently, probably because through Stack we kept on requesting, you will be surprised that I have been pursuing that subject. Just after my retirement as secretary, I took up that subject and kept on sending letters, showing these PowerPoint presentations to municipal authorities. Ultimately, I am glad that 3 years ago, that message has struck home. And at least now they have made names of roads of big size. You must have noticed them. It brings great relief. But I mean, they should have been a little higher. That is why my only grouse. Because if there is a taxi standing in front, you cannot see them. But anyway, at least half the goal is achieved. I mean, because the time is short, I made it very short. Just a few slides to show the concern which is bestowed on this subject abroad. See that number of drums in front of a divider. They are called attenuators, impact attenuators. If a vehicle hits a hard object, it suffers less damage. Those drums are filled with water and they are tied to that, of course, but that reduces the damage. Now this is very interesting. I was driving along a road, winter time. You see those chain link fencings, can you notice in front? They are there to arrest any boulder rolling on from the hill slope to stop them from coming on the road. But interesting thing, I was just not related to accident. You can see one face with ice, the other not without. Because sun rays fall on that, so that is clear of the snow and the other one is covered with snow. Now see this long vehicle, that board at the rear. I don't know whether while driving, when you want to overtake a vehicle, if it's a vehicle of normal length, it's easy. You can quickly overtake. But if the vehicle happens to be long, then you sometimes can get surprised and caught in a nasty situation. I will tell you, in Nagpur, some years ago, on Wardha Road, those familiar with Nagpur will know, a road leading to airport, one young couple, immediately after marriage, they were traveling to airport, probably on way to their honeymoon or whatever. But along the way, one long vehicle was there. And without knowing that it was a long vehicle, the fellow started overtaking. And from the other side came a truck. And then they had no place to go because this vehicle was long and they died on the spot. So to avoid that, this is necessary. This is in England. In America, they have a long bar instead of that board. America and Canada, they only have a long bar below. So people know that this is a long vehicle. So I wish that in our country also this is adopted. You can see barriers we had an accident prevention committee. And as I said that people are not sensitive, but I must say that my minister at that time, Mr. Gadkari, on my retirement, next day he called me and said, you are going to do this work, accident prevention committee. For the next 8 years we inspected 29,000 kilometers of road, suggested several measures, and it reduced the number of accidents in the state. I mean, only go into this particular slide. That spot is no longer like this today. But such blind spots are causes of accidents. And we are told by engineers that they are pressured to put up big plantation right in the center of the road. And that is what causes such blind spots. And this is an ideal traffic island. We can see through. And in Mumbai, we should aim at this. I mean, these are two slides just to show that the footpaths are occupied and we need to pay attention to redesign. I mean, these things are necessary for people, but we could perhaps redesign. The tree by the roadside, see these trees on Kolhapur-Ratnagiri road used to cause accidents. They are removed now. The facility and the village on opposite side of the road, they causes accidents. Ladies traveling, crossing the road to fetch water from the water source. An open well by the roadside. So thank you very much. I know my lecture was a bit disjointed, but the time was too short. It's a big subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I request Mr. Ramamurthy to please come up on stage and present the memento to Mr. S.R. Tambe. Mr. Patankar will address our audience for a few minutes.
Good afternoon. I am doctor by profession. In 3 minutes, I'll take 3 items. What a owner of the car must follow, what a driver must follow, and what authorities must follow. I have been going to Khandala almost every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Number one, we must see this our driver has got, being a doctor, color blinded test. Number two, owner must see the front belt is put, whoever sit in front. And if possible now, behind seat also if you can use, is much better. Oh, no doubt in our country people don't drive very fast, but outside it is must. Then I tell my driver three things. Number one, when you drive, keep a distance of minimum 15 feet in front of other car, behind other car. Number two, whether you are in the city or outside city, be on the left side of the road. Because people on the right side will use who want to go at a higher speed. My driver will never drive. He will come in the middle and suddenly will look for the left side of the road. Even in Khandala road, I have seen those people on the right drive on the right side, they make maximum accidents. So I tell him, number one, don't take overtake on the bridge. Don't take overtake when गाड़ी हो, जो ऊंची गाड़ी हो, उससे overtake मत लो. Number three, don't unnecessarily put horn. Because once I sit in my car, I always have bus. I go behind seat, put my pillow. My driver says, "Sahib, ghar aaya, uto." So I never see ever he puts the brake because I have got all his instruction. Be on the left side. Whatever follow the law of the speed. Where it is done 60, make 60. Where it is done 30, make 30. And never drive more than 80 kilometers because hardly 5-10 minutes distance come. But you are 100 kilometers, you go 120 kilometers. Number third, authorities. I am telling you, authorities in London I have seen, when something is there on the road, you feel 10 minutes before you say that something is there. Fourth thing, our people, when the road is driving 4 cars or 3 lanes, suddenly become 2 lane or 1 lane. Authorities must take precaution for this. Thank you very much. I can assure you, 90% of death or 90% of accident can be avoided.
It's time for a panel discussion now. The subject is Slum-Free Mumbai, Reimagining Dharavi. Our esteemed speakers are Mr. Nirmal Kumar Deshmukh, retired IAS and former CEO SRA. He will be the moderator of the panel discussion. Mr. SVR Srinivas, IAS, Metropolitan Commissioner, MMRDA. Mr. Sandeep Deshmukh, Secretary, SRA. Mr. Sandeep Shikre, Architect. Mr. Pramod Bongirwar, former Secretary, PWD and member, Standing Technical Advisory Committee, that's STAC. Mr. Shashank Narayan Bhore, Deputy Chief Engineer, Road Planning, BMC. I request all our esteemed speakers to please come up on stage. Over to Mr. Nirmal Kumar Deshmukh.
We'll start with the discussion how the SRA scheme initiated in India. The country Korea, it was separated in 1953. Before that, it was not independent country, and it became independent in 1945, like that. You can check it. So the today's South Korea, which is a democratic country like us, the capital of South Korea, it was 80% slum in 1956-57. And now you know the Seoul, the capital who hosted Seoul Olympics. How they transformed the country from the slum to such a beautiful capital, such a beautiful towns. And it's a very rich country. You know the brands they are playing in India, like Hyundai, Nokia and whatnot, what the brand they are having, Samsung. The second example, we should all know, is a very poor country like us, even more poorer than us, is a Colombia in Latin America. And the town Bogotá, even today also it is full of slum. And the mayor of Bogotá, he tried to transform the entire town into a clean city. And he really succeeded in making the city open defecation. So that was his achievement. And people, they don't allow him to contest for the parliament because they wanted to be him as a mayor of their town, their city. And 3 times he was a mayor. And later on he contested the election for the upper position and he lost that. So the Bogotá is the second example, how they tried successfully to turn something out of the slum. Now in India, it is the only Mumbai, it is only Maharashtra who is having this such a SRA, slum rehabilitation scheme, wherein I tell you how the scheme started. In 1994, the slum in MIDC near SIBS, it was auctioned by the MIDC, and the auction condition was that the developer who will come to the redevelopment of scheme, he will give a certain area to the MIDC free of slum. So that was the term, and a developer who owned the bid, it was decided 23% of the entire area, which will be slum-free, it will be handed over to MIDC, and the rest area he will use for rehabilitation plus his cell component area. So that was the first scheme. And then the government of Shiv Sena and BJP, they came in 1995. And this, the dream of late Balasaheb Thackeray, it was put forth, and then it was decided to have the SRA scheme in Mumbai. And then later on it went to Pune also and Kolhapur also. Like that. Since then, we are working on slum, and the topic itself is how to make the Mumbai slum-free. So now I am also party to them, since I work as a CEO SRA, and then I also work as a CEO Dharavi project, and even today I am moderating. I just want to ask Mr. Bhore, you tell me, sir, as a common man, forget that you are officer, what you feel about the SRA scheme going on in general and the redevelopment of Dharavi slum in particular. What is your perception? What information you are having in mind, or what exactly you want to expect from the authorities? Please tell us, sir.
Sir, thank you for wonderful introduction for this wonderful topic of slum-free Mumbai. Basically, I was staying in Dharavi for 1996 to 2012. I was staying in 90 feet road, the part of Dharavi only. And still I work in Dharavi, not as a BMC, but I work for some social work for developing all children into giving some good sanskaras. Now coming to topic what you said and asked me about what are your perception. Now we have 3310, 3311, the DCR says, giving the 2.5 SI, 3.5 SI, and also for 3311 speaks about if we have open plots and give something concession. Now my perception, if you ask me as an individual perception, since I stay in Dharavi, I have seen so many schemes are getting developed, all developed, and really the purpose of the scheme is giving good tenement to the person who was earlier in SRA scheme. This purpose is now fulfilling.
Okay, so we can have some questions from the later on at the end. Okay, now I'll ask a question to Mr. Srinivasan, who is today as a MMRDA commissioner, and he is holding the additional charge of Dharavi, right, sir? So, what is the status of Dharavi? We should all know. What is the status of the project of Dharavi as on today, at this moment?
A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you. Actually, today's topic is slum-free Mumbai and Dharavi, reimaging Dharavi. Because we cannot have slum-free Mumbai, or for that matter, slum-free Maharashtra, until we at least take care of the largest chunk of Mumbai slums, that is in Dharavi. Dharavi almost constitutes about 40% of the slum population of Mumbai, if not the latest 21 census, which is going to start, maybe about 50%. And second is largest is Govandi. If you take care of these two slums, it will definitely become slum-free. That is the first point. So now, basically, we talk about three basic needs: food, clothing, shelter. Food and clothing, there is no problem for any Mumbaikar or for any city person. Shelter is the issue, and I will also add the fourth need, which is affordable transport. For any Mumbaikar, if you have a shelter and affordable transport, you don't need to give a job, jobs are available, right? So coming to Dharavi and the slum-free Mumbai, how Dharavi was conceptualized and what is the present status? There is a question asked. So for that, I will answer in stages, and then further discussion can follow. And I will also touch upon the point raised by our roads deputy chief engineer regarding how do you take care of maintenance, because corpus is not enough. That's a good point made. I'll come to that during the course of the discussion. We have addressed that point, by the way. Yeah, we have addressed that point rather well, I think. So, coming to the Dharavi project and slum-free Mumbai, first let us ask why there are slums in cities. Because cities are engines of economic growth. Why there are no slums in villages? Because villages are unfortunately not the engines of economic growth. They are also the co-passengers, right? That's a fact. Although great Mahatma Gandhi said India lives in villages, but we have a situation, and we have a classic example in Chairman Mao's China, where they tried to stop urbanization, but migration continued. And today in Mumbai, if you would see the data, every day there are about 200 families migrating to Mumbai. Every day. It means every hour, about 10 to 15 families are migrating to Mumbai as we speak. I mean, by the time this conference is over, whole day, about 100 families would have migrated. Second pattern, because this is the context is very important, because unless you understand the problem well, you cannot find the solution. So the context I am giving for half a minute. And secondly, second pattern is in-migration from within Maharashtra to Mumbai is actually increasing. There is a second trend actually. The data shows earlier people used to come from Bihar, UP and all. They are still coming. They are not stopping. But people coming from Marathwada, Vidarbha, the Khandesh, that numbers are also very large actually. Percentage-wise, that is much more in the last 5 to 7 years compared to before. So a lot of migration is happening from within Maharashtra also. And how to take care of that issue. Now, coming to Dharavi now. This is the context I wanted to set. Typically, how SRA works, let us understand. SRA is actually developer-driven project, right? Developer is, we think it's a negative way, but let us call it in a neutral way called market-driven scheme, right? It's a market-driven scheme because the difference between the land price and construction cost is so much in Mumbai, so it is possible. It was very well conceptualized, as Mr. Deshmukh has pointed out, in 1995 when the first UT government had come. We were that time COs, Jilla Parishad and collectors. So having worked for last 20 years in urban sector and this housing sector, there are certain inputs that we have taken, that experiments that have been made for Dharavi, and we are trying to address them. What we are trying to do, what is the population of Dharavi? As we speak, it may be touching 1 million actually. It is like not just a slum, it is a city within a city. Population of Kolhapur is about 6 to 7 lakhs. I think this is smaller than Dharavi population. For city of Kolhapur, you have about 5 to 6,000 staff. I was municipal commissioner Kolhapur some 15 years back. No, it is 20 years back in fact. So it's small population, that was the time 5 lakh population. So we are talking about lakhs of people. And secondly, very important component of Dharavi is the commercial and industrial structures. Dharavi actually has very vibrant local economy consisting of leather exports, electronics, textiles, potters, so many different types of products are made and some of them are exported also. Commercial and livelihood issues come into picture when you redevelop Dharavi, right? So in that context, I will add, if you want you can ask, otherwise I can continue because it becomes a monologue. I'll just stop about 2-3 points that we are trying to address. First is the state government is kept it as the topmost priority, if not topmost, in the top 2-3 items of their agenda, which is very welcome, by declaring Dharavi project as a vital public purpose project. It is declared as a vital public purpose project. It means something, right? We do so many projects, but Dharavi is one of the few handful, like MUTP, Mumbai Urban Transport Project was a vital public purpose project. Dharavi is also declared by the cabinet, and the cabinet chaired by Honorable Chief Minister in the presence of Honorable Deputy Chief Minister just cleared it about 15-20 days back. Number one. So what does it mean? What is vital public purpose project? There are 4 things that are required for success of Dharavi, apart from many other things, because it is by far the most complex, the largest urban renewal scheme in the history of, if not in the history of the world, definitely in the history of India, but in the top 2-3 in the history of the world. So that is the complexity that we are talking about, and the largest urban renewal scheme. So for that, there are 3-4 things that are very important, and I will stop there. Then further discussion can follow, or 4 more questions can follow. One is the sheer number. The density is the highest. In fact, there are no new slums coming up on Dharavi because there is not a very even 1 inch left. We can go only vertical. Mr. Deshmukh was there, so they cannot do horizontal. There is no space left. So density is one of the highest. Secondly, it is rather close to airport. So airport also restricts the height. So that becomes the planning, it becomes a very big, huge planning constraint. That is the first part. Secondly, if you want to develop Dharavi in an integrated manner, why integrated also I'll tell you a little later, then huge upfront investment is required. Because whenever you do redevelopment of a slum, first you have to take care of the rehab portion, right? Because after rehab only, after about 20-10%, then only the free sale can start flowing in. There is no revenue. So you require huge investment to take care of this. And third is question of eligibility. That is a very, very important for slums. In a smaller slum, like all of us have seen SRA projects over 2 decades, in a smaller slums, about 10%, 20% are not eligible. Not eligible. That's all. They are not rehabilitated. Let us say there are about 300 slums structures. 15% comes to about, let us say, 30 people. So 30 people are left out. But here you have thousands of people, thousands of families, which has to be rehabilitated. You cannot just wish them away or throw them away. So you have to take care of them also, albeit in a different conditions, right? That is very, very important. And fourth is integrated development of Dharavi. Dharavi has to be developed in integrated fashion. The reason is as following. Whenever you have multiple layouts, earlier we were thinking of doing, 5 clusters, right? Then came the thought process of 13 clusters we let us do when I joined. But with the more number of clusters we do, the optimization of space does not take place. Because each cluster or each layout has to have its own amenities. So there is a lot of duplication and triplication and multiple number of things have to be done. So there is a wastage of space. So wastage of space is not for developer. Actually wastage of space is for the people. The more number of wastage, the larger the wastage, duplication, triplication of amenities, the smaller number can be accommodated in Dharavi as even among the eligible people. So that is why the state government headed by Sri Shinde sir has actually come out with the concept of integrated development of Dharavi. Now it is about 600 plus acres, right? That is a total Dharavi notified area, 600 plus acres, 245 hectares, roughly speaking, including the roads, etc., excluded portions. So integrated development of Dharavi is very, very important. as I said, the financially the liquidity issues, high density. Third is highest number of ineligible people, very large number. And fourth is the need for integrated development. So considering this, we came out with a new model for Dharavi, which can perhaps take off. And if and when takes place, the day Dharavi foundation stone is laid, my personal assessment again is that is the day actually Mumbai will start becoming slum free. Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, we want to know what is the status of the project, when we are going to appoint a developer, when he will start the work, and what is the schedule. That we are interested.
Thank you. Actually, here who is the developer? That is the question. And when it's going to start? Here, for the first time, actually in Dharavi, in the government, state government, has conceptualized slum redevelopment in a different way. I mean, there is a complete paradigm shift as far as Dharavi is concerned. In fact, it will be a trendsetter if it is successful as to how redevelopment of slum should be looked at. And what we are doing, who is the developer actually, and when is going to start? When is it going to start? First, I'll address that question because that has been asked. It is going to start, I think, in about 3 to 5 months. And how to do it and who will do it? Actually, who is going to be the developer? The word developer was used. So here, for the first time, why I called it paradigm shift in terms of the new thinking in the Dharavi redevelopment. Here, this first slum, where state is a party. I mean, state government will be, along with the private investor, will be together redeveloping Dharavi actually. It is not one developer will come and he will do. No. And we structured in such a way, a special purpose vehicle will be established, in which 1/5 share is of government equity, and 80% belongs to the private investor. And government will not invest more than 100 crores. Remaining, it will be a SPV of 500 crores. Remaining 400 crores will come from the private person. But you cannot have Dharavi redevelopment. Even a bridge cannot happen, 2-3 bridges with 500 crores. What is required is about 25,000 crores only for rehab. So that money has to come from the market. So we have structured in a way whereby the money can come. And why the government should be a party? That the question can be asked. For two reasons. One is whenever, in fact, 2016, in fact, we did try to have a Dharavi redevelopment. In fact, 4 or 5 times we extended it, but no response was there. The reason is Dharavi, for the reasons I just mentioned in the beginning, it is a very high-risk project. A lot of investment is required, initial investment, very huge investment is required. So for that, for a private person, private investor, whether it's an institution or individual, if the government is there on the board, I think that gives a very good interface with the local community, and that will be actually seen as a sort of, if not a guarantor, but it will be like a protector for the project. That is one. And equally important is that if there is, let us say, from the point of view of the private local residents of Dharavi, the issue is how to deal with a developer. They cannot. So government gives the interface. Government gives the correct interface as far as the project implementation processes are concerned. Because a lot of issues will come up during the process. Not only the eligibility issues, but a whole lot of other issues also come up in the process. So if they are going to come up in the process, how to address them, how the public will have a participation interface. So that's why we conceptualize the SPV model. I think it is, hopefully it will solve that issue.
So what we got, within 5-6 months, the developer will be appointed and the work may start, and there will be some schedule to complete the project. So this is about the status of the Dharavi project. Shikre sir, I just want to ask you, this is regarding the Dharavi, but we are talking about the entire slum of Mumbai. So what needs to boost, as an architect, he's architect and dealing with the SRA schemes, what government decision needs to boost the projects so to implement them speedily? Number one. Number two, I just want to give you one very bad failure example of Mumbai. We land on the airport and we saw all around the airport the slums, right? 306 acres of land owned by the Airport Authority of India. It is under the slum. And there was really a good project, and it was given to, again, on the same basis, which was started in 1994, to HDIL company. It's not there right now. So the terms was that they will give 62 acres of land to that HDL, and the rest they will rehab and complete the project, and the rest of the land will be given to Airport Authority of India. The entire project failed. Very bad example for us. Now we are struggling since 2004 in Dharavi, and I tell you what the sir is saying, and I too worked there 1.5 years. We are at 0 point. I tell you, we are at 0 point as on today, after having 18 years. So, Mr. Shikre, as an architect, you please tell me, here 2 honorable MPs are sitting. So what exactly needs to boost the SRA projects in Mumbai?
Yeah, so firstly, let me compliment Construction Times for arranging this great summit, and I really feel blessed to be here in presence of all the dignitaries and all the important young leadership and the rule makers and the followers. So I will put it in two baskets. So basically, if you'll see today, the 55% of the population of Mumbai is been slums, which are there on a 24% of a workable area. So the kind of model that we have now, where we are trying to incentivize by creating a slum rehabilitation and giving an incentive to a developer to build equivalent to that area, probably will not work, because we are trying to go into a high density into a localized pocket of a 24%. That will also push a lot of infrastructural issues. So we have to think out of box and look at it not as a particular isolated pockets, but look at it as a whole city, as a holistic approach. Where Sir said very nicely, these big pockets like Dharavi and the Govandi, if they have been touched, it will start the ball rolling. And a wonderful, different kind of a model. Again, I'm quite happy that I'm sharing a dais with Sir, which is a construction development agency, and now where it's a special purpose vehicle. So it's not a PPP with a developer. There is nothing wrong with the developer.
Sir, I'm interested what decisions you need to have, or what you think upon that the government should take, which will boost the entire slum schemes of Mumbai.
Okay, so Mumbai,
that is what?
Mumbai has 221 wards. The 21 wards do not have a generic solution. The government should take a panel of architects and urban planner on one side. Government should take the reputed agencies like Shapurji, Palanjis and L&T and Tata Project on other side. And government also should initiate a funds on other side. And really put the confluence of all these people.
My question to you is, sir, are you getting enough funds from the banks, from the NBFCs, from the funding authorities to run the show of SRA? Tell me. The scheme is good, is viable, the developer is good, only he needs funds. Are you getting the funds from the bank, being an SRA scheme? Or are you getting the money from the LIC or whatever the funding authority? What government needs to do in that? Unless you have money, you will not do anything, though you are a good developer. Tell me in that.
So, yes, of course, there has to be a finance model. Today, we are looking at only residential stock as a sale component. If we do a commercial component with some incentives, if we give some social credits, if we give some tax exemptions, automatically the velocity of the particular sale component will go high. We have to think differently. We are trying to create only residence to residence. And once that model is there in place, you will have these construction companies, because all of them are developers. Please understand, Tata Project has a development wing, Shapurji has a development wing, L&T has a development wing. You can do a barter system with them and tell them, okay, I have so much of a stock to be built.
Sir, my is very simple question. I am developing a slum of 500 huts, out of which, say, 400 are eligible, 100 I have to dose out. Okay, so this is a scheme of 2.5 acres, 1 hectare. I need about 150 crores for this project. No bank is backing me. No bank is funding me.
Deshmukh, I'll answer
What I
that
should
question.
do?
I'll tell you this, because I was in housing department when we tried to address this question. The question is as following: how, and if the banks are not helping the developers, that is a fundamental question being asked. And the reason is, in SRA there is a practice. So there is a practice that you don't allow any mortgage or any sort of a thing until all the rehab is complete. But unfortunately, what slum developer requires is for doing rehab. He doesn't need any money for doing the free sale. So that rules have to be tweaked a little bit for that to really address that question. I'm sure both the honorable MPs are here, so they can take up with the government that point. But second very important point is about if you want to do slum-free Mumbai, there is one more thing we have to do. One is slum redevelopment we are doing, of course. But as I said, there is a in-migration is very huge. I gave the numbers also. For that, you also require a slum prevention program, because if people keep on coming, said you are doing for those people who are already in Mumbai, but how to take care of them? For that, I think we need a very robust rental housing scheme. I think that is one of the very key answers. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a very limited time. We want to have questions from Sandeep. He was working in SRA as a secretary. So what are the problems, or what the government needs to take a decision regarding the eligibility of a slum dweller? Because if I'm a slum dweller and I'm not eligible, I will not leave the place. I'll go this court, that court, n number of courts, and delay the project. So the eligibility is a very crack of the project, of the slum project. So Sandeep will tell us what are the difficulties today in that and what the government needs to do in that. Please.
Right now, SRA had started automation in the eligibility program. Since we are already having a pool of all the information of all the slums, and I think in 1 month, the people who want that they should be eligible or not, they can go on our websites and they can check where they are eligible or not. Means we already surveyed around 10 lakh huts and another 6 lakhs are in office. So as such, we are fixing the number of huts in Mumbai and eligibility will be fast tracked. Already 10 officers are appointed in SRE itself for eligibility.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think the question is
Hello?
about
Question is-
ineligible people. How do you take care
So
of that?
my point is simple. Is there any complexity in deciding the eligibility? And if that is so, if not, then good. If that is so, what decision you suggest?
Already there is one Sashulk is done for up to 2011 hutments. The fee with people will get a home with a fees. Government had fixed
Okay, you
around-
say that till 2011,
Yes.
quite large number of people they will be eligible.
Yes.
And okay, any more suggestion you want to have?
The government had fixed it up to 2011.
Okay, this is suffice that the scheme will run fast. Okay, sir, you worked as a secretary PWD. Sir, kindly give your opinion. You see the slum project. There is a cell tower and there is a rehab building. So how you feel the design of slum building, number one, and the quality of slum building, the rehab slum building, please, sir.
I'll just narrate my few experiences of services. I was in charge of Andheri Ghatkopar long back in 77. That time we just offered a developed plot, that too in Malavani, and people were forced to go there. Later on, because of the political awareness, etc., demand increased that they should be given full-fledged house. Earlier it was 120 feet, then it was 160 feet, then it was 225 feet, and I think now they want 350 feet. Any slum to be reaccommodated has to be given 350 square feet of lot. Secondly, in our MMRDA, we could think of some cross-subsidy, minor cross-subsidy, because we were more in charge of the development project, Santa Cruz, Chembur, Linkro, Anik, Panjapur. But the main problem is where existing slum, how to accommodate the existing slum. As you rightly said, the present formula is 50% people to be accommodated and 50% to be sold.
Sir, how you see the slum buildings?
That is what I'm coming to that. The main problem which I foresee, we are going up and up, 15 floors, 16 floors, 17 floors. And that too, for a slum people, he will not be able to accommodate the maintenance cost of such high-rise building. And therefore, government has to seriously think regarding how much to charge the developer. That is one part. Some of the places which I saw, that the width was so narrow that even the fire brigade cannot reach there. So if the fire brigade cannot reach, if any fire takes place, then what do you do? So we have to change the design of the slum, wherein we must insist for one tower, at least one tower, wherein the fire people can go and check the fire. This is another requirement. Secondly, whether anybody checking the quality of the people who are going for the slum, especially the narrow drain pipes area, drain pipe, how do the people maintain that? Because nobody is bothered about further subsequent maintenance problem which the slum people are going to have, especially even in the rich middle class society also. People don't pay the maintenance charges. I don't know how they are going to maintain the building, because we have just started the experiment in next 5-6 years, and they ultimately going to blame the government also later on for this policies. So the time has come that we review especially the fixed maintenance charges which is supposed to be paid by the developer has to be reviewed. Then some more stringent specifications, especially fire safety. I know I visited one site where it was almost impossible for the fire brigade to reach there. Then what is the solution? Solution is you insist for one tower, and then at least fire brigade can stand about 100 meter to or 200 meter away and supply the water. So these are some of the real problems. Need of review of the specification is a must, I think. And if, let's take Dharavi, which he was mentioning, if you are going to put additional population there to cross-subsidize, we don't know what is going to happen. These are some of my views.
Can I just take 1 minute only?
Yeah, please, sir.
Yeah, so this is the teething issue, the quality of the rehab structures. So we would like to suggest that pre-qualify 10 to 15 contractors, develop a standard module, develop a proper rate, and make it mandatory for all the developer to follow only those pre-decided, predetermined, pre-qualified contractors to do. So at least you will cover one aspect, because today some of the slum buildings which are rehabilitated are very scary because you are left it open and there is no proper auditing system. But it is quite doable. If you'll see the international case studies, what they did in New York, what they did in Kuala Lumpur, they pre-qualified contractors, they pre-qualified the rate, so there is no non-transparency there. Every developer will be happy, and make it mandatory for him. If you have 300 slum dwellers, you have 3,000 slum dwellers, it is must that you have to select out of these 10 contractors, and they have been following the quality parameters, statutory parameters. That way you can control control the rehab component, 1 minute on the non-eligibility. If you take the real survey of the non-eligible people, many of them do not really want a permanent house. If you bring a lot of rental housing stock, create an old concept of a dharamshala, you will find a lot of these migrants will be happy. Today they are scared because they have to come here and they have no other choice but to go in slum. But if you will carefully survey them, you will find they are very happily willing to migrate into a rental housing. This
And
could
all
be a
the global cities, what their salt, like make it London, you see Singapore, any city has a rental housing scheme.
Absolutely.
Mumbai is the only city of global scale which doesn't have a rental housing.
You give a respectable rental housing, these slums will automatically, prevention will happen.
Okay, good. I'll just narrate within only by 1 minute what happened in Dharavi. In 2004, some idea was there to separate this area of Dharavi from the usual SRA schemes. The usual SRA scheme run under DCPR 3310. Then DCPR 3310A was added, and that is a special provision for the Dharavi, number one. And it was the idea, I think Vilas Rao Deshmukh or Sushil Kumar Shinde, they may be the CM of the state. And during the time of Mr. Ashok Chavan, the first tender was issued. The idea was that not to give any developer, issue a tender, appoint a developer and run the scheme. So the first tender was issued that time, 2008-9, and then it was never opened because something like that, one tender and like that. Then in 2015, the second tender was issued. It was again a global tender, and it was physically, it was actually printed. The tender was not only shown on the various websites of the government and of the project, but it was printed in Australia, in China, in Middle East, the Khalij Times, in London, and the New York Times paper. We paid 85 lakhs rupees for that. The entire advertisement was printed, and the global tenders were invited in 2015. The response was zero. No tender. ENY was our, Ernst & Young was our, they were our, what we call as, right. They used to guide us. So the tender was, no bidder was there. Now we are, as sir is saying, we are again trying for the project by again going for tender and appointing a developer. There are three, Honorable Sir, you are it is in your constituency, Dharavi. Shetty Sir is the expert in SRA project. He has a very deep study in SRA project, and Sir is there. When the Dharavi project was initiated in 2004, 40,000 slums were removed and they were converted into a good livable buildings. 40,000 flats were constructed. Out of those 40,000 flats, sir, 10,000 flats were from Dharavi. 25% scheme was implemented in Dharavi. And all of a sudden, by this decision, we stopped that. It was running very smoothly under 3310. I don't know what is the idea of some government officer, and they decided, okay, we'll go by this project. So nothing is happening. So this is my opinion, and then we'll have a question. Now, what is the solution of Dharavi? Sir, scrap the project, allow 3310, let the scheme go ahead. It will take care of Dharavi. Sir, the time is the name of the game of the SRA, all the schemes of SRA. As the time is going on, the floors are going up. 58,000 slums were there, sir. Now, they may be 80,000 because, the floors are going up. 3 floors, 4 floors, the slums are there. So who will take care of these people? So as we are delaying a decision, in my opinion, no developer will do this from any corner of the world. It is the only 3310 which will take care of that. Yeah, sir, and that is that. And secondly, sir, we need to revamp, go out of box and revamp the 3310 scheme. Why we need environmental clearance for a slum, which is directly draining the water into the sea, sir. When Mr. Fadnavis was CM, I just put before him, sir, this Varali Kolivada, the entire portion is going into sea, entire water is going in, and that for that scheme, no environmental clearance because it is coming in CRZ. Then let it go for another 50 years like that. What is going? So out of box thinking is necessary to boost the 3310 scheme, SRA scheme, and the Dharavi must come under that, sir. Thank you very much. Now, any questions from the audience? Yeah, please, sir.
I want to add something. The major problem with the SRA is the availability of the land, and when SRA is taken over, the main problem is with the slum dwellers' rent. The developer which comes, the SRA project goes for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, even 10 years, 11 years, 14 years. And the main problem is with the money. So I think we should, as you said, out of the box thinking is required in the slum redevelopment. Any developer comes, he is not capable and everything gets stranded. Now we are working since last 1 year on the slum rehabilitation project. What are we doing is you have empty lands in the form of bus depots. We have a lot of bus depots in Mumbai cities also, in Thane also. And there are adjoining slums in the bus depots. Say the bus depot is 10 acres and the adjoining slum is around 25-30 acres. So first you take out the load of rent from the developer. Give him the clean land where there is no much of a problem with the municipal corporation. ये वो उसके अंदर ही आधा time चला जाता है उसका. So what we have come up in Thane is we are looking for this bus depots and we develop these bus depots. Develop these bus depots as in you develop the bus depot, you give them commercial for the bus depot where the bus depot will be self-sustainable. Upon that you do a market for the city, do parking and go vertical. For example, if the bus depot is 10 acres and the surrounding slum is around 30 acres, that can be put here in vertical and the 30-acre land will be emptied. And we should look for some collaboration with the international investors. It is not the job of a developer. So we should do these experiments. We did it in Thane. Hafiz is who is doing this study and we are in the final stage. We have an MOU with, now we are doing a MOU with Middle East and Norwegian government. It is in the final stage. They are willing to invest money, I think around 5,000, 7,000 crores and with only 3%, 4% interest rate. And that too we don't have to pay them. We have to give them the sale component. So these solutions, Dharavi we are talking about is a big chunk. But for the small things, 30 acres, 40 acres slum and adjoining land, if we do this, we can come up with a good solution and we get many things. We get empty land. We had 10 acres of bus stop. We are getting 30 acres there, shifting all the slums there. What our municipal corporation is investing in the schemes for the slums, the drainage, everything will be looked for. So this is out of box thinking. So we are in the final stage. Hope everything will be right and this will be a pilot project now for the city of Mumbai also. So I think out of box thinking and government collaboration, we have to ease things up. We cannot leave it on the developer to develop that. The government has to intervene, government has to provide solution, government has to be, as rightly said, in project of Dharavi, the government has given the assurance. The government is a part of Dharavi project. That is how the project will come to a completion. It will not halt anywhere because the government is, and people will also have faith. I think commissioner, not only the political people, main things is the MMRD commissioner also, SIDCO commissioner is also, MD is also there. We should come up with these solutions and we can make things easy for the developer. We can make things easy for the investors also.
Yeah, sir, please. Just one thing about this suggestion that has come about building above the bus depots. In fact, there also Dharavi will be a first starter because there also we are proposing because there is a bus depot in sector 5. So उधर भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं. I think शेवाले साहब को MP साहब को मालूम है. Yes, financial bid. And secondly, what MP साहब said, Srikant Shinde ji, an investor is needed, not a developer. That is exactly what we are trying to do. And the point you made, because on a stage, when a point is made, it has to be responded, I thought. That is why, in a good way. Like 3310, we should go for Dharavi. That's what you are suggesting. But the point I made about Dharavi is the high density. If you go for 3310, there are a lot of suboptimal use of space. That is one. And secondly, we went for 3310 big time in the last 25 years. But the latest news is that a few months back, 500 slum schemes have been cancelled. They were all under 3310. Am I right? 500 schemes हमने cancel करना पड़ा after 15-20 years. So they are all under 3310. So it is not that 3310 or 10A. But the question is how to find a solution, make the rule fit to that solution. See, you just don't go with 3310 or 10A. You come out with 10Z also, no problem. And as far as the environmental clearance is concerned, I completely agree with you. It's very well paid because people are, the entire river is getting polluted, but we don't bother. Further, we suggested in the Dharavi scheme that there should be a single window clearance as far as the environment clearance is concerned because there several buildings will come up. For each of them, you cannot go to Delhi and come back. So for that, we suggested entire layout master plan should be approved. And then I think I stop here. I think MP साहब आपको कुछ बोलना है. Civil aviation also it is there. Yes.
Can I speak, Nirmal ji? Because Rahul has advised me to speak in Marathi because Srikant has spoken in English. मला हे म्हणायचं का सरकारला बिल्डर का लागतो? Why government needs a builder? Government is a builder. If you want to clear the slums of Mumbai, government should take this project in their hands. For example, in मालवणीत सरकारचा मोठ्या प्रमाणात जमिनी पडलेत. एनडी झोनला आपण SEZ मध्ये कन्वर्ट करायचं ठरवलं. तो आता हॉल्ट वरती आहे. उद्धवजींनी सांगितलं नाही काढायचं. आता नवीन सरकारला बघूया आपण. सरकारने तिथे मोठ्या प्रमाणात 4 FSIचा बेनिफिट घेऊन बिल्डिंग तयार करायला पाहिजे. मुद्दा नंबर 1. मुद्दा नंबर 2, ज्या झोपडीमध्ये 150-200 फुटामध्ये माणूस राहतो त्याला आपण 300 फुटचा घर देतो. 40,000 रुपये त्याच्या बँकेमध्ये आपण अकाउंट मध्ये ठेवतो. इन स्पाइट ऑफ आय एम बीइंग अ पॉलिटिशियन, आय हॅव टू टेक वोट फ्रॉम द पीपल, वोटर्स. तरी मी हे डेअरिंग करतो सांगण्याचा. वाय वी शुड टेक कन्सर्न ऑफ दॅट पीपल. कन्सर्न कशाला पाहिजे? झोपडपट्टी राहणाऱ्या व्यक्तीचा कन्सर्न कशाला घ्यायचा? या कन्सर्नमुळे सरकार, ऑफिशियर, पॉलिटिशियन हे तीन एक बाजूला झाले. तो सर्वात मोठा प्रॉब्लेम आता झालाय. एक बिल्डरकडनं 10,000 रुपयामध्ये कन्सर्नसाठी साईन करतात, दुसऱ्याकडनं 15 घेतात, तिसऱ्याकडनं 20 घेतात. हा सर्व व्यवहार चालू आहे. हे सर्व व्यवहार पुरा केल्यानंतर SRA मध्ये फाईल गेल्यानंतर ज्युनियर इंजिनियर पासून CO SRA पर्यंत गेल्यानंतर परत वरून कुठून तरी चक्री चालते आणि परत येऊन पुरा प्रोजेक्टला स्टॉप करून दुसरा बिल्डर येतो. हे सर्व चाललेलं आहे. फर्स्ट वी शुड डिसाइड व्हॉट वी हॅव टू डू. वी हॅव टू क्लिअर द स्लम ऑर नॉट. आपण सांगितलं का माझा अभ्यास खूप आहे. इन last 35 years, we have considered only 2,90,000 houses. Okay, as per last government survey when Devendra was chief minister, we have more than 15 lakhs family today. By this speed, we are not going to clear slum-free Mumbai in 80-90 years. It may take 100 years also. But political vision आणि इच्छाशक्ती असली तर आपण बघता बघता मुंबई शहर क्लिअर करू शकतो. आणि म्हणून गव्हर्नमेंटनी हे सर्व स्कीम आपल्या हातात घ्यायला पाहिजे. गव्हर्नमेंटकडे लँड पडलेले आहेत, तुम्ही घर बांधा ताबडतोब आणि लोकांना शिफ्ट करा. हे सर्व पॉलिटिकल B, C, D सर्वांना सोडून लोकांना 200 फुटाच्या ऐवजी 300 फुटचा घर मिळतो. 2-5 किलोमीटर लांब असलं तरी लोक येतील आणि घर घेतील. आणि म्हणून हे आपल्याला करावं लागेल. आजच्या तारखेला SRA मध्ये काय चाललेलं आहे? सहशुल्कचा आपण रेट ठरवलं ते अजून निघत नाहीये. ट्रान्सफरचा रेट ठरवलं तो आपण क्लिअर करत नाहीये. आय एम सरप्राईज निर्मल कुमार जी आपण होता, बोंगेवाजी चीफ सेक्रेटरी होते या महाराष्ट्राचं. 1976 पासून स्लमचा आपण लोकांनी कायदा केला. मुंबई शहरामध्ये आणि उपनगरामध्ये ground+1ची चाली जमीन मालिक बांधायचे आणि ते विकायचे. खाली वेगळा माळून वरती वेगळा. स्लम मध्ये आपण लोकांनी नियम केला, पहिल्या माल्याला घर द्यायचं नाही. इन एनी कंट्री दुनिया के किसी भी देश में सरकार का काम है लोगों को घर देना, लोगों को बेघर करना. ये किसी भी सरकार का काम नहीं है. लेकिन इस मुंबई शहर में आपने हजारों लोगों को बेघर कर दिया. और मेरा जैसा व्यक्ति वो ओमकार बिल्डर के लोगों को, जहाँ गुजराती सारे फैमिली उनको सपोर्ट करने गया, तो गोपाल शेट्टी इज सपोर्टिंग ओमकार बिल्डर. कैसे हम लोग व्यवस्था करेंगे? कैसे ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करेगा? निर्मल कुमार जी, आपको पता है आज भी मुंबई शहर में हजारों लोगों को हमने बेघर कर दिया है. मैं इतने दिन से पीछे पड़ा, इसको करो. एक्ट बदली हो गया, लॉ बदली हो गया. चीफ सेक्रेटरी, डेप्यूटी लॉ सेक्रेटरी ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, ही हैज गिवन अ ओपिनियन कि भाई इनको हम डायरेक्ट पात्र नहीं कर सकते, तो सशुल्क में पात्र कर सकते. मैंने कहा कि चलो सशुल्क पात्र करो, वो बिल्डर भर देगा पैसा. आज भी 4 डेंसिटी में बने हुए प्रोजेक्ट में घर बनकर खाली पड़े हैं. 5 साल हो गए, लोग बाहर गए हैं, उनको भाड़ा भी नहीं मिलता है और रेडी घर में आने के लिए उनको इजाजत सरकार दे नहीं रही. कैसे ये प्रॉब्लम हम सॉल्व करेंगे? तो माय लास्ट सजेशन इज दैट अगर आप मुंबई शहर आपको स्लम फ्री करना है, ये निर्मल देशमुख जैसे ऑफिसर, गौतम चटर्जी को पकड़ के लेके आओ. ऐसे 2-5 ऑफिसरों का टीम बनाकर सरकार ने ये सारे प्रोजेक्ट को ले लेना चाहिए. और प्राइवेट लैंड में बसे हुए प्राइवेट लैंड के झोपड़पट्टी के बारे में भी वो जमीन मालिक को कह दो, आइदर यू डेवलप दिस योर प्लॉट विद इन 5 years, अदरवाइज गवर्नमेंट विल टेक ओवर. उनका प्लॉट भी ले लो. देखते देखते मुंबई शहर को हम स्लम फ्री करेंगे. मैं एक लास्ट बात बताना चाहता हूँ. साहब ने अभी रेंटल हाउसेज की बात की. मैं रेंटल हाउस तो बनाना ही चाहिए. मैं इस मुंबई शहर के मराठी भाषिकों के बारे में बताता हूँ. क्या इस मुंबई शहर के मराठी भाषिकों के बारे में कोई सोचता है क्या? अगर वो झोपड़े में रहता है तो उसको एक 300 फुट का घर मिलेगा. 2 भाई है उसका शादी होने के बाद में वो 15, 20, 25 हजार रुपए में आज नौकरी करके मुंबई शहर में रह रहा है. आज मुंबई शहर में एक 300 फुट का भी अगर उसको घर लेना है तो मिनिमम 60, 70, 80 लाख तक उसको जा रहा है. कहां से लाएगा पैसा? तो मैं सरकार को सजेशन दे रहा हूं, कलेक्टर लैंड, माड़ा लैंड और जितने भी गवर्नमेंट के लैंड में है, सेल कंपोनेंट मत बनाओ, सारे 300 फुट के घर बनाओ. यू मेक सरप्लस हाउस है. किसी को अगर लेना है तो 30-35 मुझे दे दो एक प्रोजेक्ट, 35 लाख रुपए में 300 फुट का घर मिलेगा. आप ये क्यों कायदा बना रहे हो? मुंबई शहर में एक आदमी को एक ही घर मिलेगा. लेट हिम परचेस, लेट हिम बाय. और ये लास्ट में सजेशन ये देता हूं कि आई हैव स्पेंड माय 55 गोल्डन एज इन स्लम आफ्टर बिकमिंग अ काउंसलर फॉर ट्वाइस MLA. आई वाज द डेप्यूटी मेयर ऑफ मुंबई सिटी. माय कमिटमेंट वाज द पीपल. मैं आप सबको बिल्डिंग में भेजूंगा, फिर मैं जाऊंगा. लेकिन मेरी लड़की डॉटर बड़ी हो गई तो मेरे घर के लोगों ने मुझे फोर्स किया. देन आई शिफ्टेड टू बिल्डिंग. मैंने देखा है कि बिल्डिंग में रहने का मजा क्या है और झोपड़पट्टी का 44 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर में मैं रहा हूँ. आप मुंबई शहर के लोगों को एक 300 फुट का घर दोगे तो 25% उसका काम का एफिशिएंसी बढ़ेगा. साहब जहां पर भी वो काम करता है ना, उसका 25% उसका एफिशिएंसी बढ़ेगा. तो क्या ये हम लोग सब लोग मिलकर इसके बारे में इतने बड़े गंभीर विषय के बारे में सोचेंगे कि नहीं? ये मेरा सवाल है. मैं आज के इस कार्यक्रम को आयोजकों को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, राहुल सेवाले और श्रीकांत जी और बाकी सारे लोगों को. बाकी सारे कोई भी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं हुआ तो चलेगा, लेकिन एटलीस्ट स्लम का कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकालो, ये मेरा नम्र निवेदन है. थैंक यू. भारत माता की जय.
So thank you everyone, all panelists.
Thank you, sir. We request everyone to be there on dais. And before we move ahead, let's clap loudly for all the speakers. We would like to present the mementos. So may I request Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to please come up on stage and hand over mementos to all our esteemed speakers. I request Shri Gopalji Shetty to please come upon stage, and I'll request Shri Rahulji Chewale to please hand over the memento to Shri Gopalji Shetty with bouquet of flowers. We have editor News 18 Lokmat, Mr. Ashutosh Patil with us. I request Mr. Ashutosh Patil to please come upon stage. And I'll request Shri Rahulji Chewale to please hand over a special memento to Mr. Ashutosh Patil. Let's begin with our next presentation. The subject of the presentation is Green Construction and Opportunities in Real Estate Sector. Now we invite Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, IAS, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, SIDCO, to give a presentation on the same. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee.
At the onset, as I begin my presentation, I would like to thank Construction Times Mumbai for organizing this extremely relevant event. And I must really appreciate, put on record, the excellent suggestions and the panel discussion which I heard about slums. Honorable MP, Shri Rahul Chewale ji, Shri Shrikant Shinde ji, Shri Gopal Shetty ji, and all honorable people here. It gives me great pleasure to be here, and it is indeed a privilege to speak in this session. I would be speaking about green construction, and I think as important and as close to our heart the issue of slums is. Green technology is something which has already begun and something which we will be seeing in the days to come. And these are things and these are issues which we have to plan for the future, look out for the future. There was a time when we thought that having an electric car is green. Today we realize that that is just shifting the pollution of the city into the place where the power plant is there. So friends, for the construction sector, to begin with some statistics. Now this construction sector is contributing to the air pollution to the extent of 23%, the water pollution to the extent of 40%, and 50% of all landfill waste is coming from this sector. In fact, disposal of construction and demolition debris is one of the most important things that any municipal body has to face. The building construction industry is secondly the second largest producer of the greenhouse gases, that is 35 to 40%, and it is responsible for 39% of the energy and process-related carbon dioxide emissions. So the role of the construction sector is huge. And when we talk about construction sector, this is a pan-India, thing. Now in Mumbai, what is the industry of Mumbai or what is the industry of MMR? People ask, what is the industry? The most important industry here is the construction industry. So where we are concerned, these ratios are far, we don't have the figures, but these ratios are far more. And our contribution is far more in the MMR region than it would be in other parts of the country. Therefore, the look towards green construction. And as I told you, there was a time when electric cars were green, today they are not. Today we understand that it is shifting the pollution. So green technology is essentially a process. It's a thought process, a philosophy that makes the creation and usage of the built environment as friendly to the natural environment as possible. And the aim as we work towards green technology is how do we improve this process? How do we go towards something that leaves the minimum impact to the environment? See, ruminants will contribute maximum to the emission of greenhouse gases. So these are animals like cows, buffaloes, vegetable eating animals. So they have to be there. What? The bogs, the quicksands, these will also contribute to the greenhouse gases, but they have to be there. What can be reduced is the human intervention or the human change, and that is what we are trying to do here. So like other sectors of the economy, the real estate being the second largest sector, there was a recent survey done by JLL, and it showed that 87% of the commercial real estate tenants consider the impact of the construction technology on the environment before they take the lease. In fact, internationally, it has become a practice which corporates have to do. It has become a practice which corporates have to present. So 87% are actually of the organized corporate sector. Before they lease out your property, they will see what have you done to make your construction technology as green as possible. And a sustainable lifestyle is therefore no longer a wish list item. A sustainable lifestyle is today a requirement, and India has become one of the foremost countries in the number of green building projects. It gives me great pride, ladies and gentlemen, to inform you that we are number 2. After the United States, India has the largest number of green construction projects. So it's like this, we make a lot of complaints about what's going on. So I was recently abroad. I had gone for a smart city conference in Florida, and there was about 15 minutes of rim-jim paus, and the entire city was flooded. I was in the car along with the Honorable Minister of Haryana, Urban Development. Everybody, the car stopped. People waited for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the water receded. So it was 40 minutes journey. So I immediately checked all the social media handles to see what is the impact. Are people complaining complaining, what are they doing? To my surprise, I found nobody complained. There was not a single tweet, there was not a single post on Facebook, nothing in Pinterest, nothing in Reddit, nothing. So I asked later on when I interacted with the American diaspora, I asked them why this happens. And they said we will not normally do anything that gives a bad branding to our city. So that is, I think, a very key point to understand. So for us in India, we need to realize the good things that we are doing, and we are number 2 in green energy. So what everybody says that India is the second largest producer of greenhouse gases. Per capita basis, we are the lowest among the major economies. Similarly, among the number of green construction projects, we are number 2 in the world. So therefore, what are the initiatives what are you doing? So what are the initiatives that we have adopted in the jurisdiction of CITCO towards green technology? I'll just dwell upon that for a moment. When you start any project, then these are the primary preliminary performance target that has to be put in by any architect and any engineer. And this is what in the CITCO jurisdiction, this is what we are having. Number 1, energy. So in energy, what is the energy that is being used? What is the source of the energy? Are you taking only fossil fuel based energy, or are you also sourcing from green energy? And how are you transporting that energy? What is the way that is being done? That is one. Second is water, the use of water, the source of water, whether you are recharging that water, whether you are recycling and reusing that water. Landscapes, how much green landscapes are you leaving? Are you using local foliage and local plants and trees to habitate that green landscape that you are having? Or are you, getting in exotic plants and exotic vegetation? So essentially, we have to use what is locally sustainable. So that's it. Then waste, how you recycle your waste, how you compost your waste, the construction practices, how do you deal with that, the indoor environmental quality, the emissions that you are making, and of course, in the economic way, what is your life cycle assessment, what is the capital cost accounting, etc. CITCO is currently executing the world's largest housing project. About 1,25,000 houses are being constructed as we speak, and there we have now modified that project to make it, very green and very sustainable. I would in fact like to tell you here that the Navi Mumbai International Airport, which is our most flagship project, that airport will be a 100% green airport. It will be the first green airport in the country, and that the process and the construction of that airport is already now on in full swing. And similarly, so as we designed our buildings, we have the maximum daylight to reduce the use of illumination system. Similarly, maximum natural ventilation so that you use maximum outdoor air. Like for instance, so as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So if you visit the current place where the managing director of CITCO sits, then you'll find that there is no need for any light because it is designed in such a way that natural light comes in all the time. So it's only after 6 o'clock that you need to put on the lights and you need artificial lighting. Otherwise, in Navi Mumbai, the whole thing is lit by natural light. So similarly, in our housing projects, we have seen that the windows are bigger and they are designed in such a way that the morning and the evening, sun, at least one of the two reaches you. Similarly, energy efficient lights like LED bulbs, etc., energy efficient elevator systems, and of course, solar panels is something which we all talk about. As you construct, the older technology of construction was to construct on site. So it was brick and mortar. So you get the brick is being built in the brick kiln, and then cement is being produced, and RMC plant is there, and then you do a filling at the site. Now this was extremely, it is not environmentally sustainable. It's not something which we encourage. It also looks pretty filthy. So now as construction technology has evolved, prefabricated technology, and later on as the future will go on, 3D printing. These are the two futures that I can see. And so in CITCO, we adopted that. And in fact, I had given a challenge to the contractors. So we had two big contractors with us. One was Larsen & Toubro, and second was BG Shirke. So we gave them a challenge. Yeah, what can you do to construct faster? And what can you do to construct cleaner? And is there anything that you can do that a house which is designed as LIG looks like HIG, because CITCO specifications are very high. So if the specs are high, then why should the house look, LIG as you give the house? So both the companies took up the challenge, and then we did this project called as Mission 96, whereby we thought that we should build 96 flats in 96 days. And this is a tower which is now complete. The structure was fully built on site. So there is a closed factory, and I would invite the dignitaries here to in fact come and see these factories. It's worth a visit. The whole structure has been fabricated in a closed factory, transported on site, and then it has simply been put. It's a game of Lego. Like we play the Lego games. It's exactly like a Lego game implementation. And therefore, we have built this building in 96 days. The earlier target, or rather the earlier record, and this is the current record as well, because we did not know that to enter into the record books, you have to tell them in advance. So we did not do that. It's held by a Chinese company, 28 flats in 28 days. And now it is 96 flats in 96 days. And this... this project is also worth a visit in the sense that, like we were discussing about, government building houses. I think that is a very fundamental thing which was spoken about. Okay, when you're talking about rehabilitation, see, when we are doing rural development, we don't talk about financial viability. If a village needs a road, a village needs a road. If the village needs a water supply scheme, the village needs a water supply scheme. We say, okay, contribute 10%. When the urban local body needs anything, then we say no, the urban local body should generate its own funds. And so the urban local body, a citizen who stays in the urban side has a double whammy. Number one, he has to fund his own lifestyle. Number two, it is he who pays the taxes, which funds everybody else. So I think projects like these, large housing projects and slum rehabilitation, government should take it up as a social responsibility. Amchi Marathi, as we say, amchi samajik bandhilgi asli pahije. And I sincerely feel that, secondly, the rehab component, as was raised in the earlier meeting, the government could start at least a pilot where the government does the rehab, So maybe there's a lot of complaints which come, on us when you are building, because whoever will do the rehab thing, he will get all the flack. So maybe you take the flack. But at the same time, it makes the project very, very viable for the private party who will come and do the private part. So maybe that a thought to that extent can be done, and maybe a pilot can be done, at the government level. So here, a prefab technology, we did, 96 flats in 96 days. And the other contractor, and as we speak, our speed is 1 slab per day. So the other contractor, with prefab technology, he did 500 slabs in 489 days, which means in every 0.1 day, 1 slab has been put. And honestly, this is worth a visit. So these are not like the typical, as people say, ki wo rehab ki building ban rahi hai. So this is not that. And you would be very, very pleasantly surprised to see the way in which it has been designed. One of the architects of the project is sitting here, so I'm sure he will be happy with that. So essentially, as you develop a city, another concept which has been spoken about a lot, and in the jurisdiction of CITCO, in the larger Navi Mumbai project, something which we are implementing is transit-oriented development. Now, a lot of उसमें काफी theory की बातें होती है, but essentially रास्ते के बाजू में develop करिए, build it next to your transit, so that after you reach your workplace, you don't need to take anything other than public transport. So you walk to your home and you walk to your office. And in our area, we have done that, so it is compact, it's connected, it's coordinated, and this would reduce, because vehicular traffic would come down, and as vehicular traffic comes down, this is automatically, in fact, this would be one of the largest things if we can do, if we can make TOD something, at least in the new cities. In the existing cities, it would be a very difficult thing to do. But where you are building new cities, all the new cities mandatorily have to be around this concept. So these are the various benefits as we spoke: higher quality of life, greater mobility, then reduced traffic congestion, reduced household spending on transportation. So as you spend less on transportation, penny saved is a penny earned. Similarly, better property values, better lifestyle, more walking, less stress, less expensive, etc., etc. But I think for anybody who lives in Mumbai, he knows the value of time. And if you live say if a flat is closer to the railway station, it fetches a higher price. That in new cities could be converted into a policy so that everybody has a walking thing. And one of the fundamental concepts of green technology is not technology, it is simply make the city walkable. As the city is walkable, lesser fossil fuels are burnt. Now we are on this concept. CITCO is building this project at a place called Naure, very near the international airport. This is a full new township in about 150 acres of land. And this would have everything. It would have LIG, MIG, HIG, EWS, ultra rich. So from the poorest of the poor to the richest of the rich. Because in the social structure, we feel everybody has a place and everybody has a role. So you have that. Similarly, this will have all the social amenities like schools, colleges, hospitals. One of the fundamental things which I am realizing, that why people do not want to migrate to larger cities. Smaller people, they don't get a house to live. They don't get admission for their children in school. And thirdly, there is nothing to do. There's no place to play. So this will have everything of that sort. But from the green angle, important and interesting thing to note is that, see, when Navi Mumbai was developed, 49% of the space is still open space. So I hear a lot of people talking about environmental things and how CITCO is not doing enough for the environment. But I think if a development agency has taken the care to keep 49% of the space as open space, then I don't think it needs to prove itself again and again. In this case, we are keeping 80% of the space as open space. 80%. And even the parking lots will have green paver blocks, and solar energy and recyclables will be used in the entire project. The double piping system, which we read about and talked about, is now being present in every housing projects. So one pipe is for the drinking and potable purposes. The other pipes is for toilet, lawns, etc. And this single move saves 40% of your potable water. Now, as cities are growing and as population is moving in and as expectations are moving in. So see, long time back when George W. Bush was the president of the United States, he made a statement and he said that now people of India and China are eating a lot. So there'll be food shortage. People of India and China thought, how is he saying, shouldn't we eat? But what essentially he was saying was this, that because of rising lifestyles in India and China, the total calorific consumption of India and China will increase. And since the total amount of food in the world is limited, therefore, export which happens to the United States, that will become more expensive. And so the United States is a competitive environment because of the rising lifestyles. Similarly, as cities are getting developed, the pressure on the existing sources of water is going to be there. So are we going to build new dams? You build a new dam, you have to cut hectares and hectares of forest. So there are two things that we need to do. One is that we need to recycle and reuse. And this single move will save 40%. And the second thing that we need to do is systems engineering. Like in the municipal corporate, Rahulji and Gopalji both would be knowing this. In MCGM, we did a very small change. I was there in MCGM once upon a time. So we did a very small change. And there were two pipelines. One system comes from Panjrapur, one comes from Bhandup. We had a system whereby you can trip. Like in power, if one line doesn't supply power, you trip to the next line. So we created the system that water from this line can go to the other and the vice versa. That alone has created 265 million liters. 265 million liters in Mumbai. So, and Middle Vetarna gives us something like 275 million liters. So one system improvement can fetch you as much water as a new dam. So similarly in Sitco, for instance, we put in a pressure conduit. That gave us 30 million liters. So in a small system of 250 million liters, that's a huge change. So I think these two things, if it is done, and especially city planners look into the systems engineering part, which is the difficult thing because engineers need to think about it, then huge amount of green initiative and the carbon footprint can be brought down hugely. Another thing which I think I should tell here, and I should think that we have a right to be proud on, is that we have transferred something like 3,108 hectares of mangrove land under the leadership of the then Honorable Minister, now Honorable Chief Minister. We took up these initiatives, and transfer of these lands to the Forest Department actually has resulted in a permanent green cover in that area, because now this cannot be used for any other purposes. And we are the largest among any public sector organization in the country. We are the one who has handed over the largest amount of land. The way forward, as I see it, is this, that the key principles and indicators for defining sustainable building performance has to be seen from the Indian context. Number two, benchmarking of industrial standards have to be promoted. Government needs to step in. Government needs to promote green finance. Buildings with green construction need to be supported, and this will be the driving force. New area of research and policy development should be promoted. And of course, policies, legislations, incentives and disincentives have to be built into the system. So that today, as we were discussing, environment clearance for a slum. So I want to build a building, I have to take so many permissions. I want to build an unauthorized structure, I can make it at night. We need to change this thing. And I think that's the biggest challenge that we are facing today. So therefore, the conclusion, as I see it, is that construction is an industry. And construction is one of the biggest sectors of the economy. And the demand for new and renovated building and infrastructure will keep this industry busy for the years to come. Very recently, IMF published its forecasts. India is going to be the fastest growing major economy. 6.4% is what they have predicted. We are predicting a higher rate. The United States is supposed to grow at something like 1%. So that is going to be the growth difference. And in that growth, construction industry is going to play a huge role. And with such an important role in the society, the construction industry has to take up a role whereby it brings in a sustainable technology and leaves a good footprint on the planet. And nobody should say, ki building aa rahi hai, pura, it's going to spoil the environment. So that change in thought is something which we need to do. And as the long-term effects of an action become a greater will come in focus, then green technology should become the norm. And the state and the government has to bring in a system of incentives and disincentives so that it is easier to get the permissions and it is easier to implement something which has a better green footprint. With these words, I end my presentation. I thank you all for giving me such a patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Right now, I would like to request Mr. Shantanu Kulkarni and Mr. Ramamurthy Mayavan to please come up on stage and present a special memento to Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee. We have with us Associate Editor, Jai Maharashtra News, Mr. Manoj Boyer. So I request Mr. Manoj Boyer to please come up on stage as we would like to present a special memento. Let's begin with our next presentation. The subject for the presentation is No More Taboo. Why we need better infrastructure for menstrual hygiene. We invite Ms. Vandana Gioraikar, Deputy Collector, SRA, to give a presentation on the same. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome Ms. Vandana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Dr. Shrikant Sindhe sir, Honorable Rahul Shivale sir, and all the expertise who are here. Now, first we will go through the presentation.
प्रत्येक क्षणी आपण बदलतोय आणि तरीही महिला अजूनही मासिक पाळीमुळे लागलेला कलंक, स्वच्छतेचा अभाव आणि सामाजिक अलिप्ततेशी लढतायत. याचा परिणाम जगभरात 500 दशलक्षांहून अधिक महिलांवर होतोय. हा एक जागतिक मुद्दा आहे. मागील वर्षी मासिक पाळी लक्ष स्त्रियांपैकी केवळ 12% स्त्रिया सॅनिटरी नॅपकिन वापरतात. आदिवासी आणि ग्रामीण भागातील महिला मासिक पाळीतील रक्त शोषून घेण्यासाठी वाळू, दगड, गवत, वाळलेले शेण, मोजे किंवा अस्वच्छ कपड्यांचा वापर करतात. यामुळे स्त्रियांच्या पुनरुत्पादक अवयवांमध्ये जखम आणि जीवघेणा संसर्ग होतो. दरवर्षी भारतात गर्भाशयाच्या कर्करोगामुळे होणाऱ्या 60,000 मृत्यूंपैकी 2/3 मृत्यू मासिक पाळीच्या संदर्भातील निष्काळजीपणामुळे होतात. महाराष्ट्राचा विचार केला तर केवळ 66% स्त्रिया योग्य आरोग्यदायी पद्धत वापरतात, ज्यामुळे राष्ट्रीय स्तरावर महाराष्ट्र 13व्या स्थानावर आहे. ग्रामीण भागातील फक्त 17.30% स्त्रियांपर्यंत सॅनिटरी नॅपकिनची सुविधा पोहोचली आहे. जागरूकता, परवडेल अशी किंमत आणि उपलब्धता यांच्या कमतरतेमुळे ही समस्या उद्भवली आहे. बदल घडवून आणण्यासाठी एक प्रभावी आणि संरचित दृष्टिकोन महत्वाचा आहे. भारतीय घटनेनुसार विकासासाठी समान संधी देणं बंधनकारक आहे. त्यानुसार सरकारने सॅनिटरी पॅड वापरासंबंधी प्रचार तसेच ते मोफत उपलब्ध करून देणं अत्यावश्यक आहे. आपण स्कॉटलँड सारख्या देशाकडून प्रेरणा घेऊ शकतो, जिथं मासिक पाळी संबंधित उत्पादने मोफत दिली जातात. याकरता महाराष्ट्रातील प्रस्थापित वितरण नेटवर्क ही या क्षणाची गरज आहे. मुंबई उपनगर उपजिल्हाधिकारी वंदना गेवराईकर यांनी सुचवल्याप्रमाणे बदल घडवून आणण्यासाठी रेशन दुकानं, अंगणवाडी सेविका आणि आशा वर्कर्स या RAA नेटवर्कचा वापर आपण करू शकतो. महाराष्ट्रातील 64,58,396 BPL रेशन कार्ड धारकांना राज्यातील सर्वदूर पसरलेल्या 52,000 रेशन दुकानांद्वारे धान्याची उपलब्धता होते. 1,08,005 अधिकृत अंगणवाडी सेविका तसेच 70,000 आशा वर्कर महाराष्ट्रात जमिनी स्तरावर कार्यरत आहेत. RAA नेटवर्कनुसार रेशन दुकानं सॅनिटरी नॅपकिन उपलब्ध करून देतील. अंगणवाडी सेविका सॅनिटरी नॅपकिन त्या महिलांना मिळाल्याची खात्री करतील आणि आशा वर्कर्स सॅनिटरी नॅपकिन कसं वापरावं, त्याचे फायदे काय हे समजावून सांगतील. मासिक पाळी संबंधित आजारांनी ग्रस्त असलेल्या या असंख्य महिलांना सरकारचं हे एक पाऊल आशादायी ठरेल. चला, सशक्त भविष्यासाठी सामूहिक प्रयत्न करूया, जिथं मासिक पाळी येणं हा कलंक नसेल.
During COVID period, we have studied on the issue of menstrual hygiene. जैसे कि previous government में और हमने below poverty line की जो भी महिलाएं हैं, girls and women, we are decided to distribute sanitary pad, which we have the existing infrastructure we have used in this project. This policy is declared on 20th May 2022. We are distributing 10 sanitary pads for below poverty line women and girl within a 1 rupee increase only. That is the main thing, is that being a deputy collector, we work in a COVID and we all know कि COVID में हमने सबने क्या face किया है. Previously government has distributed sanitary pads to school students, पण त्यावेळेस सगळ्या शाळा बंद होत्या आणि आपण ॲक्सेस करू शकत नव्हतो. So using existing infrastructure like अंगणवाडी सेविका, आरोग्य सेविका and ration shop, we are distributing in their house because आपल्याला माहिती आहे रेशन शॉपवर फक्त बाई जाते धान्य घ्यायला, त्यामुळे तिला रेशन शॉपवरच 10 सॅनिटरी पॅड तिच्या फॅमिलीमध्ये 1 किंवा 2 जितके असतील त्यांना 1 रुपयामध्ये 10 सॅनिटरी पॅड द्यायचं प्रिव्हियस गव्हर्नमेंटने डिक्लेअर केलंय. बट दिस गव्हर्नमेंट ऑल्सो रेडी टू इम्प्लिमेंट दॅट स्कीम बिकॉज ही जी स्कीम आहे, धिस स्कीम विल चेंज द एंटायर नॅरेटिव्ह ऑफ अवर विमेन हेल्थ. बिकॉज आपण ह्या पद्धतीने कधी विचारच केला नाही की मेन्स्ट्रुअल हायजीन हा खूप मोठा आहे आणि अराउंड नॉट इवन इंडिया, ऑल ओव्हर द वर्ल्ड वी आर फेसिंग द सेम इश्यूज आणि आपण कुठलंही त्यांना हायजीन असलेले प्रोडक्ट्स अवेलेबल करून देऊ शकत नाही. बट इन महाराष्ट्र वी हॅव अ सिस्टम की आपण रेशन दुकानदारामार्फत प्रत्येक बिलो पॉवर्टी लाईन माणसापर्यंत आपण पोहोचू शकतो, कुटुंबापर्यंत पोहोचू शकतो. आहे त्या इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरचा वापर करून ही स्कीम मी तयार केली आणि गव्हर्नमेंटनी अराउंड 200 करोड्स त्याच्यासाठी अनाऊन्स पण केले. द थिंग इज दॅट वी ऑल आर व्हेरी एक्सपर्ट अँड वी आर वर्किंग फॉर मुंबई सिटी, मुंबई मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी. बट being working in a SRA, let me throw some light on the population of slum. Around 16 lakhs people are staying in slums, and just we consider women and girl represents half of the population. And still I just राममूर्ती सरांचं थोडंसं त्यांना मी त्रास दिला की we didn't find out any women centric issues in your summit, so I force him to just have a look in this. आणि being a SRA, it's my duty to serve the people accordingly our policies. So हा माझा एक छोटा प्रयत्न होता आपल्या याच्यामध्ये हे सगळं प्रेझेंट करायचा. आणि आय नो डॉक्टर शिंदे सर, आपण डॉक्टर आहात, सो यू विल अंडरस्टँड. आणि याच्यासोबत आदिवासी क्षेत्रामध्ये ज्या महिला आहेत, दे डोंट हॅव यू टू यूज पॅन्टीज, सो दॅट इज ऑल्सो इन माय प्रेझेंटेशन की आपण त्यांना पॅन्टीज पण प्रोव्हाइड केल्या पाहिजे, कारण इट इज जस्ट मॅटर ऑफ अ हॅबिट. सो इफ वी प्रोव्हाइड द गुड थिंग, then it will create the good change. And the lastly, what I want to say, women are powerful when treated with the respect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I will request Mr. Anil Trivedi to please come upon stage and hand over the special memento. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for Miss Vandana for what she is doing. Now it's time for the last presentation. The subject is Transportation Solutions. Now we invite Shri S.V.R. Srinivas, IAS Metropolitan Commissioner, MMRDA, to give a presentation on the same. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Shri S.V.R. Srinivas.
A very good afternoon, and I would like to first acknowledge the presence of Honorable Minister Sri Mangal Prabhatji Loda Sahab here. Warm welcome, and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries. Basically, this session is about one thing I just mentioned during Slum-Free Mumbai, if you remember. That is about what are the major needs of Mumbaikar. Food closing is not a problem. Shelter is a problem, of course. Second is if I get affordable connectivity, affordable transport. That is very important, actually. So that is the fourth need. If you ask any Mumbaikar, they will ask for one affordable house and one transport. If you give me public transport, that's enough. That this topic is about that. Basically, MMRDA has done certain things and doing certain things and will be doing certain more things under the guidance of Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, sir. I would like to give a summary of what we are doing. As they say, there should be a method in madness, because whatever we do, they should fall into a overall pattern. Otherwise, somebody thinks that project is good, somebody thinks the other project is good, and we end up with working at cross purposes. For that, actually, we have come out with major comprehensive transportation study strategy, and which was revised and released under the chairmanship of Honorable Sri Eknath J. Shinde sir about a few months back in Sayadri Guest House. So that outlines as to what should be the major projects that should be undertaken to make MMR region well connected. But the larger point I would like to make first is, actually Honorable Prime Minister is talking about a $5 trillion economy. So if you want to get $5 trillion economy, even if by 2027, 25 is not possible because of COVID, 2-3 years we lost. Globally there was a meltdown due to
lockdown and other factors. Even if you want to come out with a strategy for $5 trillion economy by 2027-28, Maharashtra's role becomes very important. And within Maharashtra, MMR region contributes almost 40% of the state's GDP. So if 40% of the GDP has to be, it is the factor to bring out, to increase the growth rate of India and growth rate of Maharashtra, you have to actually have maximum growth rate within MMR region. You cannot have it in a village and bring the entire state. And if you don't do MMR, the entire 40% will bring down the entire state average. So this is the context I wanted to put it in the context of what we are doing, infrastructure development. I just wanted to give this background. And secondly, when we are thinking of slum-free Mumbai, as last session we had, so there is more and more FSI being created and consumed in Mumbai, and that is going to happen because cities are the engines of economic growth. Economic growth is going to come from not from villages, it's going to come from mega cities like Mumbai. If you remember about 1950s, if we say 70 years back, Mumbai was there, Thane was very small, Pune was very small, but they have grown, but still Mumbai still continues to grow. So, and it continues to attract investment. So large cities are here to stay. So how to make livable, for that transportation infrastructure is the key. That's what the point is, for that which we have prepared the master plan. This is the network that we are trying to create by 2041. And this is the transit network, transit meaning the metros. On the right hand side is a highway network. So this is the master plan prepared by MMRDA and it was approved by the state government. And they actually give us as to what is to be the future for the next 20 years, what is to be done. And based on this, what happens, what is to be done. And you can only tweak about what is to be done priority, what can be the next priority. You cannot bring a project which is, I think it is very good, so new project which is not there in the master plan, that cannot be done now. So this has been frozen. Some of the projects I will be touching upon. These are the major, various projects that we have outlined of different kilometers as far as metro network is concerned. About 337 kilometers of metro network we are proposing. And the highway network also we have proposed. The previous slide where the two pictures are there, now I have just outlined. And about 546 kilometers in the next 4 years. And 168 kilometers within MMR region for next 4 years after that, up to 2031. About 104 kilometers up to 2041. This is our major road network that we want to do. And lot of them come in Thane district because it is by far the most congested within outside Mumbai and also in Palghar district. And third part, this also comes in Raigad district. Now, I'll come to some of the important projects. This is by far, if you single out which is the single project which is going to make a lot of difference in India, not just in MMR in Mumbai, in India, it is this project. Because this project, although it is just 22 kilometers, it's by far of course the longest sea bridge in Indian construction history. And also the technology that is being used, orthotopic steel decks, it is being used for the first time in Indian construction history. That is a part. Actually, this project has something very interesting. It is the Mumbai का main constraint क्या है? Land का constraint है. So land का constraint कहाँ से आता है? Because this is island city. So island city, Mumbai will no longer be constrained by island city character because there is a land constraint. Once this project comes, because you can just reach the other side in 10 to 12 minutes. Because the design speed of the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link is 100 kilometers. Officially, you can go on the sea link at 100 kilometers speed. So it means that 22 kilometers you can easily reach in about 12 to 13 minutes. So if you are able to reach the mainland, you can just imagine Mumbai has a north-south movement since the beginning of Mumbai. First train went in 1854 to Thane, Mumbai to Thane, north-south, right? And everything goes north-south. But now the movement will be east-west. Because this is important for us to understand this, what is coming in future. So I thought I'll just mention this. So from mainland, the entire growth will happen. And for that, coming to the first point I mentioned about the $5 trillion economy, time has come for government and the private sector to come together to create growth centers. So connectivity of this place towards Kalyan, toward Dombivli and further up to Palghar, to multimodal corridor and other projects, that becomes very, very crucial. But this project makes all these things possible. That's why I just showed you. This is the most important project. And this project we are trying to and there is also a necessity, just doing this project is not enough. You have to ensure that there is a traffic dispersal. Because people have to come from not just island city, people have to come from western suburbs. So from western suburbs to the mainland via MTHL is possible by another project which we are trying to execute. That is a Varli-Shivdi connector. That is about a 5-kilometer length project, elevated road. That is also under execution. And in that we had actually removed about 800 slums in the last 6 to 8 months and rehabilitated them, Kamgar Nagar, etc. in Varli area. So that is very important. Also, we are trying to do one more thing. Honorable Chief Minister had approved one project connecting Chirle to Chirle meaning the mainland of MTHL to Mumbai-Pune Expressway. That is about 1,000 crores. That project also will be starting. This project project has the potential that we cannot even imagine in terms of two things. One is connectivity and second is development on the mainland and development within the island city of Mumbai especially. Because Mumbai's island city has about 14,000 cess buildings. All these cess buildings are stuck for various reasons and there is not enough incentive. But once they get connected, my assessment is that cess buildings become very, very important and they are going to see rapid growth. So South Mumbai is set for, if you ask me, my personal opinion again, I think it is set for a tremendous urban renewal because of this project. So this project is not just a transportation project. As I say it, this project is a local economic development project and project for economic growth of the MMR region. So this is the one project we are trying to do and our target is to commission this project by next year end actually. So before December next year we want to commission the project. Work is going on now. 84% work is completed and remaining work, it will be completed because I am putting in an open forum. So I think I will be forced to do this also. Next year end we will complete that. This is the sea-link I was talking about, connecting to sea-link, the Worli Shivdi. Because people are going to come from western suburbs and for western suburbs to go to mainland, we are connecting this. For that only we removed slums. The construction work is going on. In fact, if you ask me which is the most complex project in Mumbai right now going on, it is this project. Because you imagine what all the complexities are there, they are there. For example, slums are there, more than 1,000 slums have to be rehabilitated, out of which we did about 800 in the last 6 to 8 months. And there is a big nala called textile nala. The BMC में जो है उनको मालूम होगा, ये बहुत बड़ा नाला है, उसको regradation करने का. And third is actually there is a monorail. So this project has to go above the monorail station crossing and also 2 railway tracks it has to cross. So it is a very, very complex project. And in Elphinstone area also there are certain cess buildings which have to be rehabilitated. So a whole lot of complexities. So we are trying to address one by one. So slum issue is over, but we are going to address the remaining issues. So this is, we want to complete it within about 1 to 1.5 years. About 24 May we want to complete this project. Because this becomes very crucial for dispersal of Trans-Harbour Link. This is a very important project. This is Airoli to Katayanaka. This is actually parallel to MTHL in a way. But this decongests our Mumbai bypass. Mumbai bypass is the actually chicken's neck if you see. Most, I think if you go there, you will realize it's a highly polluted area because of lot of traffic goes there. So that will be bypassed and this entire thing will be connected and out of the 2 phases are under construction. So we are going to commission it again to say next year we are going to commission this. So why I am saying next year? Because it means that in the next 2 years, we will see Mumbai a lot of projects either going to be completed or at the final leg of completion. Most of them will be completed in fact in the next couple of years. So Mumbai will be a different city. MMR will be a different animal, let me say, put it that way, in the next 2 years. So this is one of the very important projects. This includes a tunnel also and also the elevated road. This will help, of course, people of Kalyan, Dombivli to come towards Mumbai. Next is about the Kalyan Ring Road. This is a very important. Kalyan is one of the most fastest growing areas of Mumbai, Mumbai Metropolitan region. So there we are actually trying to do ring road for Kalyan. So 3 segments are done and remaining segments, I think we had a meeting only last week where our MP Shri Shrikantji Shindeji aaye the. So we had a meeting and we are going to come out with the bids for the remaining parts of the ring road towards the southern side. So northern side we are connecting. Already work is mostly completed also. But southern side also it is important to connect. So that is going to happen very soon. So Kalyan will get a lot of ring road connectivity, which means basically people of Kalyan will have a lot of peace of mind and while sleeping there is no problem. A lot of pollution will also get reduced. This is another one which project we are trying to do now. As you know, Mumbai Coastal Road is coming up, right? It is going to stop near the Princess Street flyover. So to take care of the further problem that may come up because of last mile connectivity issues, and secondly connecting Eastern Freeway. A lot of traffic comes on Eastern Freeway. Once it comes down, it stops there. So to connect the Eastern Freeway to Marine Drive, so we are trying to do a tunnel actually. So this tunnel is about almost about 3 to 4 kilometers. So this DPR is going on, and now we are going to start the bids for that, and our target is to finish it in 3 to 4 years. So it means that in Island City, the seamless movement of traffic is possible east-west, because Island City east-west, mind you, it is possible to do through this project, and this will go below or above the Metro Line 3. That red line, north-south line is the Metro Line 3, and at the junction point is where that SV Patel Road, along the SV, below the SV Patel Road, you go through that tunnel. So this is another very important project which is envisaged by this government, actually present government. It was not envisaged before. This is the present government's latest project, if you may ask me. It will be a twin tunnel. On both sides there will be tunnels, and it will be starting from the Eastern Freeway exit point, and from inside BPT it will come and it will go through SV Patel Road, and then it goes to the Marine Drive near Girgaon Chowpatty. This is another very important project for those from Thane. Once you go towards Thana, there is Tinhat Naka. So that is where actually 5 roads are there and about 7 service roads are there. So Eastern Expressway, and then you have LBS Road, and there are 2-3 other roads plus 7 service roads. So these service roads become very highly congested. So for that we are planning a project which is about roughly 300 crores. So this will be, in fact, tender process is going to start very soon. So this is one very important project which will take care of the traffic from LBS Road, Eastern Express Highway, and Gokhale Road. So this is very, very important project which will decongest Thana big time. And this project is just going to be approved now in the authority meeting that we are going to have very soon. This is a very important project. For those who are from MMR, they would know. Thana actually gets connected to Mira Bhayandar towards the north on the Thane-Ghodbunder Road. If I remember, when I was in MMRD about a few years back, we made 3 bridges on the Thane-Ghodbunder Road. So I was thinking, a lot of 3 bridges have come, so there is no problem. Abhi aisa nahi hai. Manpada, Patlipada and Wakbil. These are the 3 bridges we made. But after that, there is so much traffic in any case now. So we are trying to do another project which is very, very crucial. If some of you might be knowing, there was a talk about New Thana. So along that only, on the other side, we are doing it, like Mumbai, we have coastal road. We are also going to have a coastal road for Thane city. So that will actually start from southern side and will go up to Gaimukh. And from Gaimukh, actually there is a metro line 10 is already proposed. So from metro line 10 and this elevated road, coastal road, will be connected through a composite structure, and it will reach the Fountain Hotel. I don't know, some of you might be knowing or not knowing. So that is the exact spot where it is going to merge. And the entire traffic, it will be, then this will be actually complete the ring road for Mumbai. Actually, Mumbai doesn't have a ring road. With this, entire Mumbai city gets almost like a ring road. So this is another project. This is very important now that I mentioned about coastal road. So coastal road actually is going to stop near Princess Street flyover. From Princess Street towards, from Nariman Point right up to Cuff Parade. It is necessary to add this to C structure we are proposing. This is in fact, by far one of the largest road projects that we are preparing. The project that will connect Borivali to Thana through underground tunnel. So this will be parallel to the GMLR that BMC is constructing. So this is a huge project, and tenders will be called in about 1 or 2 months in this project, not more than 2 months. In 1.5 months, we'll be able to call the bids. We are getting clearances. A lot of clearances have already come. So this is a very important project which will directly from Thane to Ghodbunder, Thane to Borivali, Borivali to Thana, and then people can go towards Surat and all very easily. That will decongest actually a lot of junctions that are there in between. And then there are other projects also. I don't want to mention each one of them. Basic point is we are trying to do the road projects, but we are also trying to do several metro projects. Out of the metro projects, line 2A and 7, they have been completed in phase 1. Phase 2, we are trying to complete and commission in December and commission it in January in next 3-4 months. So that means about 35 kilometers of metro rail, and then line 6 on JVLR, and line 4 from Vadala to Thana, and line 9 from Daisar to Mira Bhayandar, and line 7A from up to connecting to airport to line 3. So these are the projects which we are trying to complete in next 2 to 3 years. And with the support of the government, I am sure Mumbai will become a very, very robust in infrastructure. It is able to support the new FSI. Developers, we always say, Hari, you are increasing FSI so much. How do you ensure that city can withstand that? So to withstand that, it is necessary to provide a robust infrastructure. That's what we are trying to do. With the help of the government and blessings of Honorable CM, we will be able to achieve, and with the cooperation of all of you. And MMRD, we always, suggestions are most welcome. I request each one of you to please pass on your suggestions. Comments are most welcome. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. See, Honorable MP wants to know, for Western Suburb, we are not doing anything. See, for Western Suburb, actually, by January only, we are going to give long metros. Actually, that is going to, that cost itself is about, if you add both the total metros, about more than 12,000 crores. Yeah, and secondly, Western Suburb, Borivali is Western Suburbs, that gets very well connected, and that pollution will also go away. In addition to that, state government is also doing that coastal road along the west coast of the entire Western Suburbs, elevated road from Bandra right up to Virar. So that is a huge step in the right direction. In fact, that's a point well made, because actually 60% of the population lives in Western Suburbs in Mumbai. So we are also doing for that, just for information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Ramamurthy to please come up on stage and hand over a bouquet of flowers. We have with us Honorable Minister Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha. So Mangal Prabhat ji, I request you to please come up on stage. And I request Dr. Shrikant ji Shinde to please come up on stage and present a special memento and a bouquet.
इस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर समिट कंस्ट्रक्शन टाइम्स और हमारे सबके सांसद राहुल शेवाले जी ने निमंत्रित किया था। हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हमारे बीच में माननीय सांसद श्री श्रीकांत शिंदे जी, जो कि सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में अभी जो मैंने MMRDA कमिश्नर श्रीनिवासन साहब का सारा प्रेजेंटेशन देखा, ये प्रेजेंटेशन यदि कल न्यूज़पेपर्स ने और प्रेस ने कवरेज किया तो जो बीच में जब स्टैम्प ड्यूटी की रेट हाफ की थी तो एकदम सेल में बूम आई थी, वैसे अगले 3 महीने में बूम आ जाएगा। जब सरकार छोटे छोटे बेनिफिट की बजाय बड़ी सोच से चलने लग जाती है, यह डायरेक्ट वोटिंग से कंसर्न नहीं है, पर मुंबई के लोगों से कंसर्न है, MMR रीजन से कंसर्न है, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों से कंसर्न है। यदि कोई 5 साल 10 साल का प्लान बनाता है तो राजनीति में यदि इसके पहले कोई इस बात को लेके जाता था कि साहब श्रीनिवासन साहब पहले किसी के पास जाते और कहते कि साहब 10 साल के बाद में ये ऐसा लिंक रोड पूरा बन जाएगा, 5 साल के बाद ये हो जाएगा, तो वो जो भी कोई होते हैं वो यही कहते कि इसको रख दो, मेरे तो 2 साल के बाद चुनाव है, 2 साल में आप क्या कर सकते हो वो बोल दो। इसके कारण हमारी ये हालत हुई है। पर अब विद द चेंज लीडरशिप वी हैव ए वेरी ब्राइट फ्यूचर एंड मैं उस पार्टी से हूं जिसकी सरकार, इसलिए नहीं कह रहा हूं, पर आप में भी सब लोग इस बात को अच्छी तरह से जानते हैं कि इतनी स्टेट फॉरवर्डनेस और इतना ऑफिसर्स को फ्री हैंड इसके पहले श्रीनिवासन साहब कभी नहीं मिला जो आज आपको सबको मिल रहा है। और इसके कारण ये सब चीज़ें बहुत फास्ट गति से आगे बढ़ रही है और आगे बढ़ेंगी। पुनः एक बार इस सुंदर प्रोग्राम का आयोजन जिन्होंने भी किया उनको बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ। और इसके बाद में ये प्रोग्राम के फॉलोअप के लिए अगले साल वापस प्रोग्राम होगा और उसमें भी राहुल शेवाले जी हमको निमंत्रित करेंगे, इस आशा के साथ में बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. We have with us Mr. Chitore, Chief Engineer Vigilance from BMC. I would like to invite Mr. Chitore on stage and I request Mr. Sainath Rajadhyaksha to please come up on stage and present a special memento. Thank you so much. Now we have come to the end of all the technical sessions. We would like to give a special thanks to our event partners. And with this, my name is Sushil Atre. It's time for me to say goodbye to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.